Good morning, everybody. So, today we've got a bit of a mixed bag. You've probably guessed by the title of the stream, we're going to be watching the OVAs primarily today, which is the Eris, the Goblin Slayer, and Season 2, Episode 0. So that'll be the main bulk of what we're doing, but we're also, after that, going to watch the fan animation of Turning Point 4 that was released, a month or so ago. Unfortunately, that was taken down off of YouTube for copyright reasons, but I was able to find a copy of it myself, so that's not going to be an issue. And also, since I suspect this may end up going a little bit short, just because the fan animation is shorter than your typical episode of the show. I think it's about 12 minutes long. And because I don't think I want to have as much to talk about with the fan animation as I do with other stuff, since it's mostly just a cool animation. I've got something else that we can watch after that, assuming the stream does go short like I think it probably will with the other three. So, I am definitely excited for all that, because I think all three of these things are pretty good. Yes, Season 2, Episode 0. First is Eris the Goblin Slayer, then Season 2, Episode 0, then the fan animation. And then, depending on where we are, maybe the other thing I've got set up just in case. Alright, let's get right into it. This is Eris the Goblin Slayer. So I'll say right away, I do actually really like this intro here. The complete stylistic difference from how it is in the rest of the series. They got the silhouette, almost like shadow puppet kind of story going on, and I mean, obviously we'll figure out who this is in a bit, but I remember watching this and remember that it's been a while since I've read the books. So while this isn't new to me, it's not been sitting in my head, and some details do get lost. So I remember suspecting that this was about Cliff, and because I know his story, and it was kind of cool to see a little bit about how his childhood happened. And as we'll see shortly, he's, a bit of an arrogant dick, but it's also understandable that someone in his position would have become that way. And of course, we don't know what exactly is going on here just yet, but it's definitely referencing a lot of the political struggles in Millis, because that's like a whole thing. It's not the biggest part. The political stuff in Millis isn't like a huge part of the story yet. It won't really come into play until we return to Millis, which is well after the point where the anime has stopped so far. So, but it's a very interesting conflict, lot going on, and I like it. And I agree. It definitely does a great job of showcasing who he is without kind of spoiling our initial impressions of him, which you're supposed to kind of dislike him at his introduction, because he is a little shit. But then he becomes a little more likable from the intro because he gets humbled. And then once he comes back later in the story, that's when you start to actually like him. I will say, another thing I do really like about this intro is that the animation is just almost uncomfortably smooth. It feels a little bit off, like with how they bow. It's hard to explain, but it does feel like almost too smooth. And yeah, and he goes from brat to like genuinely a great person. But when you kind of learn about what he went through growing up, it's really understandable why he starts out the way he does. And it's actually kind of impressive that he isn't worse at the start of the story. Because if you think about it, he was essentially being groomed from a young age to be the next Pope of Milis, which is both the leader of the country. In essence, it's a little more complicated than that, but he basically leads the country and is also the head of the theocratic religion. And he's kind of he's being groomed for that position and being gassed up all the way. So they're basically telling him how important he is, how special he is, how great he is. And on top of that, he is also gifted at magic at a young age. As we'll see in this episode, he's, probably about, 10, 11, 12 years old. And he's already advanced level in at least fire magic, possibly the others too. It's hard to say for sure. But even though it doesn't seem like that much because we've seen Rudy, who's a saint level magician, we got to remember that advanced at that young age is very, very impressive. So he actually does have some genuine talent to back up his ego. But again, they keep, gassing him up like that. And so is it any surprise that he kind of gets a chip on his shoulder? And I will say, I also really like the little flipping and turning animations they do to show that it's like 2D paper cutouts instead of trying to do the pseudo 3D, like trying to imitate 3D like the rest of the animation goes, which is how anime usually is. They usually have the pseudo 3D, but I do really like the explicit 2D going on here. It's cool. And also the fact that all the other characters, aside from him, have are like literal cutouts for the most part, where they, like with the servants, how they're all the same cutout multiple times just to show that they're not even individuals in that sense. Alright, I should mute that just to prevent copyright. So just to recap, everyone, at this point is when they're in Milis. This episode is when Rudy is meeting with Paul again for the first time, and they have that whole big fight, and that whole thing happens. This is what Eris is doing while Rudy's off doing that. So yeah, we're going a bit back in time a bit, but... And I will say, one thing I do like about Eris is, like, in general, especially in this earlier part of the show during her first arc, because she does somewhat lose this later on in the story. Granted, the anime hasn't really gotten there yet, but, Eris kind of, late after the point where we are in the anime, Eris kind of locks in, hyper-focuses on her training, becomes very dedicated to her task at hand. Yeah. Yeah, he's advanced level in all offensive magic. If he'd learned voiceless casting, he would have had a similar power level as Rudy. Possibly. Because, again, advanced and Saint, there's presumably a pretty big difference between them. I'm not saying Cliff isn't very good at magic. He is, and he becomes better at magic going on. But it's hard to say that if he would have been quite the same. But it doesn't matter. Also, let's not forget that Rudy has a lot of experience practically that Cliff doesn't at this point. But, okay, back to what I was saying. So, Eris does kind of lose this a little bit, but I do really like she has this childlike excitement about the world around her. And she... no matter kind of what's going on during this first arc of hers, like, she'll see something and she'll kind of throw herself at it, appreciate it for what it is. And something about that is just very, very endearing. It really adds a level of depth to her character. It humanizes her in a very interesting way, where she's not just, this arrogant person with a kind of soft side underneath. It's, oh, this new thing, I'm excited, I want to explore it, I want to see it. And again, she does not entirely, but she partly loses that later on. And it's honestly one of my favorite parts of her character before that point. Yeah. But yeah, Eris is just getting excited, going out of her way to find the cat. Like again, it's like as much as she is excited to go out and be an adventurer, as much as she is working hard to train herself, to improve her skills, and how she has to do a lot of growing up in a very short time, she still does hold on to this one aspect of being a kid, which is, just a general excitement about the world around her. And I think this OVA here does that extraordinarily well. Yeah, again, it, yeah, I will say that the initial split between Rudy and Eris, it is rough when you're reading the books, just because Eris is the first major arc of the show. I mean, of the books and the show, and so you end up growing to really like her. She becomes like a mainstay of what you think of the series in your mind before they have to split up and Rudy has other stuff going on. So it is definitely very tough on her. I mean, I'm not speaking correctly. It is tough to not be with her in the story, where she only kind of shows up for bits and pieces of her training until her return much later on. And so I get completely what you're feeling. You're of missing Eris during that whole section. I felt the exact same way when I first read the books. Although, of course, Rudy ends up. I think it gets a lot better once Rudy gets to Ronoa, because then you got other mainstay characters showing up that are going to be sticking around for the rest of the series, and how everything starts to build a little bit. Again, it works. It's just, yeah, you do miss Eris up until that point. And I also do like one thing, they're starting to show some of the racism that exists in Millis, because that's something that becomes like a major part of the story later in like back in when they return to Millis, because a whole big thing is there's the political schism in Millis with the different factions, where there's Cliff's side of things, which is the current establishment with the existing pope. Cliff is being groomed to be the new pope, and they are very anti-demon, to the point where, because they don't go super deep into it, but part of the Millis religion is there's like a teaching against demons, about eradicating demons. So there's the traditionalist side of things that wants to at least kick the demons out of Millis, if not kill them entirely. Whereas there's a reformist part, which is the other people, the assassins we'll see later on. They want to coexist with the demons. They think that the Millis teachings should be applicable to all races, not just humans. And it's, interesting, just especially since the person who is our ally is in the faction of the bigots. So it adds a little bit of extra weirdness to it that makes it a lot more complicated than normal. Is it? Okay, because I could have sworn, I mean, at least based on what we have, actually, yeah, no, you're right. I completely got that twisted around. You're right. I get twisted around. Pope wants peace. Because I was thinking about Claire, because she is Rudy's grandmother, who is on the reformer side, the part who wants him dead, and them getting her to flip is like a big part of the story, moving there, or at least attempting to get her to flip. Yeah, I was completely missed. But even so, it's meant to be more morally gray, just because, remember that in this OVA, people on Cliff's side try to assassinate a child. Like, nobody's the good guy here. Okay. Oops. There we go. Yeah. And I will say, I do like that, I like the choice of having no real dialogue during that opening section, just kind of hard focusing on Eris's exploration of the world. Like, there's no words really needed to be said at that point, and I do like that decision a lot. And also, I did have to do a little bit of editing right here, just because I had slightly fucked up during the recording. I don't know if it's noticeable or not, but if you see anything weird, that's why. Yeah, there was that. So. Okay, so, I mean, you can obviously see the part where I had to unpause and everything, but I think it actually was a lot more seamless than I thought it was going to be, just because when I was first watching this, I accidentally had turned the subtitles off, so I realized they were starting to speak in Japanese. Oh, what the fuck? Why? Sorry, excuse me for a second, I have to fix something. I don't know why. That... Sorry about that. My filter should have caught that. Huh. Yeah, sorry. Spam bots suck, but... Yeah, that's weird. That should have been caught by my chat filter, so I don't know why it wasn't. Yeah, and again, this is... I like this just showing the bigotry against the demons in... because for the rest of the main series, in the main season 1, we don't really see it like we do here. Like, it's definitely a thing, but there are demons in Millis, and they seem to be just getting along just fine in the main season. I like how we're actually starting to see some of the underlying bigotry. And just in general, the anti-demon bigotry is something we haven't really seen anywhere up to this point. Or the anti-human bigotry that exists in the demon continent. There's a variety of reasons for that. Part of it is certainly the fact that Rudy's main party themselves aren't racist. So, they're less likely to have to actively engage with that. And then, of course, Rudy's upbringing makes it so he was not raised in that way because Paul and Zenith had demon allies, and they knew that. So it's nice to finally get a chance to actually see more about how the world itself works outside of Rudy's perspective. It is bigotry, even if, granted, there was a, at least in the books, the bigotry on both sides kind of ties back to the human-demon war from, I think it was 400 years prior, and then, of course, their entire history of conflict for thousands of years before that. It is, not fair to judge individuals based on what the demographic historically has done. And of course, it is a little bit complicated just because there are going to be some demons who were around at that time. But, it's like, if you run across a random demon in the street, you can't really judge them just because other demons years ago had been in a war against your ancestors. It's the bigotry in Mushoku Tensei, I've always described it as understandable, but still not something I can condone. Yeah, and also, I do like this too, to see Eris so excited about slaying goblins. They don't really explain it in the anime, but in the books, the idea is that, you know, goblins are a typical kind of intro adventurer thing, especially in places like Millis, where there happen to be goblin nests nearby, and it's also a relatively safe area monster-wise, where goblins are just kind of the thing that children starting to become interested in adventuring, that's what they'll do first. And so Eris kind of has this excited idea of fighting the goblins because it's just adventuring is something she's been obsessed with for as long as she could remember. Goblins are like one of the things that is almost key to becoming an adventurer. And even though Eris has long since outscaled them, like this is like baby's first adventurer stuff. This is entry-level stuff that she is way overqualified for. It's still part of her general excitement at life that she's all like just excited to kill these things. It's very endearing. Yeah. I mean, that is also true. There's a lot of goblins are a complicated topic, especially also, let's not forget that the perception of goblins in Western media and Japanese media is different. Even though a lot of modern Japanese fantasy is based on European fantasy, it's kind of taken its own direction in things where, for example, in Japanese goblins are often viewed in a lot more of a sexual light than they are in the West. And, you know, like in the West, they tend to be like greedy and tinkerers, where they kind of make these little contraptions. They work in groups and are able to do these things. Whereas, you know, they're in Japan, they basically go goblin mode. Yeah, basically. Yeah, and I do like this introduction to Cliff here, where he's arguing with the adventurers about joining their party, because there's several layers that go into it once you think about it. So for starters, he's definitely not a high enough rank to join them. The anime doesn't really go into it, but there's a difference between party rank and individual rank, where both of them kind of go hand in hand, where as you complete assignments, quests, whatever you want to call them, you do go up in rank, or you gain like points, and then once you reach a certain threshold, then you can voluntarily advance your rank. And when it comes to accepting quests, you can generally do it within one rank of where you are. But you gain both party rank and individual rank. And if you're too low rank, you actually can't join higher rank parties. So they actually can't accept him no matter what. And he's upset about that. But also, he probably would be able to hold his own, just based on his pure skill. As we see later on, he's not necessarily mentally prepared for adventuring, because he kind of freezes up when encountering the assassins and just kind of lets Eris take care of it all. So if he can actually use his skill is a completely different question, but he probably actually has the raw skill to hold his own in a higher level party. Well, the thing is, he did know them, but let's not forget their faces were covered. So, yeah. So he probably didn't recognize them. And also, let's not also forget that even if he did recognize them, he saw these people who were his instructors. He trained with them. He probably developed a kind of pseudo-parental relationship with them. Not quite the same, but, you know, they kind of had that bond. And seeing them try to murder a child would probably fuck him up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, and then also this is also another interesting thing because he's probably not really been told no any other time in his life. So the fact that he's getting rejected for a couple of valid reasons. A, because he's a child, and people generally don't want to take children onto dangerous missions, even in this world where danger is kind of expected. And also because he just can't. He's not at the rank. He doesn't have the experience, both in the practical sense of he hasn't ever used his skills in a real life setting, but also the fact that he just doesn't have the on paper experience to join the party. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I'll be honest. I did not remember that little detail from the books because it's been so long. So the fact that he does recognize them is, again, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. I do think he would have been just seen them and just kind of been shocked about the fact that why are these people that I look up to that have been like family to me, why are they trying to do this horrible thing? I don't understand. And they say there's like fight or flight responses, but there's also a third option that people don't always realize. It's fight, flight, or freeze. I think in those moments he had a freeze response. So while he could have done something to stop it, he probably was just in shock and had no idea how to react. Yeah, and then that's also another part of his arrogance, is the fact that he does kind of look down on swordsmen. At least in this early part, he at least has a chip on his shoulder regarding magic. Because, it is shown that magic is a less common skill than swordsmanship in this world. But also, as far as actual adventuring parties go, you do kind of need both to be as effective as possible, because they both, the swordsmen kind of serve as the front line, and the mages act as support, both offensive and defensive support. So, they're both comparable levels of skill. They also have the same kind of importance to the party overall. He just doesn't get that yet, because again, his talent with magic has caused people to kind of uplift him on that basis, leading to him getting a chip on his shoulder. Yeah, and then there's also the fact that when you're in, if they're challenging him to a fight, he would get his ass kicked right here, even if he's better at magic than they are at swords, just because, that's one of the reasons there has to be a balance, is that magic takes time to say the incantations for most people in this world, compared to, someone like Rudy or Sylphie who can do it silently, or Roxy who can do it in a couple words. So Cliff is about to get his ass kicked here. And I do like how Ruijerd is about to step in before seeing Eris take command instead. I like that little half motion he makes. And then Ruijerd is also starting to kind of develop a level of respect and understanding for Eris, where, he does mention, I'm not going to treat you like a child anymore later on, but he's already kind of stepping back a little bit and letting her fight her own fights at this point, because I think he realizes that that's something she needs to do to be able to grow. Even though, of course, he does follow her, he is going to make sure that she's safe. But again, look, he'll only step in when it's necessary. He may have, but he does show up later in the episode. He's in the forest when Eris is fighting. I think he was watching it off to the side. So he might have been doing stuff to go do whatever he needed to do, but he was also keeping tabs on Eris. But yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, it may have been different in the books. I don't remember the details, to be perfectly honest. But I could see him letting her do her thing, because he was expecting her to just go kill goblins, which he knows full well is way below her skill level. So he's like, it's like Imagine like sending like a 10-year-old kid playing on the playground. You know that you don't have to pay close attention to them. You know, be available just in case, but like, you can let them do their thing. They're probably going to be fine. That's kind of how he feels about Eris in this situation. Because let's not forget, she is at the very least advanced rank, like officially advanced rank, but quite likely at the level of skill of a saint rank. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I was just kind of saying, I think both perspectives do make sense. Both of them are in keeping with his character and personality. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
危ないところだったわね。
誰が助けてくれなんて言ったんだよ。あのくらい僕の魔術でなんとかなったんだ。
Okay, so for starters, I have to say that the veins bulging in Eris's temple is funny, but I also do like this look at Cliff, because again, I know I've been harping on it, but it's an important part of his character at this point, how much his ego has been built up. Partly legitimately, because he is genuinely highly skilled in magic. He is genuinely very smart. But on top of that, he's been consistently built up by the people around him who are attempting to push him into this position of power, partly because it's their faction, and partly because a lot of them want to use his position of power to have power themselves. And welcome, Thomas. So the thing is, they keep building him up legitimately and beyond his actual merits. And he's gotten to the point where he thinks he's so good that when somebody has to step in and help him, he views that as him being undercut, as Eris making him look weak, even though realistically, she helped de-escalate a situation. Everyone's kind of going to forget about it in 10 minutes anyway, but he just can't accept that. He lashes out because he's still very much a child in every sense of the word. And of course, we got to remember that a lot of what Mushoku Tensei does is it has these characters start out in a very selfish and negative state. Where, of course, you know, the quintessential example is Rudy. He was the 34-year-old hikikomori who was completely enveloped in his degeneracy. So he was like one of the worst examples of that. But we see it also a bunch of times throughout the series with, you know, Pax starting out as basically Rudy times 10. And before he becomes someone fairly respectable later, Zenoba starts out not quite the same, but still completely absorbed in his interests, till he kind of eventually grows up and becomes his own person and finds things in life. And Cliff is another example of that, where he's not like a full degenerate like Rudy was, but he was very absorbed in his own skills, completely caught up by his own upbringing, before he eventually kind of gains some perspective and grows up. So this is just a commonality of Mushoku Tensei, just how a lot of characters end up engaging with their world. And of course, at this point, let's not forget, this is, you know, going back in time a bit, Eris still doesn't exactly have a whole lot of control over her temper. She's getting better, but yeah, don't provoke her. And I love this section right here, just because you can hear the same kind of thing we hear when Eris punches Rudy, where she hits him, he kind of spins in the air a couple of times and falls. You hear the same animation, like sound effects going on when you're just looking at Ruger's reaction to it. And because we've seen it before, we know exactly what's happened, and I find that really funny. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure, Alan, that she does actually reference herself as Ruigerd later on in the OVA. Yeah. And okay, and one of my things I like to say as my part of my headcanon here is that, because Cliff kind of gets an interest in Eris after this point. I think part of it is part of him kind of respects the fact that she's like so willing to not bend to his will. Like that's something he doesn't understand it, but he also partly respects it. This might be the moment where he ends up becoming a simp. Like that's kind of what does it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, it's one of the things. It's a lot more like there's actually like real story stuff going on that I'm kind of being a little bit flippant about because it is funny. But he does ask Eris to marry him because part of him he's grown to respect her by the end of this OVA, and he does not understand what he's feeling at that point, and he also doesn't understand that he's still not everything he's gassed himself up to be. But it's the point where he respects Eris's strength, both in terms of her physical strength and her personality, and he doesn't really understand what he's going through at the moment. He doesn't understand what he's feeling. Exactly. She was the first person, not only who didn't baby him, but probably the first person to even say no to him in any significant capacity. Yeah, exactly. He's completely sheltered, and of course, and again, he's being groomed for a position of power. And generally speaking, when a child is being pushed into a position like that, the people around him who are giving him this position are also trying to not make him really grow up in a significant sense, because there's two kind of ways to get power, especially in this kind of medieval setting, where either you seize power yourself, or you're the person who is whispering in the powerful person's ear. And if you can raise a kid from youth to power, not give them any real sense of independence, but make them kind of reliant on your advice, then who's really got the power there? So that's what I suspect a lot of Cliff's allies at this point are doing. They're raising him for this position of power, but not making it so that he can really tackle it himself. So that's why they're sheltering him so hard. But again, because he is actually a decent person deep down, and in this OVA, his entire worldview kind of gets challenged in multiple senses of the word. So part of it is the fact that he meets Eris, who doesn't treat him like a special person, who is willing to push up against him and fight back and tell him no. And he becomes very interested in her, and he just does not understand it. And also partly, let's not forget that she's currently obsessed with Rudy, and she gasses him up to Cliff, really just brags about him. And then Cliff is starting to realize, oh shit, there's another person my age who is more talented than me. Maybe I'm not as special as I thought I was. And that becomes like a big catalyst for him kind of humbling himself. It's almost like a similar thing to what happened to Roxy, where she kind of got knocked down a peg by Rudy's talents, where she decides, holy shit, I was kind of just coasting on the fact that I had managed to make it to Water Saint. And then, yeah. And yeah, that's true. Eris is a very pragmatic thinker, where most of the time, she's definitely kind of, why use many words when few words do good kind of person. And then, of course, when Rudy is in the question, in the books, it is mentioned that she is in love with him at this point, but of course, she's still young, probably doesn't quite have a full grasp of what those emotions really are. But she loves and respects Rudy in multiple ways, both as a potential partner in the future, also as someone who is like a brother to her, also as somebody she is very good friends with, and someone who has gone through a lot of what she has gone through. They have this really deep connection. Both of them have helped the other numerous times at this point. So she has this very deep admiration and respect for him, both for who he is and what he is. Yeah, and exactly. And that's also true, is that, yeah, Eris kind of showed him that he's not as untouchable as he thinks he is. And also, later on, he starts to see a little bit behind the curtain of what the political struggle is all about, how it's not just, it's not as black and white as he thought it was, because when he sees the people he respects as assassins trying to kill a child and realizes, holy shit, these things are a little fucky. I mean, it is a little early as far as what as far as Cliff's overall story, but this is kind of the moment that is a major turning point for him as a character. Like again, he is this spoiled brat until he meets Eris, and that makes him, it forces him to rethink a lot of what he's been taught, at least as far as his personality with Eris. And then when he meets the assassins, he sees that, oh shit, things are a lot more dangerous and a lot more morally questionable than I was led to believe. And he kind of uses that to reorient himself in the world. And that's what eventually leads him to start really growing up, both emotionally and in terms of his general maturity, and what pushes him to become more scholarly as far as magic goes, where he actually does become an expert in magic, like on the theoretical side of things, which, as much as Rudy is a superior magician as far as practicality and actually doing stuff, Cliff does like way outpace him as far as the underlying academics of it.
待ってください。先ほどはすみませんでした。ちょっと気が動転していて。
And that's actually, right there, what he's saying there, he's apologizing, saying, I lost my head a little bit. That's actually kind of a big deal to him. Because, like, his entire thing was he was an arrogant asshole. It's not common for somebody in his position to be able to reflect on himself so quickly, even in this little minor capacity. Yeah, I mean, that is also another factor where Rudy and Cliff do kind of have that initial animosity. And again, like, both of you are right. Rudy and Cliff do have that initial animosity, but of course, they do become friends afterwards. And there is the question of, would they become the friends? Suddenly become ESL, but yeah, so Cliff and Rudy do kind of have that little bit of a rivalry. So who knows if they would have interacted enough to become friends if it wasn't for that rivalry. It's hard to say. I mean, you could speculate all day long, but it is what it is. And yes, and I 100% agree with you, Alan. Aside from just getting him to get to that initial place of things aren't the way I think they are, it's also setting him up to understand failure and realize that failure is not as bad as he thinks it is. It's something that you can grow from. And in some ways, failure is necessary for growth. Because if you always succeed, you never have to adjust your approach to things. And I definitely agree, Cliff is a great character. He starts out, again, kind of as a soft antagonist. Not even really at that point. He's started as just kind of this, this little shit that you're not supposed to like at first. And eventually even for a while, he's a bit of a soft comic relief character. The fact that he becomes so obsessed with Elise early on that he wants to, like, court her like she's a fair maiden. And then there's there's a bit of comedy going on there where he's courting her like a maiden and Elise just completely falls head over heels for him, which is meant to be funny because at that point you still don't know Elise's true story about where she has to be a slut because of her curse. Yeah. And exactly. That's another big thing. I'm not going to talk too at length about that, but the fact that Cliff was able to basically brute force through that curse is like a big deal. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, I think I'll be honest. So I can't really speak for how I would think if I had watched the anime before reading the books, so I don't know what I would have thought at this point of Cliff. But from reading the books, you could tell that he wasn't going to be like a really bad guy. He might have been like a persistent rival. That's kind of where I thought it was going to go, where he was going to be somebody who had some animosity towards Rudy, and because of his interest in Eris, so that, you know, it would have been kind of fueling a little bit of a dislike between them. But I never got the sense that he was going to be like a full-on enemy or villain. Although, to be fair, I also think when I read the books, I probably also thought that he was just going to be a temporary side character and that he was going to show up only occasionally, if at all. Which I was obviously wrong about.
クリフ・グリモル。
エリスよ。
エリスさん、すごくいい名前ですね。その格好、剣士なんですよね。
Yeah. And also, let's not forget how quickly he turns on his head about swordsmen, where he is interacting with the adventurers. And he's like, all you're good for is swinging a sword around. But now he's like, you know, Eris kicked his ass and he's kind of confused because he kind of liked it. So then he's like, oh, she's a swordsman. And he's kind of trying to compliment her off of that. Even though he's, you know, he had that lingering idea of swordsmen being useless. But also now he's trying to desperately find like a connection, something to get her interested. And yeah, of course, Eris is also awkward, where she's been put in this position where she kind of wants to distance herself from this guy because she's uncomfortable, but he also just hasn't done anything bad enough for her to kick his ass again. So she knows she can't just hit him, even though that's probably everything her instincts are telling her to do. But she is also just doesn't have the social skills to properly express herself to him. And I mean, and we've seen at this point in the story, that's kind of just how she is, where she is understanding that violence just isn't the way to solve everything. Sometimes you just can't, you can't always just punch it or swing a sword at it. Sometimes you have to actually talk through things. And she's not very good at it, which, if you remember at this point in the main season, when Rudy is all depressed, which we'll see at the end of the show, she wants to go and kick Paul's ass, but, you know, Ruijerd holds her back, and she just awkwardly tries to comfort Rudy. She's like, I'm sorry, I don't really know what I'm doing here. And, you know, for Rudy, just her being there was enough. But you can see that she's very uncomfortable when it comes to expressing herself with words. And yeah, and Thomas, I do agree with you there. I do think that this is a great introductory way of showing how their dynamic starts out, showing the beginnings of Cliff and how he has his first major turning point as far as a character arc. And again, I do agree that the assassin trying to convert Ruijerd is very interesting. Actually, it does a lot to showcase how weird the entire political situation in Millis is. I do hope they build on it once they get back to Millis later on. And yeah. Yeah, that is true. That Cliff tends to kind of ignore red flags. And he just kind of just goes off and does his thing regardless. But let's not forget that very mindset is what kind of makes things go so well with Elena-Lise, because I mean, I am very excited to when we start talking really about Elena-Lise's character, because she has so much going on that is so well written, I think. Aside from the fact that she's based on a Rance character, which that alone is pretty cool. The fact that she's based on Melface Promenade. But, you know, the idea that we currently don't know about her curse and we think she's just a slut. Where, you know, she's sleeping around, but of course she has to do that or she'll die. That's like the nature of her curse. And also the fact that by doing that, she's able to create crystals that she can sell for a lot of money, so she never has any financial issues. And the fact that, you know, she's kind of embraced being a slut because she figures, hey, if I'm gonna be this way, I have to be this way. I might as well not feel any shame for it. I might as well have fun with it. If this is the way my life is, I might as well embrace it because I'm not going to change. Because I can't change. But then, of course, Cliff is like the one person who I don't know if he sees through that, but he doesn't see the red flags, which in this case, with Elena aren't indicative of her true personality. It's just kind of, she's a victim of circumstance in that sense. But Cliff is able to kind of ignore all that and approach her genuinely as a person, saying, I want to be romantically involved with you. I don't really care about any of the other things you've done. And that's something that really touches Elenalise, where she's like, even her friends and allies, the people who do like and respect her in a sense, they still just kind of view her as that bimbo slut, basically. But Cliff is like the first person in a very long time to really just view her as somebody desirable for her personality and not just her easiness. So that's something that, like, when she first falls for Cliff, she's head over heels for him. You'd think she's just kind of joking because that's kind of how it's portrayed. Then you realize, no, she's actually like deeply in love with him. Yeah, that does seem like something Dr. K would say. I haven't seen that take of his specifically, but it does seem like something he would say. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's the fact that he is so earnest about being with her, that he genuinely likes her. Like, it's not that just, oh, he sees a hot elf that he can sleep with easily. It's a case of, oh, this person actually wants me for me. And she falls head over heels for him because she has never really she's most likely, I should say, she's lived for a long time, so it's impossible to say she's never had real love, but she probably does not have experienced real love very much. The closest she gets is probably when she has children and she actually stays with them until they're adults before she fucks off again. So she actually does have like some familial love temporarily there, but even then she kind of just abandons them. Yeah, and I will say, yeah, Cliff is one of those people who he's a good person deep down. It's like a lot of characters in this story have their elements that you're supposed to dislike, but it's hard to dislike them once you kind of see how they are. Oh, Borge, so what we're doing is, I haven't seen you in past chats, so what we've been doing is going through Mushoku Tensei. We finished Season 1 last week. Now we're watching the OVAs. This is Eris the Goblin Slayer. This is when they're in Millis, and this is at the point where Rudy is meeting Paul. And this is just what's happening during that point. Then we're going to watch, after this, we're going to watch Season 2, Episode 0. Then we're going to watch the fan animation of Turning Point 4, which I will put a spoiler warning on screen when that happens, because that spoils stuff the anime hasn't gotten to yet. Yeah, well, yeah, you are right. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce anything, which I think that's Vietnamese. I'm not sure. If I try to pronounce your name, I will get even more. It will be even more offensive. But yeah, there's some truth that the way writing tends to work, a lot of times edges are kind of smoothed over, where people don't have the nuanced issues of real life, where they're either all good or all bad, and like even like good people in the real world can have toxic traits to them. Writing tends to not really explore those very much, just because it is difficult to do well. And that's one thing Mushoku Tensei does, is it'll show these people who are good people at their core who have these toxic traits, or bad people who have noble traits. Yi or D? Okay. I'll try to remember that. I'm bad with names in general, but yeah, that at least I can pronounce. Okay, so, and yeah, I think we all know people. I will say, not so necessarily that we know a Paul specifically, but a lot of us know somebody who definitely is like a walking red flag, but is also very likable at the same time, where you kind of have to ignore the parts of them that you don't necessarily like. And a lot of times that can be indicative of other things. Like I had a friend in high school who we actually started out as enemies until we eventually, found an understanding and became friends for the rest of high school, where he, good person deep down, but he was kind of an asshole. He kind of he would get in trouble a lot. He would be a dick to people. That's kind of just how he was. But then, it's one of the things where he just had a difficult home life. Not like it was good. Battle Aura, I'm not sure. I think at this point, it's not, even in the books, it wasn't explained at this point yet. If I'm remembering correctly, in the books, Rudy learns about Battle Aura at Renoa when Badagati explains it to him, because Rudy is training himself. He's doing running and push-ups, and then Badagati sees him and is like, hey, why aren't you making a battle aura while you're doing this? Why are you just relying on your muscles and all that? And Rudy's like, what the fuck is a battle aura? And then Badagati explains that, using your magic to enhance your physical capabilities. Then Rudy's like, oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. And then he tries to create his own battle aura. And then Rudy kind of can create a somewhat kind of battle aura, but realizes it's really inefficient and requires a lot of focus, so he doesn't do that. So that's why he kind of realizes that, Badagati explained to him what a battle aura is. It's like, oh, that makes sense. That's why people can do all these crazy things in sword fighting. I don't know. I guess I just can't do it. And then, of course, he'll learn from a different character, who I won't say because spoilers, who explains that Rudy's Laplace aspect gives him incredible mana reserves, but also prevents him from using a battle aura. Yeah, and for those new, tangents like that are common. That's just kind of how these streams tend to go. I've got really bad ADHD, even when medicated, which I am. Even then, that I kind of go off in my own little direction for a while. Yeah, that it's possible. I mean, I think that the battle aura he did was probably somewhat real. Probably not exactly the same as a real battle aura, but it probably did have a real effect. But it's just not. It's probably not something that would. I mean, he mentioned that it's not something he would do in any kind of practical sense, but it's because he has such a deep understanding of the flow of mana. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. With Ruijerd, my guess would be that it's possible that he may not know what battle aura is, because let's think of like Ghislaine, because Ghislaine never mentions the fact that Rudy doesn't have battle aura, because I mean, she probably doesn't understand what battle aura is. It seems to be an unconscious thing for most physical fighters. Yeah, and I do agree, they do not really explain a lot of the depth of the magic system, at least so far. That may change in the future, just because the academic side of magic becomes so important, where, they create the magical armor and magic circles go into that. I don't know if they're going to have the doll, which kind of sets up a lot of the stuff in the future. And yeah, that's yeah, and I do agree that it's got to be probably a case of yeah, exactly. That's another thing. They don't really explain a lot of the things Rudy does for his stone cannons. Especially like, I really like that scene in the book where the first time Rudy kind of encounters, I think it's a tree ant that he encounters, where they're trying to kill it for wood, and he kind of overestimates how much he needs to do to kill it, because he doesn't realize his own power at that point, and he basically pulls together all his ability and creates a stone cannon, and then adjusts it so that's basically a hollow point bullet, and just blows it the fuck up. And yeah, and while I don't think it's necessary to have a good story, I do think that adds a lot to the magic system, because I mean, one thing about me, just on a personal level, I really like hard magic systems, like, magic that has rules, restrictions, and is essentially just another part of the world, a force of nature, kind of like gravity. That's the kind of magic that I like. And the book version of Mushoku Tensei has a lot of those elements to it. Whereas the anime, while it still does kind of have those rules, it doesn't really explain them as much. And it feels a lot more like a soft magic system. Yeah, and that's true. Mushoku Tensei really doesn't have filler episodes. It does have points in... Yeah, and yes, I did read the books in their entirety. I read all the books in the main series. I haven't read the redundancy yet, but yeah, Mushoku Tensei doesn't have any actual fillers per se. Like, they don't have it in the sense that you'd see in other like shonen media, where they'll just go on kind of a one-off adventure that means absolutely nothing. But they do have moments where they're not actively advancing their goals, but it's always to serve a specific purpose. And there is also some truth to that the extra chapters do kind of serve a filler role, but they were additions to the light novels. They weren't in the original web novels. And I think each one does have an actual purpose. Like, if you look back to Volume 1, the extra chapter there is from Zenith's perspective shortly after the emergency family meeting. Or not shortly after, but like a year or two after, where, where she's reflecting on the family meeting and how much she's grateful to Rudy and all that. Where I think that was meant to kind of rectify the issue of not really going into Zenith's mindset, where they kind of want to get into how motherly and happy Zenith is. Yeah, so I think each extra chapter is kind of meant for Rivujin to fix a perceived issue in his that he probably felt with the original story. Because again, I know I've mentioned it in other streams before, but let's not forget that I do not believe that Rifujin was a professional writer when he first started releasing Mushoku Tensei. And Mushoku Tensei kind of catapulted him to the level where he can be a professional writer now because of what he did as a hobby, basically. So, as really well written as Mushoku Tensei is, and I haven't read the web novels, I've only read the light novels, but I imagine the web novels were still very, very good. He was still somewhat unpolished at that point, and he kind of used the transition to light novel to kind of sharpen his skills and kind of fix a lot of the things that may not have been perfect about the original series. Yeah, I agree that there's definitely a lot of infidels. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the web novels aren't like canon per se, but they were the original. There was a time when the web novels were all that existed of Mushoku Tensei. Yeah, okay, I do like that where Eris is saying that Rudy is the best mage in the world, which he's very good, but he's not even close to being the best at this point.
何せそんじょそこらの A ランク魔術師より上ですからね。ぜひともその目で確かめてみてください。
わかったわ。そこまで言うならついてきなさい。
はい。
Yeah, I mean, well, I will say, Rifujin at this point, he's probably made so much money from Mushoku Tensei, because, of course, there's the books itself that he's probably making a bunch of money off of, the licensing for the anime. Like, he's gonna be doing all right for a long time. Well, best human mage, it's hard to say. I mean, granted, the fact that he can silent cast does change things up a little bit, because that even if he's not at the same power level as someone who might be like a king or an emperor, the fact that he can do it silently makes it more useful pragmatically. But I have to imagine there probably are kings and emperors in Magic, even among the humans at this point. I don't know for sure, but there are probably people who are higher in terms of raw ability than Rudy at this point, even though I would say that by the time he finishes the main series, he probably is the best human mage in the world at that point, because at that point he is officially king rank, but he most likely has the power level of emperor in at least attack magic. Actually, even as early as Renoa, people have suspected that he might have around emperor level power, even though I don't think he ever actually casts. Yeah, it's hard to say. They're not very clear about that as far as in the entire story, but I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me because there's got to be. I mean, there has to be something there. Like there has to be a reason people think of emperor level and king level because it's who knows. Maybe because I know. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say for sure. Well, yeah. Do they? Okay, because I'm trying to think because I remember that when it comes to there isn't a whole lot going on as far as what we learn about actual emperor level magic. There's because the actual spells themselves don't really come up very often. I mean, and with attack magic it makes sense just because that's going to just generally be pretty impractical. And I know that the one. Okay, I'm trying to think the spell that's referenced as the healing spell in Turning Point 4. I'm not going to say specifically what it is, but the one that is meant to heal that specific thing. I know they mentioned that is just in a book that is like book length. That is just the incantation, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that is true. Also, Rudy is definitely probably one of the best combat mages out there. It's hard to say what. There's so many different ways you can measure the skill of a mage, and we also don't know if at the point where one thing about Rudy is because he has such an incredible mana capacity, because of his Laplace aspect and the fact that he trained extensively. Up until, because I think they mentioned that mana cap kind of hardens at around age 10, and there is a hard mana cap regardless, but you kind of have to build up to that point. And, as you get older, eventually you're kind of locked into wherever you're at. So Rudy is able to have this incredibly high mana capacity, and we don't necessarily know if there's other mages who can find ways to use mana more effectively, more efficiently, because Rudy doesn't have to really care about how much each of his spells costs, because he has so much mana that the only time it really even comes into question is when he's using the big magic armor, because that just it's like just requires so much mana to function that's why he can't use it for very long. But for regular spells, he'll do things in a way that what can I theoretically do, as opposed to what can I do with what I have, essentially, because he can afford to burn excessive amounts of mana to do a unique spell. But I can imagine there being other mages who say, okay, I have this much mana, how can I do this in a more efficient way? Yeah, and that's another thing, is the way the ranks actually work is you have to actually cast that level of spell to be that rank, but Rudy has done things at the power level of Emperor before, so...
今こそ大地に這い上がり、拳を振り上げよ。御敵を叩き潰し、燃やし尽くし、食らい尽くし、黒に染めよ。エクゾダスフレイム。
Okay, so I will say one thing I really like about this scene here is with Rudy, because he does silent casting, you don't really see incantations very often. but having them do the incantations with the music and the magic slowly building up, it's cool as shit. And it's also funny because, again, while the anime doesn't really explain it, goblins are like the newbie monster to fight. So him using an advanced level fire spell, which granted he was trying to show off to Eris, but that is completely overkill for what they're trying to do. Because like he fucking cooks him here.
どうですかすごいもんでしょそこらの魔術師ではこうはいきませんよ
And of course with Cliff, it's also funny because he's rightfully proud of the fact that he can do advanced level magic because that's very difficult for most people. But also Eris has just seen so much better than that in her own experience. It's funny. Yeah, that's yeah, there's truth to that, and that is indicative of Cliff's lack of practical experience, where he's gotten a lot of academic learning and training in his sheltered scenario, but again, what he doesn't really know what you would do in a practical sense. And let's also not forget that in a regular party with somebody who isn't like Rudy or Sylphie, who can cast silently, most mages need kind of a front line of swordsmen to protect them while they cast these spells, because even simple spells are usually going to take, 10 to 30 seconds to cast.
そう全然すごくないわ
エリスさんは魔術のことをよく知らないようですねいいですか魔術というのは初級から低級まで分けられますある程度の魔術師なら
And it's also another nice little nod, the idea that he just kind of assumes that the only reason somebody might not be impressed by him is that they just don't understand enough to be impressed by him. And, the way he's speaking is very arrogant, but in his mind, he's actually being helpful. He's trying to explain it, which is kind of funny.
中級までは並の努力で身につくでしょう
Even though, again, just by his own lack of practical experience, if he really thought about it, he realized, oh, she seems to know what she's doing. She probably has an understanding of stuff just from experience, but his frame of reference is so outside the real world that it just doesn't come to him.
しかし今のエグゾダスフレームは上級ほど魔術です
Yeah, and that's the thing, because he's been built up so much, and like you're saying, yeah, it's condescending. But the thing is, with Cliff, he's been built up so much by all the people around him, including other people who are no doubt talented swordsmen and mages. Like, to the point where he views himself on this pedestal, and he doesn't even necessarily realize that he's being condescending. Like, he's not doing this to be an asshole. He's doing this because he genuinely thinks he is on this level of knowledge and that he can help Eris by teaching her things that he views her as not understanding at this point. Like, he's genuinely trying to be helpful, but his perspective is so warped that it just kind of makes him come off as even more of an asshole.
大人の魔術師でも一握りのものしか出せませんそう大人の魔術師でも上級を扱えるのは少数なんですわかりましたか僕がどれだけすごいかってことが
And of course, again, he gets so wrapped up in himself at this point, doesn't even realize that she's fucked off. And it's funny.
もういいわよ役に立ちそうにないし帰っても
何を言ってるんですかゴブリン数匹に苦戦するようなエリスさんを一人にはできませんよ
Dude.
何するんですか神なる力は芳醇なる糧力失いしかの者に再び立ち上がる力を与えヒーリング
Yeah, and that was also amusing. I really liked just the way they did that scene of just the still frames of how it punches. It amplified kind of what they're trying to do, emphasized it, I should say, not amplified, but I don't know. I thought it was very funny. I like the animation gags they do. Even though I'm not like that much of an expert on... I shouldn't say I'm not that much of an expert. I'm not an expert at all in terms of animation stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, that is true. I always thought the numbers were kind of strange as far as the way they say how rare magicians are, and it is also hard to say just because Rudy's perspective is what we see, and his perspective is a little warped because he just happens to come into contact with powerful people on a regular basis. But they mentioned that it's so rare to be a magician at all, and then it's even rarer to be good at it. So it's although I also imagine that a lot of swordsmen could probably be reasonably decent at magic if they were trained because they already have the mana capacity just from training swordsmanship.
ええ、もちろん分かっていますよ。
Yeah, and I will say, yeah, you're right, Alan, that Eris was displaying a lot of restraint relative to how she tends to be. Because, I mean, again, we got to look back to her introduction where saying she had a short temper is kind of understating it, where at the slightest annoyance, she would hit somebody. So the fact that she's able to kind of control herself as much as she has been, and to the point where a lot of her mentality is, this kid's really fucking annoying, but he hasn't done anything bad enough to hit him yet. That's kind of how it is. And yeah, and I will say also, yeah, as far as well, okay, so I also have another strong theory about how magic works in this world. I strongly suspect that the common knowledge of magic is very just not understood at all. Kind of like imagine how doctors were before we knew that germs existed. Even the most brilliant doctors had a completely flawed understanding of how medicine worked, how health worked, and were very ineffective because of it, where even though they did the best they could, and there were genuinely some brilliant people in medicine hundreds of years ago, they just weren't able to be super effective. And then, and I think that's kind of how magic is in this world, where even if you've read the books, you realize a lot of the stuff that's in the magic textbook Rudy read, like he finds out that it's wrong in the first couple of days. He realizes, oh shit, no, you can train your mana capacity. You can do this. And, you know, with silent casting, it's not a case of it's just so hard. It's just you need to approach it from a different place. And he was kind of in a perfect position to have an adult's intellect and a child's, you know, ability to grow his mana. So he was able to kind of use that. He was like his lucky circumstances in that sense to be able to develop silent casting from the ground up. So yeah, and that's the thing is that, yeah, so a lot of people just don't understand how magic works. And I think part of the reason, you know, Sylphie ends up becoming such a gifted mage herself is not only, I mean, she is very smart. That's shown multiple times throughout the series, but also Rudy teaches her silent casting from the ground up. She's 7 years old. After 2 years of training, he's able to teach her intermediate tier magic that she's able to silent cast. She's smart, but is she like crazy genius level smart, or is it just Rudy found an effective way to teach her? And even in Rudy's later life, he becomes a professor of silent casting, so he teaches other people to silent cast. So it's just a case of he understands magic in a way that a lot of people don't because of his circumstances. And a lot of the things Rudy discovers are things that when he meets people who are ancient, who have this different view of how magic works, who understand it on a deeper level, they confirm a lot of the things he discovered and are able to shed even more light. So people like Perugius, like actually Orsted fits into this category as well because he is very, even though he doesn't really use magic, he is very knowledgeable in magic. Batagati, Kishirika, these people all understand magic better than the average person does. So that, so again, I think it's a case of magic is probably not as difficult as we think it is. It's just that it's not understood at this point yet. Again, like I mentioned how medicine, imagine you didn't know what germs were. You could only do so much until you have that frame of reference.
エリスさんが強いのはよーく分かってます。
Yeah. Yeah, that is possible. Where Hitogami, yeah, I mean, teleportation magic. It's one of those things where even if you look back to, like I've read Old Dragon's Tale, where teleportation magic that caused problems even back then, back when the six-faced world still had six faces. They mentioned that, I mean, part of it was only the gods could have the mana to actually do the teleportation, but also because of how weird things were, people would just kind of get teleported randomly between worlds, and that would cause problems. So they're like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do too much teleporting unless we need to.
じゃあ今度は森へ行ってみましょう。ゴブリンでは僕の進化が発揮できませんからね。
森はダメよ。帰る頃には夜になる可能性が高いわ。
And also, we got to remember that the context of Old Dragon's Tale does kind of change how people think, probably, since so I'm not going to say too much specifically, just in case anybody wants to read Old Dragon's Tale for themselves, which I do recommend. It's very good. Just don't do it until after. If you're an anime only, wait until Turning Point 4 to read it, because it'll reveal stuff that you don't want spoiled for you. But, I mean, one of the ideas is back towards the end of Old Dragon's Tale, in that section of history, there were still 6 different worlds. There was the human world, the demon world, the beast world, the sky world, the sea world, and the dragon world. I think I got that right. And each of them had kind of different properties. Like the human world was the grasslands, like Fatoa, and the sea world was the oceans and all that stuff. And eventually they all collapse, and something like 95% of the inhabitants of all the other realms ended up dying, except for the dragon realm, which even they lost even more than that, where they only like a handful of people were able to survive that. And everyone kind of made their way, the survivors made their way into the human world. So I can imagine that, their worlds being destroyed would completely shift their idea of what their culture will be moving forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if the taboo on teleportation magic kind of stemmed from there. Because, being one of the few people to survive the eradication of your world probably fucks you in the head a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Rudy did have the knowledge, the physics knowledge. I bet he could probably create some sort of nuclear reaction. He would have to find a way to do it he would probably have to have a strong knowledge of physics. But yeah.
エリスさんとのあろうお方が怖いんですか？
怖くないわ。いいわよ。行きましょう。
Yeah, and I will say also, going back to the actual OVA, I do like this because as much as Eris is growing up, she's still very prideful. It's easy to kind of manipulate her by just poking at her pride, and that's how Cliff kind of convinces her to let him tag along because realistically, Eris doesn't really care what he thinks, but she just can't accept that little poking and prodding. And I think it's probably not really until she goes on to the Sword Sanctum where she really, she shows herself as being a person worthy of respect, but also gets humbled by the fact that there would be people so much better than her there. That's kind of when she kind of loses that part of her pride that holds her back. Yeah, I'll be honest. I know you guys are talking about that nuclear stuff. I don't remember the details from the book, so I can't really advise. I can't really help clear things up.
あんた帰り道はちゃんと把握してる？
把握してないです。
そう。じゃあ迷子ね。
This moment is so funny. The fact that she's like, "Yep, we're lost," just confidently says it and just stops. The timing of this bit of dialogue is funny.
え？
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I know that I don't know if it's as strong as a nuke there, but I know that I know that Rudy really just put everything he had into that spell, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say.
どうしましょう
Well, I mean, let's not. Well, the thing is, it's not that the spell itself was a suicide attack. It's that the entire thing was a suicide attack because he kind of knew that he had to kind of put everything in his. He had to do everything in his power to even have a chance, because that fight, because he knew how different their levels of power were, and he realized that, you know, and part of it was also he was taking him by surprise. He kind of said, I just kind of have to hit him with everything I have right up front to have the best chance of winning.
あんたちょっと空を飛ん
Yeah,
で
and I mean, like, if you I don't know, and I think it also with and Rudy was wearing the magic armor at that point, so he probably wouldn't have outright killed him, but also you know, even if you drain all your mana in a single spell, it's probably not going to kill you. It's just going to make you pass out.
から町の方向を確かめなさい。
そんなことできるわけないじゃないですか。
ルーデウスならできるわ。
ルーデウス誰ですかそれは。
私の先生よ。
And I do actually like this idea of how Eris is talking about how Rudy is her teacher. Like, that's kind of how she initially references him to somebody who doesn't know him. Like, and that's really interesting because there are several things she could have said as far as, you know, her relationship to Rudy. What is he to her? Like, she could have said, he's my friend, he's my companion, he's you know someone I care about. That, I mean, she honestly could probably even refer to him as a brother because they kind of have that. They've developed a familial bond. But her initial way of describing him is, he's my teacher. So, like, she still is holding on to how much he taught her back in the Boreas Grey Rat household, where, you know, he taught her basic magic and how to read and write and how to do math and all this stuff, where, like, that's something she really holds on to and values. So I think that's actually very heartwarming, the fact that she knows he was kind of the catalyst for a significant amount of growth for her, and she recognizes it and appreciates it. Yeah, I think it's cute.
この森には別の冒険者がいるはずよ。
なるほど。彼らを頼れば探しましょう。エリスさん？
黙って。
And I also do really like this bit right here where they're showing just how her swordsmanship training includes the ability to kind of heighten her senses. Like, it's something that is in the books. It's not as obvious in the anime, which I think is kind of a shame, just because in their first confrontation with Orsted, you see Eris and Ruijerd both freeze before they see Orsted, where it's kind of assumed that it's their senses being able to see him, hear him coming, but when in reality it's actually his curse that's really fucking them up. And I think the misdirection would have been a little bit better if they had shown more about, like, this, where you can have these heightened senses. Although, granted, this did happen before that confrontation, so just because we didn't watch it at that time doesn't mean the average person wouldn't have. I don't remember. It could have been both. It could have been either. I don't know. Let's also not forget that Eris gets a lot of practical experience during her Demon Continent journey, so that probably, most of her growth probably happened there. Even though Ghislaine is an important part of her learning, you know, she kind of goes from good to great under Ruijerd, and not just because of his teaching skills, but because of the situation she found herself in.
見つけたわ。こっちよ。
何ですか？何か見つかったんですか？
I actually, now that I'm rewatching this, I'm noticing a nice little touch, the fact that Eris hears two swords clanking together. So, alright, see ya, Eduardo. Thanks for dropping by. But, I do like how Eris hears the swords clashing, where it's like, hey, you realize now that once you see later they're fighting, so she hears them fighting other people, as opposed to, you know, you'd hear sword against that. Hello, Hatsune Miku. I assume you're not that Hatsune Miku, but welcome regardless. But yeah, Eris hears actual fighting as opposed to, you know, killing a monster. So it's a nice little touch that I didn't realize on my first watch.
人よ、向こうにいるわ。
どうやって？
気配を探ったのよ。
それも先生に習ったんですか？
そうよ。
すごいんですね。
Yeah, and Thomas, I do agree with that as well. Ruijerd's fighting style is pretty much the it's not entirely unlike Ghislaine's. Ghislaine had a bit more of an academic style, but Eris is kind of the person who kind of needs. She's like a big ball of raw talent that needs to kind of be forcefully molded into a sharp point. So she just. I think Eris consistently throwing herself against Ruijerd in these sparring sessions, fighting somebody who is significantly better than her, like that really is what she needed to really improve, at least up to the point of where she goes to the Sword Sanctum.
うん、そうね。ルーデウスはすごいわね。伏せて。
エリスさん、あの鎧は神殿騎士団ですよ。
Yeah, and this is also another interesting moment, just because the anime hasn't gotten into all the nuances of the Millis conflict at this point. That'll be for much later on. But at this point, Cliff, I don't know how much he's been taught about the different factions in Millis at this stage in the game. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's kind of used everyone. They've probably been told that everyone is kind of on the side of the current administration, the current pope, and that it's kind of a fringe group of radicals who are trying to overturn everything. So he probably still views the Temple Knights as fundamentally good and moral people. So the fact that, again, he's seeing people he looks up to and respects fighting these other people who's been kind of taught are good people, that's another thing that kind of throws off his entire perception of the world. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Cliff at least knows that the reformists exist, that the rebellious side of things do exist. I don't know if he was taught that the scale to which they exist, whether he knows that they are as substantial of a threat as they actually are. I think he's been made aware that they're a thing, that he should be careful of them, but not that there's actually like a serious power struggle there. Yeah. And of course, and also this cast, yeah, he knows that the Blessed Child is there. He probably doesn't really understand that they're political rivals at this point. Because again, let's not forget, Cliff is like 10 years old. He's very sheltered. I don't know that he is really appraised of the situation yet. And again, yeah, and he's probably been like hardcore indoctrinated into the religion to the point where he's not ready to be shown a lot of the nuances of what's going on, how different factions are fighting one another. He's probably still pushing that core foundation, and then later they're going to kind of introduce the enemies in a sense. And I will say it's also pretty cool because I'm pretty sure that there is Therese, which she's a very fun character. I mean, I'm very excited to when she comes back because I don't know, I really like her character as being kind of the rebellious sister who eventually kind of locks in and kind of finds her purpose within the societal structure she was initially rejecting, and also that she's a genuinely good person who happens to be fighting on the side of the anti-demon faction. It is kind of neat. Oh, is he? Okay. 13 to 14? Okay. I mean, I think my point still stands at that point where he's still quite young. Even though he's almost an adult by Mushoku Tensei standards, you know, he's still an early teenager. He still doesn't really know. He's not right in the right frame of mind to properly start learning about these things.
何をする気ですか、エリスさん。どう見てもやばいですよ。あの子は次期強行候補と言われている。
My guess would be, and this is of course just a complete guess, I wouldn't be surprised if when Therese returns, they do mention that they had that interaction. It's like, oh, you're the one who saved the blessed child, and that might be like how they kind of bring things back, or they might just be, they might just kind of find another way for them to kind of have their interaction and develop a friendship from there, or a bond or something from there. And also, when it comes to Rudy, when he returns there, let's not forget, they have a familial connection there, so they can utilize that.
ってことは、あの黒ずくめはきっとミース教皇お抱えの暗殺集団です。手だれ揃いです。いくら僕でも勝ち目はありません。ここは気づかれないようにやり過ごしましょう。
無駄よ。もう気づかれてるわ。あんたはそこで隠れてるといいわ。
I also really like this scene because it shows that when there's like a real threat, you know, Eris loses all that little childlike aspect of herself and completely locks in. Mm-hmm. I will also say, this is like one of the first times we see Eris in a real serious fight against other humans. So we can actually just see how good she's gotten. And of course, she just, cleaves the guy in half. And in my opinion, the choreography of this fight scene is some of the best that we've seen so far.
気をつけろ。そいつらの担当には毒が塗ってある。
That's possible. It could be the fact that that's why it was pushed into an OVA. It's also possible that they didn't want to interrupt the flow of what was going on before, because while this is a cool scene, and this is also, this entire thing does a lot story-wise, let's not forget that the focus was kind of on Rudy and Paul, and that it could have potentially broken up the pacing in a way that they were trying to avoid. I mean, it's possible, but also knowing what happens a lot later on in the series, they're kind of have to accept that death is going to happen, that people are going to die violently. That's it's not going to be entirely avoidable as the series goes on, even though they have been kind of softening a lot of the edges of from the books for the anime. At some point, they're just going to have to kind of accept that people are going to die on screen, because, you know, shit only escalates as time goes on. And that's awesome too. I don't know. Overall, this fight scene is, yeah, and that's also true. She is definitely softened up. A lot of yeah. And again, let's not forget even Rudy's degeneracy from early on. That was like very much softened up. Like his worst aspects were kind of turned from total degenerate to just mostly degenerate. Like they completely ignored the fact that he was a full-on lolicon before he died, and how that was like it was a part of how he kind of viewed things, just because his mind had gotten to the point where he would the way I described it in my Volume 1 video was that Rudy would fuck anything with a pulse, and the pulse might be optional. So that's kind of where his mind was at that point. And I'm actually still really annoyed that they didn't adapt the best line from Volume 1, which was, "What the hell had I even done wrong? All I did was skip out on my parents' funeral so I could spank it to uncensored lolly porn." The funniest scene in the entire series. The funniest line in the entire series. And they just didn't include it in the anime. And, like, I get why they didn't, but it's disappointing either way. I'll also say, I'm wondering if they're also going to soften when Darius comes back later on in the series, because, you know, at the moment he's just kind of, they're actually building him up a little bit more than they did in the book at this point in the series. Like, he's more of a feature than he was in the books. But when he comes back as kind of a minor antagonist, I wonder if they're going to include the noble girl he captured, because that was, like, really, like, you don't see any details, but it was, like, very dark learning what he did. I'm wondering if they're going to include that in the same capacity, because that really just highlights a lot of how he is. Yeah, and that's, again, that's another level of Cliff becoming a simp, because, you know, at the first part, he started out respecting the fact that she kicked his ass, and now he actually sees her in action, and he's just like, holy shit, she is actually so much better than I gave her credit for. And he's still not quite able to process it. It's very funny. Oh. Oh, okay. But it was censored in the Western release? Okay, I'll have to take a look to see if I can find it after the stream, because, I mean, I don't know if the website that because I got this not from an official source, allegedly. I allegedly got this from a certain streaming service that may or may not have gotten the license to stream this. So I don't know if the version I downloaded was the censored version, or if it was the original. But I mean, I imagine you can tell me when we watch episode 0 if it includes the part that was censored. If not, I'll look into it on my own time. Actually, before I do that, I really need to use the bathroom. I was trying to wait until the end of the OVA to take the break, but I just, not an option. And again, I just didn't have the time to do the BRB screen. Next week for sure, I'll make that happen. Be right back. All right, I am back. And yeah, so again, I don't actually know a whole lot about the site I used. It's just, I kind of have a, the way I do it is I used to have a couple of sites that I would use as my go-tos, but one of them got taken down. So I just found a website that's kind of a repository of a bunch of different ones. And Oh, Darius's playtime with his assassin. The version I watched kind of alluded to it, where she was sitting on his lap during the what was, basically the strip club. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll have the answer to that question sooner or later anyway.
私は神殿騎士団のテレーズ・ラトレイヤと申すものです。冒険者とお見受けしますが、名前を伺っても。
私はエリ。デッドエンドのルイジェルド。こう見えてもスペルド族よ。
スペルド。
And I like this moment here because we don't really know much about Therese just yet. But we do know that, later when we learn that she's Rudy's aunt and all that, we know she's a fundamentally good person who also happens to be fighting for the anti-demon faction of things. So even though she also just shows herself to not be really personally prejudiced against demons at all. So she's just an interesting mix of personality traits.
そうですか。わかりました。
そういえば私迷ってたのよ。助けたお礼は帰り道を教えてくれればいいわ。
それならこのテレーズが前例を持って帰り道を誘導させていただきましょう。では参りましょうか。
Yeah, and I will say also that blessed child, I know she's not really like a character yet, but I do really like her part in the story in the Return to Millis arc, which I know the anime hasn't gotten to it yet, so anime onlys aren't going to really know, but I do really like what her character ends up doing later on.
待ってください。僕もいますよ。
何よその格好。
これは気にしないでください。
まあいいわ。行きましょう。
はい。
Yeah, so okay, so yeah, that now that I'm thinking about it, this this point is definitely making me rethink my initial thoughts. Like when I first watched this, I thought he had the helmet on because he was kind of scared, but then I realized, oh, he actually probably does recognize the people and he doesn't want them to know who he is, even though his voice and his stature kind of tip him off. And the fact that he has his wand. Yeah, but that's... I know this part wasn't in the books, but man, seeing him get interrupted by Ruijerd, who's just like, of course, trying to kill a child is like exactly what you don't want Ruijerd to see you doing.
デッドエンドのルイジェルトだ。
デッドエンド？なぜお前があいつらの味方をする？あいつらは魔族排斥派だぞ。
味方ではない。
なら俺たちの方につけ。現教皇様は魔族との共存を望む。
Yeah, and I also do like this because it just kind of goes to show a lot of these factions in this Millis conflict. There's, of course, the people who want to use it for selfish ends, but I think there's also a lot of people on both sides of this conflict who, like, I think this guy genuinely views what he's doing as the moral thing to do, and that, like, killing the blessed child is just one unfortunate aspect of what he has to do to ensure that there can be a peaceful future. Of course, Ruijerd is not going to accept that because, you kill a kid, that's kind of... Ruijerd doesn't like that very much, but... Like, I think this guy seems to be genuine in what he's saying. And he is kind of lucky he died right there, because Ruijerd would have killed him otherwise. Like, 100%. Yeah, and also I do like how Eris seems to really like kids. Like she doesn't seem like, of the three wives, she seems like the least likely to be good with kids, but she also is the one who seems to care about them the most and get excited when she interacts with them. So like, you know, the little kid thanking her like gets her spirits up. I like that. It's cute.
よし私たちもここで解散ね
エリスさん結婚してください
はあ絶対に嫌よ
Yeah, and again, that's just another thing about Cliff, where I do like how we see him slowly start to kind of get a perspective on things and understand, you know, that he's not as special as he thinks he is, that he's not, the world doesn't work the way he thinks he is, that he is kind of being a bit of an asshole at first, and then he softens up, gets a little bit better. I like how they don't just have him completely learn his lesson yet, where he still views himself as on this pedestal, where, you know, it's something that he's going to have to work through over the course of several years. I do like that. Yeah, that's true. Eris can do far worse than say no.
どうしてですかこの天才魔術師の休校を断るなんてまさかルーデウスとかいう先生とルーデウスというのはどういう人なんですか
And I do like his thought process here, because how he's kind of right and kind of wrong, where like they're not actually together at this point, but they are kind of in that halfway point where they are expecting that they will be together in the future, just because of the 5-year promise that they made, and also the fact that they do end up together eventually anyway. So he's kind of right and wrong at the same time, which I kind of like.
ルーデウスはすごいのよ魔術を無影響で出せるんだから
無影響そんな人いるわけないですよ仮にいたとしても僕ほど魔術を使いこなせるわけがない
あんた以上に使えるわルーデウスは水星級魔術師なんだから私より背は小さいけどこの間だって北西に一人で勝ったのまあそれは聞いた話で
And of course, you know, Eris gets excited when she's talking about Rudy. That's always adorable, but I think this is actually like a really important moment for Cliff, because even though he hasn't met Rudy at this point, he hears about Rudy and she's actually giving him concrete things about him, where he is a saint class water mage. He's a water saint. He fought a North Saint. He's able to do all these things that just definitively put him on a level above Cliff. And at this point, Cliff was in denial beforehand of, hey, Eris, she likes this guy, but like, you know, I'm special. I'm talented. I can't, people aren't better than me. And then he's getting these explicit examples of somebody who is, at least in the ways that matter to him, better than him. And that's, again, one of the things that knocks him down a peg, makes him completely recontextualize his entire existence, and is the catalyst for him eventually getting a handle on things and growing up and becoming a better mage in the process.
見てたわけじゃないんだけどでも絶対あっという間に倒したわねだってルーデウスだもの
僕だって一人や二人くらい
Yeah. Yeah, and also I think at this point, Cliff is starting to see a lot of what Rudy sees in Eris, where he's actually like seeing her happy, excited, and it's like, wow, that's something that really resonates with him.
そろそろ帰りますね
And of course, he's starting to realize, like, holy shit, I might not be all that I've built myself up to be. And again, let's not forget, also, aside from that, his world has just been kind of turned upside down because he realizes the political conflict is a lot more complex than he was probably led to believe. So he realizes, hey, the people who I viewed as good, you know, they tried to kill a child. What's going on with this? And I'm also not as good as I thought I was. And that, again, that is the kind of the thing that makes him have to approach the world in a different way.
あそう じゃあね。ルイゼルド、あなたもどこか行ってたの？
少し用事があってな。
それよりも聞いて。さっきね、オブに倒しに行った
And of course, once all that is done, she immediately brings her her childish personality comes back. Great character stuff here. Yeah, and I do like that shift right there to the what's it's clearly Cliff going over the things in his memories with the piano music and the filter that makes it a very clear, like the vignette kind of aesthetics. And like I do like how they're showing without telling how Cliff is just running through everything he's experienced in his mind, how his entire world got shifted. And you are right, Cliff kind of like that's one way that Rudy and Cliff kind of have together, is that despite not realizing it at first, both of them are actually like kind of really into strong women, like excessively strong women, because and Cliff's almost kind of having his awakening in that regard, whereas it's something I remember because, again, for those who don't know, I did make a video on the first volume of Mushoku Tensei that was like, and the video was like 5 hours long, so a lot of that stuff is still in my head because it was just a big part of what I thought of for the course of several months. But I remember Rudy in that book was talking about how he prefers a girl who's, not super confident in herself, who would, have some sort of need for him. Like that, he wanted kind of the stereotypical submissive housewife type. And then I remember thinking that was funny in the moment, just because I know he ends up with, the first person he ends up really falling for is Eris, who is, I said, to describe her as confident would be an understatement. But then he also builds Sylphie and Roxy up to the point where they are very strong people by the end of the series as well, and he completely falls head over heels for them as well. And so that Rudy kind of has a type, and he doesn't even realize he has that type. And he and Cliff are kindred spirits in that regard. But also, I think that's also not part of what a wider thematic thing that Mushoku Tensei tends to do, where, again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of character arcs that kind of meant to sort of parallel Rudy. And I think Cliff is almost like, what if Rudy lived this privileged upbringing and was built up in the same way? Like, he might have been a bit of an arrogant asshole, kind of like Cliff was. And, and I mean, obviously it's not a one-to-one, but again, exploring like, what if Rudy, what if characters go through a similar thing to Rudy? Like, how do they start out as kind of a bottom feeder in one way or another, and how they eventually grow out of that? Yeah, exactly. Cliff was able to recognize Elenalise's qualities, as opposed to just kind of being blinded by the fact that she was hot and would have slept with him if he just asked. Like, again, that was something he didn't even think of, and the fact that he actually like respected her as a person, and that's the angle he approached her from. And again, and of course, Elenalise was absolutely touched by the fact that somebody would be interested in her for her as opposed to her body, and that kicked off their relationship.
大変でございます。クリフ様の教鞭を取られていた先生方が先ほど倒れられたそうでございます。何でも流浪魔族の狂人にやられたとか。この件で大司教派と揉めるのは避けられそうにありませんね。
Okay, so yeah, and of course we see Cliff, like, you can tell he's been kind of stewing over all this stuff, where like it doesn't even react to the fact that his teachers are dead. And that does show also he does have some understanding of the political conflict. I still don't know if how much of what's going on he really understands, just because part of me still wants to say that he's been kind of taught where, everyone is still kind of a follower of Millis, and that, some people might be misled or misguided. I don't know. It doesn't matter a whole lot, but... And I do like how they bring it back to this scene where they connect it to where it is in the story, so they can see like, oh, this is where they kind of bring things back together. Welcome back, Alan. Yeah, and it's also it gives this scene a lot more context, where you can see, like, in the original scene when we saw it in the main series, we saw, she's all excited to talk about her day, and then she sees Rudy upset and immediately pivots, and like that's what she cares about. And then you realize when she actually, we see things from her perspective, she actually had like a significant thing that happened to her. She fought these assassins, did all this stuff. Like it's actually like something that would make sense that anyone would want to start talking about. But then again, she sees Rudy hurt and is like, that doesn't fucking matter. Rudy's hurting. What's wrong? How can I fix it? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's like a key part of her character, is where she is able to tunnel vision, but like not in a negative way. Where when something is important to her, everything else ceases to be important. Like, this is a reveal later, but not like really a spoiler. There comes a time when Eris actually does learn that Rudy has been isekai'd. Like she learns that he has been reincarnated, and she just gives negative fucks about it. She doesn't even bring it up. She doesn't care. So it's just, again, she learned like one of the most shocking things you could learn about somebody, and she's like, you know what? It doesn't impact anything. Doesn't change any of my views. It's still Rudy either way. And then, of course, when she eventually learns how much she hurts him at the end of season 1, she learned just how bad it was. That's what she even, like, freaked out about. I think she did. I mean, the way they were in the conversation, because she essentially was in the room when a conversation was happening about Rudy's reincarnation. I mean, it was explained in words that she would understand. Like, again, she is single-minded, simple-minded in many ways, but she's not stupid, so... Yeah, I always say she's not stupid, she's just a little dumb. But yeah, it was explained in terms she would understand. And it was just, again, something that didn't even turn her head because she just didn't care. Okay, and that was Eris the Goblin Slayer. I like that a lot. It was pretty good. Like, I think the season still works without it, but it does add a lot of extra stuff, and it does set up Cliff for the future. I think it's... I do think it is a good way of introducing Cliff. Yeah, basically. I don't remember the specifics of what happened in that scene, what she actually said, but I just remember that to her, that was just almost like a fun fact about Rudy, not something that changes the core person that she's fallen in love with. Okay, and so I will also say, now we're moving on to season 2, episode 0. This is the other OVA. I know, again, bit of a time jump, but that's where we are now. That's what we're watching, because I didn't want to just watch like one episode of season 2, because episode 0 is kind of outside of that. But yeah, when we do episode 0, season 2 next week, I'm just gonna actually like go right into season 2 as opposed to. Which is why I decided not to do any of the main season 2 stuff this week. But I will say, this right here... Yeah, again, I may or may not have found this on a certain website that does not necessarily have a license to publish this. So that is may or may not be how I found it, but yeah. So one thing is, I did not know how much I would have to say about episode 0 until I realized early on that, holy shit, I'm going to have a lot to say. So, and I mean, if you want to watch it without a filter, I mean, I am multi-streaming. Those other two do not, the other two sites I have do not have a filter, just because the only reason I have it here is because, again, I would have to deal with so many copyright claims if I did. And the way it kind of works with visual copyright claims is they block the video, and I would have to go through the entire fighting process to get rid of it. And if I and the only way to deal with it without actually fighting it would be to trim the sections that are claimed out entirely, and that wouldn't really work. If I could blur it, I would, but it's just not an option, so I have to kind of do that. But so episode 0 is, I believe it's another adaptation of an extra chapter at the end of a one of the volumes. But I really found this fascinating because of the different ways they framed it. And this goes back to a lot of what we were talking about in previous streams of how different mediums have different strengths and weaknesses. And one thing is with visual mediums is that certain things can't be quite as ambiguous, where you have to actually see something. It can't just be explained. Oh, is it okay? It's 4 extra chapters over several. Yeah, that sounds a lot more right. Because I do remember all these things happening in the books, but the interesting thing I found is because in the books, they don't reveal that Fitz is Sylphie at this point. Fitz is just, and you don't even know that Fitz is a girl at this point. They're just explaining it as if he was a boy who was caught up in the Fitoa displacement event. So the fact that this is Sylphie is kind of hidden from the reader. However, it's explicitly shown here. So that puts these scenes in a completely different frame. Where, for example, when Ariel invites Fitz into her bed, in the books, that's meant to be, he's like really uncomfortable. And the idea is like, oh, this is, this woman is inviting me to bed. And she's teasing, and that's what makes it uncomfortable. The fact that it's Sylphie just completely changes the dynamic there. And that's something you don't realize until later on in the books. So it is interesting how they decided to handle it, where they actually took it from a place of revealing explicitly that this is Sylphie. And I will say Ariel is also another character that I really like, and how, like, of all the characters, she's the one who plays the political game the most. And I agree, it kind of was necessary. There wasn't really a way they could do it otherwise, but it is still an interesting stylistic decision. And hello, Alan. That's true. In the start, Sylphie and Fitz were considered as if they were different people. And yeah, exactly. That's the entire thing. But I found that very interesting just on a writing level. But with Ariel, I do really like her because she does play the political game and makes it kind of her entire existence. But she's also you can tell she's a good person deep down. And I think this OVA actually humanizes her a lot. They show a lot of how, Sylphie becomes like the one person she can confide in. But I don't know. I know that later on she kind of grows into making everything about her political ambitions, being willing to sacrifice things on a personal level for the good of her goals. And I think the thing that really highlights how she functions the most is in a scene way, way later in the series, thank you for the follow, Alan. But much later on in the series, well past where the anime has gotten at this point, without saying exactly what the scenario is, because that would kind of be a spoiler, but there's like a series of what ifs of where we see what would have happened had Rudy pursued different love interests throughout the course of the series. And one of the people it examines is Ariel. Like, what would happen if Ariel and Rudy ended up together? And one of the things is, Ariel starts out by kind of just, Rudy's basically a figurehead because he's important, but he doesn't really have to do much of anything. And Ariel just kind of marries him for political reasons and just kind of lets him do whatever he wants for a while. So he fucks around for a while, but then eventually he realizes, he falls in love with Ariel and just kind of stops sleeping around and just sleeps with her and kind of becomes a lot more of a dedicated husband. And then the thing is, she always tells him that she loves him. And part of his mental process at that moment is thinking where he cannot tell if Ariel truly loves him or not. He realizes she is doing all the things that someone who loves me would do, but I know that she's just so good that I wouldn't be able to tell if she was faking it. And he just kind of accepts that. He's like, and you know what? It's almost kind of the same result either way. It's like, as much as he would have liked to know, he just kind of has to accept that he doesn't know. And that kind of, I think, shows a lot of how Ariel is, where she plays the game so completely that you a lot of times can't even tell when she's being genuine, even though she is a good person at her core. So I think it's a very interesting character. I don't know if I would call her a sociopath, just because I think she has, she's just at the point where it's not that she doesn't care about the people around her. It's that she realizes she's in a position where she wants to accomplish certain things. And she kind of has to be this manipulative person in order to have a chance at succeeding. Because I think a lot of what she does is actually very noble. It's just she knows that everyone else around her is also playing the political game, constantly maneuvering and manipulating. And she realizes if she wants to have a chance in this realm, she has to be the same way. And it's not like when it comes to the words not coming. Oh, yeah. As we'll see kind of in the beginning here, she is playing the game at the start, but not to the same degree, where she kind of seems to be content with the idea of, just living as an aristocrat, as a noble. She doesn't really want power. She plays the game just to secure her own position. But beyond that, she doesn't really care. And they also do kind of tone down her deviancy at this point. In the books, she is much more of definitely a bit of a sexual predator, where they joke about it in this scene, but in this OVA, but in the books, she's like, one of her hobbies is to use her position of power to sleep with the maids and know that they can't really say no. So that was kind of how she functions with things. And eventually her mindset completely changes and she's like, I'm going to be the leader. I'm going to do good with my position. So yeah, I don't think she's a full-on sociopath, but yeah, I can believe it. I haven't read the web novels, but I can definitely believe that Ariel was probably worse. And I mean, one of the things is that a lot of yeah, I can kind of see that being a thing. Like I can imagine the way they kind of show it here, and I imagine it was the same in the books, is that Sylvie was kind of one of the things that kind of kickstarted her into changing her perspective on things. So yeah, I can imagine that, assaulting Sylvie was almost like something she would have wanted to do, but it's something that she kind of would have realized is a little bit too far. But I mean, the thing about Mushoku Tensei is, one thing that Ryujin has explicitly stated in the past is that he takes a lot of inspiration from the Rance series. And I feel like Ariel, at least early Ariel, has a lot of similarities to Princess or Queen Leah from the Rance series, where Leah in that series starts out as like a sadistic sexual predator, basically, where she uses her position of power to kidnap and torture women, until Rance does Rance things to her. and she ends up falling for him totally. So later Leah and later Ariel are two different characters, but I do think early Ariel was based on early Leah, and early Leah was way worse than Ariel. Just way worse. So it doesn't surprise me that Ariel might have been even worse in the web novels. Oh, I mean, I'm specifically talking about the games. As far as the animated versions of Rants, I've only seen the 90s OVA, the one with Saboku no Guardian. I haven't seen the Rants 01 adaptation yet, although that's on my to-do list. You are more correct than you probably intend to be. In some sense, he does have the ability to cure certain things. I don't know if you've played Kichikuo Rants, but in that there's one like side thing where there's a village that's, everybody's green, they got a pandemic. Then Rants finds out that you can cure them by having sex with them. So that's how he ends up solving that particular epidemic and saving all their lives, is by just fucking the entire village and getting his men to fuck everyone. Like it's a whole thing.
それで色は何色でしたか？
綺麗なピンク。
And I do like the misdirection of this scene at first, where they're, they sound like they're talking about flowers, but then you'll realize they're talking about nipples.
私はやはり、綺麗な桜色がずんと上を向いているのが好きですね。
アリエル様、しかしながら内側に畳まれたものもそれはそれでよろしく。
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to Rants, the different games, I mean, all the different games have different gameplay systems. I will say the very early Rants games were not that good gameplay wise. Although I will say the remakes, I think 01 and 03 are pretty good. 03 is a lot better than 01, but yeah, the first up to Rants 4 and Rants 4.1 and 4.2, the gameplay wasn't great. But Kichikuo Rants was, I think, very good. Sengoku Rants definitely is almost like a more fleshed out version of Kichikuo. And then, of course, Rants 6 is, I think, a pretty solid JRPG. And then, everything post 5D is pretty good. Let's see, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Ariel being full-on degenerate and having a connection with Sylphian, that's kind of what reorients her. I do think that is kind of exactly what her character needs. So, yeah, because, I mean, and that's also yet another parallel to Rudy, because Rudy's whole thing early on is that he ends up pushing things too far with somebody, hurting them, and then having basically a moral epiphany because of it.
まあ、ルークは陥没しているものもいいというの？
自分は大きければそれでよいかと。
ルークは風情がありませんわね。
Yeah, but yeah, like this here, right here, again, it's funny that she's joking about nipples with her subordinates, but also it's like, it really doesn't showcase the fact that she actually is exploitative of people at this point. So that it, like, when she actually does lock in, focus, and decide to grow, it's like a really important thing for her. Yeah, I do think a lot of nuance is gone with Ariel not taking advantage of people early on, because she is like the spoiled rich brat. And and I agree, Alan, with the their dynamic in the books is very good. I really like how they end up having that confusing bond. But yeah, it's and I definitely agree with the idea that her edges have been smoothed way too much. Like, again, just so much of what she becomes loses its impact if you don't see what she was before. And it's almost the same kind of thing with Lilia, where you don't realize how emotionally broken she is, so that the moments where she does let her walls down and either be sad or be loving, they don't have the same impact as they do in the books.
ア リエル様、あなたはこれからこの国の王になられるお方。つまらぬ風聞や式場で敵を作るのは好ましくありません。
あのねデリック、あなたいつもそう言うけれど、私は第二王女なのよ。兄上が2人、姉上が1人。
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like a lot of what I think makes Mushoku Tensei really good is that it does show people at their worst, at their most toxic, and just kind of explores how they navigate the world moving from that. Like almost everybody kind of has their edges softened. But yeah, the female characters especially also have that. And, you know, I don't think it completely destroys their character work, but it does make it a lot less effective than I think it could have been. The way I think it was in the light novels.
しかし、
Although, again, I can't speak between the web novel and the light novel just because I have not read the web novels. And also, just from the bits I've seen of the web novels, the translation doesn't seem nearly as good. And I just kind of don't want to read that. So, but, you know, if the web novels ever get like a better translation, I'll definitely check them out.
私はこうしてお茶を飲み、好きなように生きていくだけで十分。
I will also say a nice little joke right there. We see Luke there talking about how if the size is ample enough, that's all I care about. That's another little, that was another running gag from the books where the Grey Rats tend to like big tits. And that one of the jokes is that Luke mentions that he would never go after Sylphie, even though he respects her, he likes her. The fact that she has small tits is just like disqualifies her in his eyes. And he almost kind of views Rudy as strange for actually 2 of his 3 wives having smaller chests. It was a funny moment from the books, and I like how they kind of hinted at it here. And I really like the camera work in this scene. I think it's pretty neat. Well, I mean, yeah, that's also true. It's like you do kind of have to separate between adaptations just because just due to pragmatic reasons, you always kind of have to change things from one to another. It's just an unfortunate reality of how different mediums function. So I think that's smart for him to say, yeah, just completely separate them. It makes it less annoying when it changes something, essentially. Although I can still complain when it's relevant. And I will say, this is also a really nice moment because it does show how good Sylphie is with magic. Because that's something the anime hasn't really shown too much yet. We can see her learning back all the way in the early parts of season 1. Like, we see she's getting better. But one thing they mentioned in the book at the end of volume 1 is that when Paul knocks Rudy out and ships him away, Sylphie shows up, freaks out, and launches an intermediate tier spell at Paul silently. And I remember, and Paul was like taken aback. He's like, why the fuck are you teaching another child how to do that? So, and like, it just shows that even at that early age, Sylphie is very, very strong. And of course, she would have gotten, through practice, even stronger. I think it was 3 years later, or no, it was, 3 years later is when the displacement event happened. So in that time, she would have gotten even stronger. So the anime doesn't really show how strong she was getting. I like how this kind of rectifies that. It's like, even freaking out, she's able to compose herself enough to not only survive the fall, but to kill this big monster that just killed a royal bodyguard. And also, it's a big moment for Ariel because, you know, she faces... I know that assassination attempts are a common thing she deals with, but I think the few events we see here are probably the closest she's come to dying up to this point, where... I mean, granted, this was not an assassination attempt. This was just a monster going berserk. But again, it killed one of her bodyguards. It also might be the first time she's lost somebody she really cares about, because she did care about Derek. And then also there's the assassin later on in the episode, where, like, if Sylphie wasn't there, Ariel would have died. So this might be also part of what's kind of changing Ariel's mindset on things, realizing, oh shit, I can't just kind of coast through life like I planned. And we also can't forget that at this point, Sylphie, this is her first, like, practical experience with magic, not just practicing. Like, she really kicked a lot more ass than it even seems like she did, and is already impressive. And of course, from a viewer's perspective, we're all happy to see Sylphie again, because Sylphie's great. Of course, I am a Sylphie supremacist, so I really like Sylphie. I think she's the best of the three, so I might be a little biased there.
夢ではありません。
ここは
アスラ王宮です。
Yeah, and again, I this is another reason why I kind of am annoyed that they don't show how exploitative Ariel can be up until this point, because I think it would come across as a lot creepier if you know just how much of okay, that's a good pun. Okay, milfy. But yeah, but I think Ariel being shown to be as exploitative as she is earlier on, like she is even in the light novels, which I know she was softened for the light novels, but even then she was shown to take advantage of people sexually. I think that having that context would make this scene so much more uncomfortable, because you can tell that she's putting on an act and that she might have nefarious things going on, and it might tease that she might be trying to take advantage of Sylphie sexually, which, again, that's something she kind of considers in the web novels, but not the I mean, she does blackmail Sylphie, but it doesn't hit quite the same, because you don't see just how much of a degenerate Ariel really is at this point in the story.
あなたはどこから来たのですか？
ブエノ村。
どうしてここに？
わかんない。いきなり空の上にいて。
フィットア領は消滅した。
And actually, the more I think about it, the more I think that a lot of Ariel's behavior, just from not having that context, comes across completely different. Because we do see several points throughout here, this OVA, that Ariel does tease Sylphie quite a bit. It seems so much more playful without the context of Ariel being a sexual predator at this point. And we have a cat joining us.
あなたの故郷はもうありません。あなたの家族も友人も。
And I will say, this is also a pretty cold way of explaining things. Like, she's gonna have to do the reveal at some point, but oof, just as soon as she wakes up being like, yeah, like, everyone's probably dead.
探し出すのは困難でしょう。あなたの処遇についてですが、王宮への侵入について
And then, of course, immediately taking that to, you're gonna get punished.
これをつけて、私のそばにいれば、あなたの家族を探し出すと約束しましょう。大丈夫。私が力になります。
Yeah, because, I mean, and again, it's like, as much as her edges are softened here, I do like this scene a lot, just showing just how effectively manipulative Ariel can be. Even in this early stages, before she's really refined her ability to manipulate people, to play the political game, like even now she's very good at it.
今この瞬間から名前も姿も変えて。アリエル様、おはようございます。おはようございます。ルーク、フィッツ。
So again, I do have to mention, again, just I was fascinated when watching this the first time, just because of remembering from the books how they don't reveal that Fitz is Sylphie at this point. So it takes on a completely different dynamic when you actually know who it is. Like watching this for the first time is like reading it for the second time. So I do also get that there's not really any way they could have hidden it without completely changing her appearance, but yeah, I get that they were kind of forced into this direction, but I still find it very interesting. And it is a bit of a shame that it loses some of its replay value. Like in the books, rereading those sections with that additional context is like a completely new experience. The anime, it does that in a lot of ways, but not in this way, which I think was one of the most striking parts from the books.
気持ちのいい朝ですね。ルーク、本日の予定はどうなっていますか？
朝食の後、午前中は大広間で懇談会。午後からはいつも通りピレモン教との会合があります。
ピレモン教だなんて他人行儀な。あなたのお父様ではありませんか？
And I do like that moment there where it's kind of rewarding the people who've been paying attention up to this point, because I mean they didn't mention him a whole lot, but you know that you mentioned that Palamon is the head of the Notos Grey Rats, so which it was Philip who explained it to Rudy earlier on, so it was a minor thing, so a lot of people would have forgotten it by now, but yeah, I do like how they kind of hint at the connection in a way that people could put together at this point. Tomo Show, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, I'm big into Mushoku Tensei. Again, you're following me on Twitch, so you probably don't know, but I have some history with Mushoku Tensei on YouTube. So, and like, it's kind of been a bit of an obsession of mine since I read the books a while back. They've been on my mind ever since, and recently I've started streaming an analysis of the show. So I've been having a great time with that.
ピレモン教ではないですか。
これはアリエル様。午後からの会合。
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of get why people have issues with it, kind of. I mean, and a lot of it comes from my experience reading the books first and then watching the anime, although I haven't caught up with the anime yet. But I will say a lot of Rudy's issues is, a lot of Rudy's issues are not as well explored in the anime just because so much of the books is Rudy directly narrating everything, so you see his entire thought process in full context, which the anime just doesn't do. So a lot of his worse elements are played off for laughs in the anime, which you can still look past it, but it's harder to do so. And you have to do at least some of the work yourself. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of the uncomfortable scenes are Rudy at his worst, where you just don't see the full context necessarily, and then you have to put some stuff together where in the books it lays it out pretty explicitly. But yeah.
おやこれはアリエルにピレモン教
Yeah, and Thomas, I do agree with you that this next conversation has like a lot going on, and I also really like how what it does at this point in the story, where it just shows how much of a pit of vipers this entire, not just this location, but this entire social space is, where everybody is constantly trying to one up the other, but they can never really be overt about it, where they're all trying to get leverage, they're all trying to exert their power, and it's just like you can never let your guard down in this situation.
比べるお兄様
But you still have to pretend to like everyone.
惹かれてしまいましたか。実は本日のおやつは何にしましょうかと密談を。
Yeah. And especially, it's also got to consider that Ariel at this point still doesn't really have any significant political ambitions. And when she plays the game, it's at this point, it's still a little bit more with the interest of just self-preservation more than anything, where she knows she doesn't have a whole lot of political capital, and her entire thing is the fact that she's well-liked in general. So I think she's just kind of trying not to be pushed off to the side to the point where somebody can find it convenient to just get rid of her. And yes, that I 100% agree that the characters are the highlight of the entire series. And even just reading the books, there's so many parallels you can notice, so many connections that you can make. Eugene especially loves to introduce something and then make it relevant 10 books later. It's like the reason I got so obsessed with this series as a whole is when I read the books, it's one of those things where I read it, I'm like, I'm pretty knowledgeable about just writing and how stories kind of fit together and all the things that go into that. It's one of those things where I read Mushoku Tensei and I could almost immediately see that it was written by somebody who really is incredibly good at writing. Like there's a lot of things I like. There's not as many things that strike me as being as impressive as Mushoku Tensei. So that's what really drew me to the series. And welcome back, Alan. Oh, and I will say, Tomo, just you'll hear me responding to people who you can't see. Unfortunately, that's a Twitch TOS thing. I can't show combined chat on Twitch, or I could get banned. So I'll try to speak in a way that'll include you and anybody else who may be watching on Twitch. But unfortunately, I can't actually show you what's being said because Twitch is dumb.
木の実がたっぷりと乗った豪勢なケーキの魅力に目覚めたと聞き及んだのだが。
何をおっしゃいますのお兄様。そんなケーキ、私のような未熟者にはまだ似合いませんわ。
ピレモン卿、貴殿は。
Yeah, 100%. That the music is definitely a great thing that I have noticed about the series, the anime specifically, and that's one of the things that I have been latching on to. Music and color are the two things that I've really been noticing a lot, just because those are things you can't have in the books. But I remember noticing that when they first went to the Demon Continent, I noticed that the music completely shifted there, and that completely, because it definitely had more of a desert vibe to it, and that's how it's just something I've been appreciating as well. And yeah, Thomas, impressive is. I do have trouble explaining that it's not just a fun thing to read, but it's also just written with an incredible amount of skill. Like, again, there's a difference between those two things. Like, it's one thing, like I've mentioned that, like, Shakespeare, for example, has a lot of skill in his writing, but also his writing is not necessarily going to be for everyone in the modern day. It's the stories he writes are not necessarily what people are going to be interested in. But he also writes with an extreme level of skill to it, and that's kind of how I try to express what Mushoku Tensei is, but it's hard to really put that across, just because I have been known to like things that are not very well written. And this line is also very interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things I agree, Thomas, that it really it can have people can have interesting reactions to it. But I like this line right here because it's showing this guy exerting his power over Paimon and really like just doing it in a way that he knows that that's what he's doing. He's really crushing him under his boot, trying to put him in his place. But also you got to consider that from Paimon's perspective, while he is under this guy's boot in a sense, or he at least does not have the power to go up against him at this point in the story, you got to realize he's also in a position of power on a more localized level because he did kind of win his generation's Grey Rat competition, where they have their own political struggles, and whichever family kind of heads things, they get to kind of consolidate all the power. All the younger generations of men get to live with and be raised by that household. And he won that struggle. So he's kind of juggling his position of power with his relative weakness, which I think is really neat. And it's just another layer of things that I think is exciting.
そんなこともございましたでしょうかね。貴殿もいい年だ。そろそろ木の実を誰に譲るかぐらい自分で決めても良いのではないか。それはもうグラーベル殿下の他にはおりません。それなら良いのだ。アリエル、今度またあの綺麗な歌声を聞かせてくれよ。お前が表舞台に立つのは Yeah, and that last line too, singing is the only reason you need to take to the public stage. Where, yeah, he's basically saying to her again, know your place. And it's also just interesting because at this point, Ariel again doesn't really have any strong political ambitions. She just kind of wants to not be killed, essentially. But she kind of has to play the political game just to maintain her own position, even. And she knows there's no real way to convince people that she's not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing about Ariel, where they hint at it, but they don't really go into it here, is that despite Ariel not having a lot of political capital on her own, due to her being the younger sibling, where she has, I think they mentioned she has like 2 or 3 older brothers and an older sister, so they not only have the seniority as far as the royal lineage goes, but also she has they have had years ahead of her to build their own political base, to the point where she's at a disadvantage there. So she's playing on hard mode basically. Yeah. So she's behind all these other people. So she doesn't have really any political capital on her own, but she's also really well liked by the commoners. Like the people themselves like her. And that's kind of the one thing she has to harp on. I mean, she has to really hold on to is the fact that the common folk love her, and that's one of the things that she uses to protect herself, because yeah, she just doesn't have a base with which to challenge anyone or protect herself directly. 不気味だな。アリエル様の動きですかな。それだけではない。なんと言ったか、エルフの妙なメガネの。無言のフィッツですね。笑うところは愚か、話すところさえ誰も見ておりません。
体が左右に揺れているぞ。立ちっぱなしで足に来ているのだろうが耐えろ。そして視線は常にアリエル様だ。
Yeah, and I also do like this little bit here of Sylphie having to learn to become, the type of person who can be Ariel's bodyguard, because you got to remember she's like she's basically, at this point she's still a child, but she's also just like a country girl who got thrown into this position. So she's trying to navigate everything. Everything's very unfamiliar to her. So it really does set the stage for how she is when everyone kind of reunites in Renoa, where she has kind of been molded into this more professional person who is a lot more confident than she was when she last left Rudy. So that's because like one thing I've always been saying a lot of is that each of Rudy's 3 wives ends up they have a core part of their
personality, of their character, that kind of starts out as a weakness, but then it kind of shifts and evolves over time to slowly end up becoming a strength. Whereas when with Sylphie, that's her attachment to people. That is how much she has like a vigorous loyalty and attachment to the people she cares about, the people she admires, to the fact that she will follow that person and sacrifice for that person without a second thought. At the beginning, it's with Rudy. It's because she protected her from the bullies. He taught her magic. He was her first friend. So she developed like a codependent attachment with him. And that was, it was born from a place of kindness, but it was also unhealthy. It was something that was, it's not, again, we're talking about like a 6 and 7 year old, that's not that bad, but it could definitely develop into something very unhealthy, which the books go into more than the anime does. But then she gets thrust into Ariel's service, and that kind of attachment and loyalty got kind of morphed into a deep sense of duty, and where she feels like this is something she needs to do. She needs to protect and be with Ariel out of because she develops a genuine friendship and respect for her. And she's like, I'm going to be by your side and uplift you because that is what is important to me. And then eventually when she gets back with Rudy, starts a family, then that kind of shifts into, I need to be the support that this family needs. So that it all came from that core of attachment and loyalty that goes from a weakness to a strength. And the other two girls do have a similar thing, just different. Like with Eris, it's her ability to, her stubbornness and her ability to kind of take action and to fight for what she believes in. But yeah, this is what Sylphie. I like how this is like showing her shifting from that initial weakness to starting to develop into a strength, whereas the books mostly kind of gloss over it because it happens in a couple of scenes throughout the course of the story, and we don't even realize that it's Sylphie at the time. And yeah, and like you were saying, Tomo, is this is the moment where she kind of has to first, not unlike Rudy and Eris, but she's kind of been thrust into an uncomfortable situation, and she's forced to grow up in a very short amount of time. And yes, also, yeah, it's definitely more of a male-focused story than a female-focused story. It's just, that's just kind of, a lot of isekai tends to do that, especially the well-written isekai, which I know is getting to be a bit of a minority here, but a lot of them, when they start out with the loser protagonists, they a lot of times go into the struggles of being a young man and what kind of, yeah. And yeah, that's also true. Women's romance tends to be very different. And yeah, a lot of, like if you read a book with Fabio on the cover, the male love interest tends to be a walking red flag.
これはヘルメス夫人、今日もお美しい。
まあルーク様ったらお父上のピレモン卿はお元気？
ええ、確かあちらに。少し外す。気を抜くなよ。
Yeah. And I know that we don't get to see a whole lot of Luke during this segment here. I mean, he's there, but he's like just kind of not really a full character at this point. But I do actually really like how his dynamic with Sylphie ends up kind of progressing, where he ends up being someone who really respects Sylphie, has no interest in, tends to be old Paul, I'll say, yeah. But yeah, but I do like how Luke and Sylphie kind of develop a mutual friendship and respect, although it's also again kind of been framed as he has no attraction to her just because of her tits, and he doesn't like, because he has the gray rat big boob preference, and it's played as a joke, but it also does effectively set the stage for what their relationship is, how it's like a strictly platonic one. Like we knew it was already going to be on Sylphie's end because she's still hung up on Rudy, but then he has no interest in her because of her proportions. But yeah, I do like how they kind of build into that dynamic, and that it, after Turning Point 4, when they kind of know what the end game of the series is, I'm deliberately trying not to give details to avoid spoiling the anime onlys, but when he starts having some conflicts with the main group because he can't quite accept how things are, that just adds another interesting layer to things that's highlighted by the fact that Sylphie does respect him so much, and how he respects Sylphie as well, and how they're at odds with one another. Because he doesn't respect Rudy as much as he respects Sylphie. Yeah, and of course, and this moment right here is also really great because it's highlighting again Sylphie's core insecurity, which, you know, she doesn't like being an outcast. Because remember, she bonded with Rudy so much because he was the one person who treated her kindly aside from her family, where, you know, she was accepted despite her differences. The fact that she was, I mean, we'll learn that she knows she's a quarter elf, and also but the rest of her isn't like all human either. It's some mix of human and beast man. And she, of course, had her green hair at the time, which is taboo. But now she's been, again, thrust into an uncomfortable scenario where she is the outcast because she's not noble born. She doesn't know the etiquette. And, of course, nobody's going to be, like, kind for real in this scenario anyway. So she's just very, very uncomfortable in the situation. And it's really weighing on her, eating at her. And I do really like this moment here. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was what kind of the soft implication was supposed to be, because you got to remember that, I mean, even Rudy first thought that she was a super at the time, because remember, Roxy was so insistent on, you got to watch out for the super, the green hair and the jewel, they'll eat you, they'll kill your family, all this stuff. And then when he first sees Sylphie, he stops for a second. It's like, holy shit, is this a fucking super? And then he realizes, oh no, she just has green hair. And he's able to kind of overcome that initial shock and get to know her for who she is as opposed to what she looks like. Which does, of course, serve as kind of the foundation for how he interacts with people later, and how when he does meet a super for real, he has that initial shock and then is willing to kind of examine the situation for what it is. And of course, she's just completely overwhelmed and has no idea. And again, I really... Yeah, oh yeah, she definitely has a panic attack here. She's completely overwhelmed by the scenario. And I do think this is a great way of showing her adjustment period. Because, I mean, I've mentioned that the fact that this scene had to take a different... I keep saying scene. I mean, this episode, this OVA, had to take a completely different direction because of just logistical reasons. They can't really hide that she's Sylphie at this point. So, but they're doing a lot with that, where they're showing a lot of the stuff that the books, by obfuscating who she is, they had to kind of skip over some of that or not be as direct with it. Now they're actually showcasing this adjustment period of how this new scenario is affecting her in ways that the books couldn't. So I do actually really appreciate that, being forced to take this different direction, they actually do quite a good job with it. They take the opportunity to explore things in a way the books couldn't. Yeah, exactly. That's again something I've mentioned a lot of when talking about the books, is that Ripujin was excellent at setting something up and showing, and then making it relevant much later on. And there are some points where that's explicit, where it's very obvious that's what he's doing, or once it gets paid off, it's obvious what he was doing. But this is something he does a lot of. He really had a lot of stuff like understood when he was writing the story. Like this series is, that's one of the things that impressed me so much, is that this series is so interconnected in ways you rarely see with such a long series. And I'm sorry, but give me 1 second. I have to use the bathroom. I will be right back in like a minute or two. All right, I am back. For some reason, my cat decided she was just going to lie down in the worst possible place, so that I had to jump over her to get through. She's a bit of a crazy cat, but let's get back to it. I hear Ariel singing.
兄上から歌のリクエストがございましたもので。
さすがは我が妹。ブラボー。
Yeah, and I do overall love this entire dynamic, especially this scene at the social gathering, just showing how every person is trying to just shift the pieces in their favor and are putting each other in certain scenarios where they have to act in certain ways to not break the veneer, even though all of them know that it's fake.
改めてアスラ王国の輝ける未来に乾杯。
相変わらずすごい人気ですね、アリエル様は。
And I will also say I'm a little bit mixed as far as how much they're showing Darius in the anime, because he exists in the books at this point. He's been shown to be a thing. A few things do kind of come together later when you realize that some of the events of the past might have been orchestrated by him, but I don't know. I'm mixed as a show as to whether they're the setup for him now, showing him to be a villain. I'm not sure if I like it or not. I imagine it's not going to affect my opinion too much either way, but I don't know if I like it. Because, I mean, and my frame of reference is when, in the books, when he ends up becoming a minor antagonist in something like book 17 or 8, something in that neighborhood. It's kind of like, oh, this guy who's been referenced so much, he's actually like, we knew he was not a good guy, but he's come back and now he's actually in a position to threaten things. And that was kind of exciting, like almost like a callback to this person who was played off as like a minor non-character. And then he comes back and like, oh shit, he's actually like a serious threat now. I liked that a lot. I imagine I'm going to like whatever the anime ends up doing with it, but yeah, still, it just leaves me with mixed feelings at the time. At the moment, I should say.
ごめんなさい。いいのよ、フィッツ。あなたは私の命の恩人なのだから。何かあれば必ず私とルークが助けるわ。だって私たちもうお友達みたいなものでしょ?
Yeah, that whole dynamic that's starting to arise between Ariel and Sylphie, where it's, I mean, part of it is Ariel knows how gifted Sylphie is in magic and how useful it would be to have her by her side, but she's also starting to really like the fact that there's somebody with her who is not entrenched in politics, so that she can actually kind of engage as a human with her. And yeah, we already knew that Darius was that way. But I mean, there's a difference between somebody being a bad person and being the villain, like somebody who is actually going to be a real threat. Because, like, I mean, I can only speak for myself here, but when I was reading the books, up until his return as an antagonist, I always kind of viewed him as just like an example of like the symptom of the evil that the aristocracy can produce. He was kind of just meant to be just the guy you point to as like, look how bad everything is. Yeah, like he's the kind of guy who has power and is willing to exploit it for selfish ends. And again, this is another thing I like about how the anime is handling this. The fact that we know this is Sylphie, so we can actually see a little bit more about what she's going through in these early stages shortly after the teleportation. Where you can see she's still dealing with a lot of the effects of what she's just been through. The fact that she's having nightmares about the incident, how she is unsure of herself. Again, it's one of the things I like where they were forced to take a different direction, and they're making the most of it. Yeah, and then of course Luke. Again, we don't see a whole lot of Luke's underlying character in this episode, but I do like how he takes notice of Sylphie freaking out, and he actually, they don't explicitly say it, but we know that he brings it up to Ariel because, you know, as much as he does kind of come off as a cavalier asshole, not entirely unlike like a more refined version of Paul. That's kind of how he's played off early on. But like you can tell he does actually like have some sympathetic qualities underneath where he's like, she's hurting, I'm gonna bring this up to Ariel so she can maybe help.
騎士団、魔術師団、近衛師団、私衛兵団。これで主だったところへの根回しは済みました。アリエル様。
回りくどいやり方ですが仕方ありませんね。私が兄に勝っているのは人気だけですから。
ですが、人気ほど移ろいやすいものはない。
Yeah, that is also true. It's that Darius is working with the prince. That's just another layer to things. I don't remember if the books were as explicit about that connection as it was, or if he was like actually like a full-on ally with the prince, or if it was just him kind of also trying to politically maneuver his own position for his goals. And also you got to remember you can't really count on alliances in this setting because everyone is constantly scheming and trying to one up the other, and most of the people in this political system would stab their allies in the back if they thought it would advance their own position.
地道な足場固めが必要です。
ええ、分かっております。
それまでは隙を見せないように。
ええ。
ルーク、殿下の守護をしっかりと務めるように。はっ。
いつも宮殿の作法に慣れてきましたね。
いえ、まだまだです。
Yeah. And of course, and even these little lines like that, it's like, oh, you're adapting to the court etiquette very well. It's like, no, not yet. And that just is, again, showing another contrast between Sylphie and everybody else, where everyone kind of has this veneer of humility, where they will not necessarily puff themselves up, but will also never talk down about themselves, at least not for real. Because they're all trying to maneuver things, where they're trying to put themselves in an advantageous position, where they will try to, you know, establish themselves as somebody who is worthy of attention, worthy of alliance, worthy of consideration. And the only time they ever really don't do that is when, in cases like with the prince and Paimon earlier, where the prince was trying to put him in his place. So the fact that Sylphie is the one who's like genuinely humble is kind of like probably like a bit of a shock to Ariel, but also something that endears her to Sylphie, where, you know, Sylphie is doing her best to be her, like, is kind of being her genuine self. And that's, I think, what allows Ariel to realize that that's someone she can open her up to, and how she can show her vulnerable side to Sylphie, which she just doesn't do to pretty much anyone else for the entirety of the series.
ひたむきに頑張る姿は好ましく映りますよ。
どうでしょう。少なくとも貴族の人たちには嫌われているみたい。
And also, I think Sylvie just doesn't quite understand that everyone is trying to play the game, and that there's no genuineness going on at all. So she's like, they don't like me. It's like, well, yeah, they don't like anybody, but they see you as different.
無造無造の噂など気にすることはありません。私はあなたを気に入ってます。
ありがとうございます。
And we also got to remember that the fact that Ariel is, depending on how genuine it is right now, it's not 100% clear at this point how much of Ariel's genuine feelings are leaking through to Sylphie, and how much is that she just realizes this is an effective way to deal with her. But you got to remember that Sylphie's whole big thing, one of the reasons she likes Rudy so much, even like to the point of having spent years apart, she's still kind of pining for him, is that he was the first person to treat her kindly, and that he treated her as a friend when nobody else would. And now all of a sudden she's been teleported and she has another friend, like another person who's willing to value her and be there for her. And that's another, like, a major reason that she really just leans into her role as Ariel's bodyguard, because again, it's somebody else who values her and is willing to treat her as a friend. That's just a real big deal for her, and that's why her mind is just in a constant state of blowing up.
アリエル様、僕の友達や家族は見つかりましたか？
何分世界中に散らばっているようなので。
そうですか。
すみません。今の私の力ではなかなか。
いえ、僕一人では何もできなかったし。
Yeah, and I do think at this point Ariel's kind of in like a bit of a middle ground. I think the real point where she opens up to Sylphie comes up a little bit later. That's when she really starts viewing her as a friend. But I think she's kind of halfway there at this point, where I think she actually does feel really bad that she can't help Sylphie find her family and her friends. And even though that her initial promise was kind of empty at the start, now she's actually feeling bad about how she misled Sylphie.
感謝してます。
Because she just doesn't have as much power as she portrayed herself as having.
そうだ、フィッツ。今晩私の部屋に来なさい。最近あなたは夢見が悪くうなされていると聞きます。誰かと一緒に寝れば和らぐのでは？
でも。
I don't think I actually made that connection at all when I was first reading. So I'm gonna say no, because I don't know. I didn't even make that connection. So yeah.
ルーク、なんとか言ってよ。
いいじゃないか。褒美と受け取っておけ。
Yeah, and that's also kind of funny, just because I mean, again, it loses some of its nuance when we don't see how much of a predator Ariel was at this point. But also, it's also funny just to see Sylphie being really uncomfortable, because even once Ariel does become nicer, becomes a little bit more ethical about things, she does like to mess with Sylphie a little bit.
アリエル様ですが、騎士団や衛兵たちの中に感情を送り込んでいると報告が。
Okay, and I also do actually really like the stylistic choice of doing this dramatic, the scheming conversation while a dramatic play is happening. Like I think that's a nice little bit of like parallel storytelling going on.
まさか、そこまで短慮ではありますまい。ただ駒を増やすためかと。
政治的な影響力は持っていない連中だが。
騎士団や衛兵には平民手が多い。アリエル王女にとっては手のつけやすい相手でしょう。まずは手始めに。 という意味もあるのでしょうな。それに彼女は紙幣を持ちませんしな。
なるほど。
Yeah, as much as I'm mixed about them kind of showing Darius's full like kind of involvement early on, I do think they're doing a great job of just making him more and more unlikable the more you see him, even without him like doing his worst things at the moment. Just the little things he does, especially just having the girl on his lap that he's being creepy around. And of course, it's also nice to see them set up the assassin ahead of time. Yeah.
オートで何かが起きたとき、実際に動くのは待った。その
Oh, is it okay? The let's see, this stream on Kick having to leave and come back, so I scroll back through the stream to watch what I missed. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. I'm not sure what it might be that Kick just has a bit more of a delay. I am not sure, but you know, it is. I'm really just kind of multi-streaming just because why not? So I don't know. So I mean I don't really know any of the technicals about how Kick works.
アリエルの息がかかったものに変わればクーデターが起きかねない。
なかなか先見の明がある。
どうする？
どうもこうもありませんな。殿下の敵となるならば。
I will say one thing I really am liking about this scene right here is that, you know, you see her, and as we'll later see, she's like an assassin. She's one who's killed a lot of nobles, and she almost kills Ariel and would have if not for Sylphie. I do really like they're showing her having like the kind of like the being dead inside, how she has like that, where in context we now know that it's because, you know, she is this person who has been groomed as an assassin to kind of does whatever she needs to do to get where she needs to go. But then without that context, you kind of view it as, oh, she's being abused by Darius. That's why she's dead inside. So it adds a little bit of extra nuance to this character who, granted, we don't even see that much of.
おのずとやるべきことは決まりましょう。
というと？
芽を摘むのではなく、種をまくものを刈り取るのです。
わかった。ダリウス、お前に任せよう。
仰せのままに。
Yeah, that's true. It's true that it's not a child, but I mean, it's obviously meant to be that she looks like a child. And of course, she's doing that for. There are reasons behind that and all, but again, I'm talking about it like kind of from the perspective of somebody watching this. How just things look different between the first viewing and any kind of viewing after knowing more context, either from the books or from having seen it before. And also, I know they don't really mention it a whole lot in the anime, but like, you know, Ariel's has to deal with a lot of assassination attempts. Like, it's apparently just a recurring thing. And even Lilia, like, I strongly suspect that the injury that Lilia took that kind of made her change her life decisions was protecting Ariel, because the timelines kind of match up. So, but yeah, Ariel just, people have been trying to kill her for ages ago. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like the fact that Sylphie almost died in this scene is another kind of big thing where she almost gave her life for Ariel, and she kind of realized that she's kind of okay with it, and her mastery of healing magic, which is something Rudy didn't really teach her, is starting to show through. Because again, I think it's, you know, a key part of her personality is it mentioned in the books. I don't think it mentioned in the anime is that Sylphie had her opposition school is fire, where she has difficulty with fire magic compared to other magic. But also we see that her affinity is for healing magic, where she gets an intuitive understanding of it. So, and I think that kind of leans into her personality as being this really loving, wholesome character. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. I'll check out the uncensored version, not on stream, but on my own time. So, because I am curious as to how that changes things.
ベッドへ行きましょうか。
一緒に寝るだけですよね。
ええ、もちろん。
Yeah.
目が怖い。
Yeah, and again, I think this would be more uncomfortable again if we knew just how deviant Ariel really was, because they don't really showcase that in the anime. And of course we do realize that now she's just kind of enjoying teasing Sylphie. But like it takes on a new dynamic when you know what she is normally up to.
怖いことなんて確かに今私興奮していますが、さあベッドに横になりなさい。
いや、怖いってアリエル様。
怖くない。
ダメだよ。アリエル様も知ってるでしょ。僕は
知ってます。ですからあなたにも私を知ってもらいたいんです。なんて。冗談はこれくらいにしておきましょう。
Yeah, and that's just that moment right there I really like, just because, again, they hint at Ariel going to go a little bit too far. And again, if we had the context of her being a predator before that, would have added to that a whole lot. But then you can tell she's starting to actually really like Sylphie. Like she's starting to develop a care and a bond with her to the point where, as much as she likes to fuck with her a little bit, I think at this point she's like, I can't actually really hurt her. It wouldn't be something I can it's not something that she's willing to do at this point.
一緒に寝るだけ。そう言ったでしょ。それとも本当に襲われるとでも？そういう顔を見ると襲いたくなりますが。
And again, even when they're having this kind of wholesome moment, she's still fucking with Sylphie a little bit. Because Sylphie, as much as Sylphie is a brilliant person in her own right, Ariel, as far as social situations go, she's leaps and bounds more adept than Sylphie is in this moment. So she enjoys having a friend who she can just kind of twist, but with relatively simple means, as opposed to being surrounded by all these political figures who are comparably adept. I will say Ariel, I think, ends up being better than most of them, but they're all people who are trying to twist things into their own agendas, so she kind of likes having somebody who's divorced from all that.
私も夢を見るんです。
夢ですか？
あの日の夢。
Yeah.
デリックが魔物に殺されて。
Yeah, and it's also just such a big deal with Ariel, who, before and after this, like everything about her is just playing politics. Wearing a mask constantly. Pretty much for the rest of her life, she never really shows her true self. The fact that she's actually opening up about a weakness of hers to Sylphie right here, such like a major moment for her.
そのまま私もそんな悪魔です。
アリエル様も？
ええ。あなたの辛さはわかりませんが、あの日に辛い目にあったのは私も同じ。辛いと思ったら誰かを頼ってもいいんですよ。私はあなたを頼りにしています。
Yeah, and again, so I think Sylphie is probably, even though she has friends aside from this, like, she ends up still staying with Luke for the foreseeable future. And they do develop a mutual respect and admiration of one another. And she does like him, and he is genuinely loyal to her. But again, she never can open up to anyone like she does with Sylphie. And I think that actually just adds to the moment where she releases Sylphie when Sylphie wants to be with Rudy. And she says, okay, yeah, you can leave my service because I know that building this family, this life, is more important to you. And that's like a major sacrifice for Ariel, both for the fact that Sylphie has a lot of talents that are useful as a guard, but also just, she's kind of letting her one friend go.
あの日命を救ってくれたあなたと一緒にいれば悪夢を見なくても済むかもしれないから。
僕きちんとアリエル様の護衛頑張るよ。
いい心がけですね。では差し当たって夢の中でもお願いします。それでは寝ましょうか。
はい、アリエル様。
Yeah. And I think this is actually like the first time with Sylphie too. The fact that she actually is starting to believe that Ariel is really her friend. Because I know Ariel's been saying it, she's been teasing her about it, but now it's like, oh, there's actually something real here. And of course, that's just cute. And then, once again, as usual, Mushoku Tensei does a lot of these sudden tonal shifts. It's always very effective whenever they do it, where it always highlights whatever emotion they're pivoting to. So they go from really, wholesome, warm, fluffy to assassin. And again, I also do like how, not unlike Eris, we see that when shit gets real, Sylphie kind of drops her more childish side of things and just locks the fuck in. And I also do like the idea of a skilled, well, swordsman is probably not the right word, but a skilled melee fighter against a skilled mage, especially one who can silent cast like Sylphie. You don't see a whole lot of it at this point yet in the series, so I do appreciate being able to actually see how that would come about. And again, that's just another thing of establishing Sylphie's power. They did that kind of at the start where they had her kill the Minotaur thing. It wasn't a Minotaur, but it was like a Minotaur. So, and then again, showing her just being able to blow a hole in the side of Ariel's room is great. Yeah, it is. The one thing about this anime is that they really do tone down a lot of the harsher qualities of the books. Yeah, exactly.
Fitz? しっかりしてフィッツ!
何事ですか?
ルーク! 襲撃がありました。至急医者を!
はっ!
Yeah.
しっかり、今助けます。
And this... Yeah, and at this scene, there's a couple of things going on that, like, I'm like, this is why I think this is the moment where Ariel really starts to care about Sylphie genuinely. Like, I think it's kind of been building up to this point, but this is like where it really changes, where Ariel's just like, I've just been attacked. Her first thought is get a doctor for Sylphie. And then, of course, she, when she sees Sylphie kind of fading out and she's afraid that she's dying, she stops calling her Fitz. Because even when she was being attacked, she called her Fitz. When it's like Sylphie looks like she might not make it, that's when she's calling out with Sylphie's real name. So I really like that. Nice little subtle bits of storytelling. I mean, not that subtle, but not overt either.
嫁の鷹だと判明しました。今まで何人もの貴族が犠牲になっているようです。
体の具合はフィッツ？
もう大丈夫。 毒は少量だったし。
I think that is what happened in the books. I mean, they didn't really show it, I think, in the...
今回のことではっきりしたのは敵は宮殿の中にいる。
Although, that being said, I actually wouldn't be... something that's kind of making me lean towards thinking that Sylvie probably did cast at least part of the detoxification herself, is that, again, if we assume the connection is correct that Lilia had protected Ariel as an infant, if we remember that Lilia took a poisoned blade to protect Ariel, and then, you know, of course, the court mage the court healers did their best to heal Lilia. They didn't have the ability to fully cleanse her of the poison, just enough to save her life so that she lived with a disability. And the fact that Sylvie is able to recover with no issues, that does kind of lead to, you know, Sylvie kind of at least deserves part of the credit for her own survival. Because, again, we know that healing and detoxification is a specialty of hers. And assuming it's the same or a similar poison, the fact that she was able to recover unscathed shows that she's better than their court healer.
先いつ襲撃があるか。ここは一度留学という形で国を出るのが良いかと。
私に逃げろと。
逃げるのではなく生きるのです。必ずチャンスは巡ってきます。
Yeah, and that's also just an important part where, you know, it's set up for how their interactions are going to go later, how she's going to be a part of the main story, how she's going to meet Rudy and all this stuff. And it just goes into their the political reality of this world where, you know, shit's getting really bad. She has to get the fuck out of Dodge, at least temporarily, or she's gonna die. And I mean, hell, even when she moves on, she ends up getting attacked by assassins on the way. And it's not really until she's well out of Asura that she is far enough away from her rivals' positions of power that they can't easily get to her. And then it's also kind of interesting how she's not happy about having to leave, and she's like, I guess I'll forge whatever connections I can make during that time. And actually, but you know, if she was never forced out, she wouldn't have met a lot of the people who would become her most powerful allies, which is, you know, obviously Rudy's one of them. He's a big factor, but also the again, not to say any spoilers, but the person who becomes Rudy's main ally outside of his family, who ends up being very significant in her rise to power later on. So this position she's been forced into is actually ends up being very beneficial to her. Yeah, Rudy's boss, exactly. Again, it's like I know most of the people who are watching me now on, I mean, there's you and there's also, you know, a couple people on YouTube watching me now. Most of them know what kind of happens because a lot of them have read the books, or at least they've heard about what happens. But still, I know there's bound to be a couple of anime onlys, and I really don't want to spoil things for them. Although, of course, after this, we're going to be watching the fan animation, which will spoil things, but I'll have a spoiler warning on screen before then. Yeah, it's better to play it safe. So I'm actually excited for when eventually Turning Point 4 happens in the anime, because then it's going to just open up the amount of things I can finally talk about.
Fitz, あなたを守護術師の任から解きます。なんで？私はあなたの王宮への不法侵入という罪につけ込み。
Yeah, and I think this scene is also great because I think it's like one of the only times Ariel actually like feels bad about manipulating somebody. She realized, like, you know, this person saved my life on multiple occasions, and like I can't even I threatened him into helping me, and I can't even make good on my promises. Like, she felt like shit, and it's like, I'm not gonna have you tied to me anymore. And then, of course, Sylvie, not knowing how important friendship is to Sylvie, Sylvie immediately is like, nope, fuck that, I'm staying.
あなたの意思を無視してごめんなさい。あなたの望みである家族や友人を探し出すこともできない私に力がないばかりに、もうこれ以上あなたに迷惑をかけるわけにはいきません。今日限りであなたを。
嫌だ。アリエル様は僕を友達だと言ってくれた。アリエル様も僕の友達だよ。友達が困っていれば力になりたい。危険な目に遭えば助ける。
Yeah, again, that is like Sylphie's entire personality in like a couple lines right there. Is like friends to her are like the most important thing, and that only ever changes when she starts a family, and then they take second place to her family.
迷惑なわけないよ。
And of course, to Sylphie, any amount of personal sacrifice is worth it if it can help a friend.
今度は自分の意志で。僕はアリエル様と一緒に行きたい。ありがとう、ヒッツ。
So yeah, again, I think this is about as well as they could have done with showing that Fitz is Sylphie ahead of time. So they're actually exploring these ideas. I once again have a cat on my desk.
僕は友達を守るためにこの道を選んだ。
And she is right in front of my monitor.
あの日からずっと
Actually, she's in front of both of my monitors right now. No, don't eat that. No. You can hang out here. Don't go just eating my cables. Okay, sorry, I gotta. Okay, excuse me. I gotta just move the cat because she decided to place herself in the worst position. Like anywhere else on the desk would have been fine, but she had to block both the monitor I'm watching the show on, so I couldn't see the subtitles, and the chat. Okay, so I don't remember. Did I? No, I didn't actually record that. Okay, so yep, that was the OVAs. That I thought I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the exploration into Sylphie's early moments as Fitz. That's something we didn't really see in the books, so it's exciting that it was exciting to see a different perspective on things with the anime. And so that being said, we're not done just yet. We're done with the main Mushoku Tensei stuff, but first I have to add something here. I gotta add the spoiler warnings, because we are going to watch the Mushoku Tensei fan animation that was released a month or two ago. It was made by some Chinese studio, and it depicts Turning Point 4, which I believe is going to happen in season 3. It is the major moment of the series, in my opinion. It is probably the biggest reveal. Is things that happen with Turning Point 4, changes the entire situation. Major spoilers. So I'm going to say anybody who wants to dip out, I completely understand. But yeah, I just want to know, that's why I have a spoiler warning on screen, is that it's going to it's a major spoiler. So that's let me just make sure. English. Yeah. So again, it's only 12 minutes long. It's not. I don't know that I'm gonna have much to say about it, because again, it doesn't do a whole lot of little. It doesn't. There's not as much nuanced storytelling as going on. It's just kind of showcasing this moment. But again, I think it's really good. But again, I may not have as much to say about it as I would for a regular episode. Just again, be aware, this is a spoiler. It's really, I think it's very good, but it's a spoiler. So this is Turning Point 4. This happens after the return, when everybody's kind of before Eris's return, but everyone's still part of their family, and they're all kind of happy together. And this is when again, and I will say also since it's hinges on the main major reveal of the series, I'm also going to be willing to speak assuming people know what happens. So not just the animation's going to be spoilery, but the things I'm going to say will be spoilery. So, but this is when Hitogami has his heel turn, when Rudy deals with his future self and all that. This is the point where it is in the story. Oh wait, actually, now that I think about it, let me do one more thing. With since this isn't actually part of the main series, I can actually take the filter off for YouTube. So, just seeing this moment right here, it is knowing, I mean, obviously the anime onlys won't know what this is, but I remember this from the books. This is Rudy's memories of this is future Rudy's memories, the path that Rudy didn't actually end up taking, where Hitogami gets Roxy killed, where and it's even more tragic in context, just because the disease she gets only afflicts pregnant women, so that, you know, again, Roxy was in just the worst position to get hit with this disease, and this is kind of the moment that sends Rudy on his spiral to having basically a lifelong crash out, where he eventually just becomes like a more motivated version of his earlier self, where he's obsessed with fixing things, but he's also just becomes totally degenerate again. And this is like losing Roxy was just too much for him to handle. And I will say it is a little, it was a little disconcerting at first, where for the fact that they got that the audio is in Chinese, but it makes sense, Chinese studio, that it wouldn't be in Japanese, but it took me off guard the first time, but then I realized, oh, I should have expected it. Yeah, and they don't really showcase. Oh, it's a little loud. I'm gonna turn that down a bit, but yeah. Yeah, although I will say, as good as this animation is, they don't really showcase just how much this scenario here, seeing Sylphie dead like that, how much of that was really Rudy's fuck up. Because, I mean, it plays it off almost kind of like Sylphie is sad about Roxy dying, how she couldn't protect her, and that kind of drove her away. But when reality, it's Rudy completely spirals at this moment, and and the thing that really pushes Sylphie away is that he ends up sleeping with a prostitute, and that's her breaking point, where like she was able to accept that Rudy could find love elsewhere, that he slept with Roxy, but you know, he really cared about her. She could accept that, but when Rudy just completely stops caring about any of that, and when he goes to another woman in that scenario, that's when she was too much. And yeah, he was also a drunk. He became an alcoholic. Again, he just kind of had a massive spiral, and him sleeping with another woman that he didn't have a connection with, that was what finally drove her away, where she kind of fully commits to being in Ariel's service, and they end up going to try to do stuff to kind of seize power in Asura, which just doesn't go well for them. And that's why Sylphie ends up dying. And yeah. And exactly, yeah, that was another thing. Rudy was completely caught up in his own self, and he was not processing things in any possible way, even though it's one of those things where if he had really turned to Sylphie, that probably could have helped. And then, of course, that's also another moment that was really a lot of his fault, where, of course, this is before Eris's return in the main story, but, you know, she comes back and she doesn't really reunite with Rudy, but follows him around protecting him. And this is when Rudy's getting even more and more reckless, because he's in his mind, he's lost basically everything. His 2 wives at this point are dead. His children are in somebody else's custody. He's not doesn't have any contact with them. His friends have a lot of his friends have left him. He is turning into his real darkness, and he's just lost any sense of self-preservation, so he's going after enemies regardless of if he thinks he can or not. And Eris will protect him every step of the way until he goes up against somebody who's too strong. And then Eris dies protecting him. And that makes it even worse. And that, I think that also gets Ghislaine to reject him as well in that moment. And that's when he's like really alone. Yeah, exactly. That's Rudy was just, he was at a place where he needed somebody to pull him out of it, but he would never have let anybody pull him out of it.
Rudy.
Yeah, I mean, Eris dying at that moment was I believe several years after, at least a bunch of years afterwards, because he was already on his journey, going after things, taking on challenges he couldn't really do. He was already kind of just gone, and that's when, and again, Eris spent years protecting him, but eventually he just took on something too strong, and Eris gave her life for him.
你必须要做3件事。
And of course,
和
there's
七星商量，写信给爱丽丝，怀疑人生，但不要与她为敌。
Yeah, and that's also something I really do. Yeah, I agree. It is. I mean, granted, this wasn't meant to be a part of the wider story. This was meant to be like, hey, there's this moment we really thought was great in the books. We want to adapt it and make it a part of the something we can showcase. So again, I mean, it would be unfair to be as critical of it as you and I are both being at the moment, but like we gotta understand, this was always meant to be a one-off.
不怕不怕，我在这儿。
Yeah, and again, that's just. And again, in this moment also, it's like, that's when he realizes the people who love him are like his lifeline. He is willing to do anything to protect them. And that's kind of what spurs him to go on what is effectively a suicide mission. And it's actually kind of just very lucky that he doesn't die from what he's about to do.
陆迪，
我没事，只是做了有点讨厌的梦。
陆迪，无论发生什么事，我都会在你身边。
陆迪。
And yeah, that's one thing that's also probably fucking with his head a little bit, because like in one sense, Sylphie is correct. Where again, there's not much that will not have her by Rudy's side, but Rudy also just knows from having read the diary that there is actually a moment where in that timeline I did something so bad that she did leave me. So that's probably fucking with him a little bit.
如果你很痛苦的话，让我和你一起分担吧。
Yeah, and again, and that's just another element of how Rudy is at this stage where he's starting to realize how important the people around him really are, but not quite at the level where he can really offload his burdens onto them, because he still wants to protect them in both the physical and the emotional sense, where he feels like it would be too much to push his struggles onto them, so he's still unwilling to do that. So he kind of pushes them away a little bit, not like emotionally, but like he still kind of wants to deal with his own problems himself, even though he has people who are willing to help him in that regard.
我不得不去杀掉一个人才行。
But again, he's willing to tell them some of his concerns. So again, he's in a very interesting stage in his emotional growth at this point.
拜托了，七星。我不相信人神，但是如果我不听从他的意见，他一定会对我的家人出手，所以我只能依他所言，杀死奥尔斯蒂德。
这样我也
求求。
Yeah, well, I mean, again, that's exactly what he's his mindset is where he is just so self-critical that he partially doesn't even view himself as being lovable. So he kind of feels like he has to do everything he can to be a positive force in their lives and avoid anything that could be a negative force in their lives. And that includes his own burdens, where he just takes on too much himself.
你了，七夕，
In a misguided
我想
effort
保
to
护重要
protect
的
his
人
loved ones.，
求求你，请助我一臂之力。
好了，我知道了，我会帮你了。奥尔斯蒂德可以通过这枚戒指找到我。我能帮你的也就这些了。
七夕，谢谢你。
Yeah, and I mean, I will say Nanahoshi overall, I wish there was a little bit more with her. I think she's a very interesting character who, did kind of take the sidelines after a point, but yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Hitogami, that the way he always betrays people, the fact that he leads them to ruin and then laughs at them, that's just such a key element of his character. That's gonna be, yeah, when that happens in season 3, people are gonna lose their fucking minds, and I can't wait to see it.
寄出给爱丽丝的信后，我根据日记的记载开始研发武器魔导铠，并邀请扎诺巴和克里夫协助，同时我也拜托了希路菲和洛奇西帮助，被我这样拜托。
Okay, and I will say that animation right there of Sylphie getting all excited, that is just so fucking adorable.
同时，希路菲露出了非常开心的表情。
Like the little ear wiggle right there. That just this is like just in a few frames. That's like the perfect. That's like exactly how I imagined Sylphie.
能帮到洛迪的话就好。
我的2位老婆都非常可靠，真是让我倍感安心。
Yeah, I mean, I will say you can tell that the studio that did this is, they said they spent like a year working on this animation, and you can definitely tell it's really well made in a lot of different ways. And it is a shame that it got taken down off of YouTube, because, I mean, I will say, granted, they don't have a leg to stand on as far as arguing copyright, because just putting effort into something doesn't make it fair use. This is just, it is not transformative in the legal sense. So it is, the company is in the legal right to have this taken down, but it is a shame because it's so good.
做魔导铠的第一个原因，我们遇
And it was clearly made with a lot of love and passion for the series. So it's a shame that its reach is going to be limited by the fact that it can only be kind of shared secondhand like this.
到了瓶颈。人神在梦中给了我详细的指示，我听从了他的建议，让克里夫将温德式魔法阵替换。
Yeah, because the thing is, they do not own the intellectual property. I mean, there's a reason that you have to... It's still copyright infringement regardless. Even if they're not making money from it, it's... I mean, there's a reason that people who adapt things or who make cover songs, there's a reason you have to buy a license for that. And yeah, this is a fan animation. While it is something that I think should exist, legally speaking, the owners of the IP have every right to take it down. I think it's a shame. I think it would be better off if they didn't. I think it would actually be better for the IP holder if they let this be. It brings more attention to the show, gets people excited. But if they want to take it down, the studio doesn't really have any recourse there. Even in American copyright law, I don't know how Chinese copyright law works. I know in Japanese copyright is even less permissive than American copyright. I don't know about Chinese, but yeah, they just don't have a leg to stand on.
为亚雷斯塔尔续，结果将原本需要半年的工期缩短到了3个月。
只要穿上这个，应该就能打赢阿尔斯蒂德了吧？
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, I can respect the hell out of the fact that this is a passion project. This is something they just wanted to create because they loved Mushoku Tensei so much. So, I mean, there are elements to be critical of, but I think even if we're taking the most critical look at things, I think it's really well done.
应该可以，就这样上吧。
那个，我想宣布一件事，我怀孕了。
太好了，洛奇奇少奶奶，恭喜你啊！
又可以见到新宝宝啦！恭喜你啊，洛奇奇姐姐！恭喜。
Yeah, and I mean, as wholesome as this scene is, I do like it. I also really like how Rudy at this point will know that she's pregnant because, of course, the diary he read through that. He knows that Roxy would have died because she's pregnant, and that's how he learned she's pregnant. So he has like a completely different reaction here. He's not surprised. He's just, as we'll see, he's just incredibly grateful.
洛奇西，陆迪，你觉得怎么样？
谢谢你，洛奇西。
Yeah, and again, that's also, I also think this is a very great representation of Roxy, where, again, she has become very strong at this point in a lot of ways, but this is still kind of very new emotional territory for her, where, you know, she's become a great mage, a great adventurer, she's built herself up in a lot of ways, but she still doesn't fully feel accepted as part of the family yet. She's still very insecure about her own position in relation to everyone else. And yeah, I 100% agree. They really did a lot to really highlight how these characters are in every little way. But yeah, and again, this is just Roxy. She's so uncomfortable, nervous, insecure in these moments. So she's like worried that Rudy wouldn't be happy. And then like she's just consistently gets floored whenever Rudy just expresses, or even the other ones in the family, whenever they express just their genuine, unconditional love for her.
为什么要谢谢我？
陆迪他真是的，我怀露西的时候也是这么跟我说谢谢的吧？
Yeah, because I mean, like, again, the two kind of things she's kind of grappling with is, does she in part feels unworthy of being loved by Rudy, but also she does feel like she's kind of encroaching on Sylphie, even though Sylphie does come to view her as kind of like a sister, where even towards the end of the series, where, you know, Rudy's at the end of his life, you realize that these are the two wives who outlive him, because Roxy's a Migard, her people live to about 200 years old, and Sylphie is a quarter elf, so she's likely to live about that long as well. So they end up still kind of maintaining their friendship and bond even after Rudy dies. So, you know, it's nice that they're kind of building that bond here, but again, these were the two people Roxy was most concerned of, not being worthy of Rudy and feeling like should be hated by Sylphie, even though, you know, of course, Rudy has simped for Roxy the entire time, and Sylphie is just the most wholesome character.
他说诺伦姐就没有什么喜欢的对象吗？
露西，
那种事情
你马上就要有弟弟或妹妹了。夫人，您听到了吗？
今天或许是我最后一次坐在这个餐桌旁了。
陆迪，
怎么回事？陆迪。
And then, of course, Rudy is he's so happy. That's where he realizes this is like where shit's about to get real. He knows that. Again, and again, just from Rudy's perspective at this point, he's going to fight Orsted. He knows how absurdly powerful Orsted is, even without his self-image issues. He know even if he was accurate about his own skill, Orsted is just way out of his league. So the way Rudy sees things is that either he wins and he protects his family that way, or he loses and he's dead and he's not a threat to Orsted anymore, so Orsted doesn't have a reason to go after his family. So he's kind of viewing himself as basically sacrificing his life for his family, because that's basically what he's doing. It's actually kind of a miracle that Rudy survives. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to fan fiction like that, that's kind of just how they... That's the obvious direction to go to, but I didn't get that thought when I was actually reading the books. I kind of always viewed them as kind of treating each other like sisters, basically, where they're not romantically involved with each other, but they are family.
我近期内必须要与一名非常强大的对手战斗，但可能没法打赢。莉莉亚小姐，母亲就拜托你了。
放心交给我吧，陆迪乌斯少爷。
希路菲，露西就拜托你了。
ロディ。
洛西西，我一定会回来，不管发生什么。
Yeah, and that's one of those things where hearing him say that, saying I will come back no matter what, because you know that he knows that's likely not true. He ends up being right, but like again, he's going up against Orsted, who I don't think they even explain how powerful he is at this point, because Orsted is like canonically divine level in everything. Yeah, exactly. Rudy's kind of viewing it as a win-win scenario almost, because again, the best case scenario for him in his eyes, he doesn't anticipate what actually happens, but in his eyes, the best case scenario is he kills Orsted, Hiragami leaves him alone, and he can live his life happily. The next best option would be he dies fighting Orsted, and nobody has a reason to target his family anymore.
我会等你回来的。
Yeah, I don't really know enough about the music to really be able to speak on that, but I don't know. It's possible. Yeah, he did mention Hiragami was playing off of the idea of Orsted being this major villain, so he's kind of trying to poison Rudy against Orsted. But you know, it's at the point where Rudy just isn't sure what to believe anymore. Oh, yeah, I'll be honest. I don't play gacha games. Every time I've tried, I have hated it. So I can't really so I can't know the difference really. I have played Chinese stuff before. Just, you know, gacha games are one of those things where I've yet to see a gacha game that wouldn't be substantially better by not being a gacha game, basically. I played a little bit of Nikkei. Honestly, like I got a little bit in. I got a couple levels in. I stopped kind of caring very quickly. I don't know, something about the gameplay never really hooked me on that. But I don't know. Again, I've kind of gotten to the point where I've stopped trying to make gacha work because I just don't think it works for me. Yeah, and yeah, I've heard Fate Grand Order is very good. At least I've heard the story is very good. But I mean, I tried playing it for a while. It's just because I was interested in seeing the story of Fate Grand Order, but I just couldn't make myself engage with the gacha mechanics. No, I've not tried Limbus Company. Okay, and I will say another thing I do like about this fan animation is how they changed the art style here and how it's just different than how how the anime actually handled it. Like it's not just how would this look animated? It's how would we do it in a way that's different from the way that the official version is. And again, it's also it's just cool to see that this is kind of the culmination of Rudy throwing everything he has at Orsted, where, of course, Orsted does end up beating him handily because Orsted is, again, he's a centuries-old dragon god with, well, he's not the dragon god, he is the son of the dragon god, who has, not only is he hundreds of years old, he has hundreds of thousands of years of experience, I think. Yeah, let's see. So he has I think he mentioned he has about a 200-year cycle. I think he said he has looped around 200 times. So not everyone is going to go the entire distance because he does die in some of them. So yeah, probably between 100,000 and 200,000. And yeah, that is a point in the books I remember where he does mention that he's impressed that Rudy managed to make him draw his sword. Like, he's just like, that is something he just hasn't experienced from, you know, anyone aside from the most powerful people. And hell, even the powerful people he fights, a lot of his issue is that it's not that he can't kill anybody he goes up against. It's that he can't fight all of them before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the details, but because I remember I had initially thought that Orsa had probably looped thousands of times just because of how intricately he knows what's going to happen in every part of the world. But then I remember somebody showed me a quote from one of the books where it mentioned that it was in the hundreds. So yeah, and that's one of the things that's a core part of the story, is that he has to get rid of Laplace as an infant, so otherwise he won't have enough power to kill Hitogami. I would have to imagine it's got to be memory, because I don't think anything he writes down in a diary would probably be lost whenever he loops. I don't know. It's kind of like, if you've ever seen Groundhog Day, that's like the quintessential time loop story, where eventually he just kind of memorizes everything that happens that day. And in the original concept of Groundhog Day, he was supposed to have been there for thousands of years. Yeah, I will say that is something that I wish more stories would explore more, just how experiencing things for so long affects your mind, because every time I've seen it come up, it's interesting to me. Yeah, I mean, he does write a lot down. That might also just be so that he makes sure it sticks in his own mind. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. He writes it down just before and just after he resets. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Although I wonder how that changes when he does things that get him killed, because the loop resets when he dies as well, and he has on multiple occasions tried stuff to get him that ended in his death or his loss of control in the case of the fighting god armor. And I do like this kind of sense of scale they're showing in this animation, how he leaves this huge crater.
刚才那4个攻击魔术几乎耗尽了我的魔力，为了让他无法躲开，我把威力和范围都调到了极限，从一只眼都看不到的远处发动攻击，不管阿尔斯蒂都有。
And yeah, just showing the stone cannon here, that's awesome. And if you remember, this is basically the same stone cannon that blew Baragati apart. Orsted does have a 200-year loop. I don't remember the exact number of loops he did, or an approximation. I heard it was in a few hundred, but I'm not 100% sure. And actually, I will say I also really like the little detail of them being red hot. That's pretty cool. Even though they're not stopping him, the fact that they're actually hurting him a little bit is actually a pretty big endorsement of Rudy's skill. This whole thing is just, this animation's very cool. Very neat to see them take all these different elements of them and putting them into this fight scene. And of course, having him do Quagmire again. They don't really show Quagmire a lot in the anime from what I've heard, but yeah. Yeah, I was, yeah, that's the thing. Mushoku Tensei power scaling is so weird that it's impossible to,
什么？ 刚才那是什么？
Well, the thing is, with Rudy, he is very powerful. Yeah, and yeah, that's true. It's like they don't avoid damage, but also, you know, Badagati gave him one free shot, and he's like, I gotta make it count, and so he had to do a one-shot kill, and the fact that he was able to be as strong, able to do that, was like something impressive, and Badagati was impressed. He's like, okay, but then now it's my turn, and he knocks him out, and that was funny. But I mean, if it came down to a real fight in that moment, Badagati would have kicked Rudy's ass. And again, I also do really like showing that, you know, Orsted, he was caught off guard. Now that he's regained his composure, even fighting against Rudy, who's very strong in his mech suit, that makes him even stronger. He's fighting with a level of control that just shows he's still in charge of things. Oh yeah, I can't wait for Atofi to show up. She's like, if it wasn't for Kishirika, she'd be my favorite of the demons, of the Demon Kings. She's just so fun.
能赢，杀得了他，真麻烦呐、
And again, of course, the second, like, he makes Orsted bleed, which is a big deal. But then that's like, nope, now I'm getting serious, and really just doesn't stand a chance at this point. Very cool. Yeah, and then this is great. Yeah, I do. I really hope that this scene is. Okay, this is probably the moment I've been looking forward to in the most for the anime. This is just this and the Atofi stuff, yeah. But this, I really hope they do it justice. If they fuck it up, I'm gonna be upset.
居然是你，鲁迪乌斯·格雷拉特。我听说你现在正过着幸福的生活，居然敢回来找死！
是人神说的。
哼，你果然是人神的使徒啊！
Yeah, and again, and this moment is great because when you see it from Orsted's perspective, like, everything he's saying makes so much sense. Like, even the fact that he initially almost kills Rudy, like, it makes sense that he would do that from his perspective. But until this misunderstanding is cleared up, like, he's probably just so fucking confused about what's happening.
人神说，我的后代会协助你杀死人神。
什么？
他说，他想要阻止你。
Yeah, and I think this is also Rudy's, like, last-ditch attempt to say, don't hurt my family.
毁灭世界才会和你战斗。他说。
And I think, and also this bit right here is also great because you can see he's kind of caught off guard, realizing that Rudy was actually, like, completely lied to and manipulated. And that, like, it's not that he wants Orsted dead for any kind of evil reasons. He thinks he's doing a good thing. And of course, Orsted is completely emotionally, like, stunted just because of not only the fact that he's been for thousands of years working on his own goals, but every time he ends up forging a connection, it just resets with the next cycle. So he ends up he's been alone in the most real sense of the word. So like the fact that Rudy's starting to shake him a little bit is like, holy shit. And of course, I mean, if you look at things from a meta perspective, Orsted is the like of the world, Orsted is the protagonist. Yeah, and everybody hates him. But yeah, so the thing is, Orsted is the protagonist of the world. Rudy is an important but still a side character. He's the one who kind of changes things for Orsted, changes the way things are, sets things on a new path. But Rudy's still a side character, so yeah, it's an interesting perspective.
只要杀了你，就会放过我的孩子，放过我的家人。求你了，别毁灭这个世界，就算要杀了我也行，别夺走我的孩子，别夺走我的未来。求求你，这是我第一次感到这么幸福。
Well, I mean, I will say, I mean, I know the waifu is the meme with Orsted, but I mean, Rudy is kind of the thing that makes him able to function as a person again. Like, even if you see, remember from the end of the series when Rudy is on his deathbed, Orsted is there joking with him. It's like, holy shit, Orsted told a joke.
求你别再找人生了，求求你。 放弃吧！
绝不可能。
And of course, and this is great, just seeing them. You know, they're not gonna leave him behind. They're gonna back him up no matter what. And of course, the red comes back, and it's Eris. And I will say, seeing Eris fight as a Sword King is another thing I'm very excited to see.
Yeah,
so yeah, so overall, I thought that was very good. Again, I get that they can't really keep it up because copyright, but man, I really enjoyed watching that. I'm glad I decided to look at it, and I'm glad I just was able to find a re-upload of it or a downloadable version because, of course, it's obviously not on YouTube anymore. But I thought that was really good. I really liked it. So I do. Let me. Is there still more? No. Okay. Yeah. There's. Okay. Yeah. It's just credits. Okay. So, yeah. So. As I thought, this went a little short, but so I do think I'm going to show the other thing I wanted to show afterwards. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get into it. So you know, the stream will go a little bit long, but it'll be a thing. So excuse me for a minute. Okay, I am back. Yeah, so okay, so yeah, okay, I'm back. Yeah, overall, I will say this animation made me very excited to see what the anime ends up doing in the future. It's gonna be there's a lot of great moments. Yeah, and I will say the Miko Zenith is definitely one that I'm hoping we see. Like, I'm almost kind of hoping they just like word for word have Zenith narrate that chapter. So what, since I don't want to end so soon, especially since I started a little late today, what I am going to do instead is when I was at work sometime in the past week, I don't remember exactly what day it was, but I ended up listening to a video essay that I found very interesting. It's about a year old, so yeah, it's not super recent, but the thing is, I found this both, and it's from a small YouTuber, one that's even smaller than me, actually. So, but I remember I found it very intriguing, very thought-provoking, but I also remember having some significant disagreements with it. I don't exactly remember details, but I'm thinking we could go over it on stream.
A common phrase I've heard.
Sorry. Thought. So I saw. Yeah, this just happened. This had been showing up in my recommended for a while, and I'm kind of excited. And I finally decided to well, not watch it. I listened to it, but again, and I was actually kind of pleasantly surprised by it because I thought it was interesting, but I also thought it was I had some issues with it. Not in a way that made me not like the video, but things that are like, oh, this doesn't feel quite right. So let's take a look at this. So actually, let me.
A common phrase I've heard.
Excuse me for a second. Actually, before I do that, I want to just. So anyone watching? There, that's the link to the video. Definitely go consider supporting it. Give it some watch time. It's by Phonic. I don't know how to pronounce that. See, again, it's a small YouTuber, even smaller than me, but yeah, definitely give credit. If I remember, I will add this to the VOD after the stream. I'll add the link to the stream. I mean, it's not a case of me being safe. It's just a case of it's the right thing to do. So let's take a watch. I found this very interesting. I don't remember a whole lot of details because I was working while I listened to it, but let's take a look.
A common phrase I've heard when people have discussed and recommended Mushoku Tensei is that. A common phrase I've heard when people have discussed and recommended Mushoku Tensei is that it is a slow burn show about redemption. I've agreed with this in the past. That's what this video was going to be about. But the further I looked into it, the more I disagreed with that assessment.
So the interesting thing about redemption in Mushoku Tensei is that it's not. I think it's a little bit overly simplistic, a bit reductionist to say it's a story about redemption. But redemption is a very important part of what Mushoku Tensei is about. Yeah, I mean, redemption is a factor in everything because there are a number of characters who, again, with Rudy being the quintessential example, who start out at their lowest point and then kind of have some realization that causes them to turn their lives around and go from degenerate to somebody who is respectable. So again, it's not that simple, but it's an interesting conversation. Yeah, and second chances is a big factor in the story. That's like a big part of it.
To see or not if Mushoku Tensei is about redemption, we first need to ask, what does Rudius need to be redeemed of? Well, in his old life, we've learned of 3 main character traits. 1, he's a shut-in. 2, he's a lolicon. 3, he sacrificed his life saving another and attempting to save 2 more. The being who caused Rudius to reincarnate may have taken pity on him and wanted him to try again.
Okay, so I will have to point out, I think he has watched season 2 at this point, and he mentioned that he has not read past that point. So he is operating on some speculation, and it's one thing that we got to point out is that there was no being that chose him to reincarnate. He just kind of happened to be in the right place at the right time, and his soul just happened to be in the air when in that location. So I'm not gonna be too critical of him for not knowing that, but that is the thing, and I will say that is also an interesting way of characterizing Rudy starting out with the idea of, yeah, he's a shut-in, he's a lolicon, and he is willing to sacrifice himself under certain circumstances. I would also highlight the fact that he is deeply traumatized. You know, he is literally dealing with sexual trauma. So I think that's a key factor in why Rudy is the way he is, that sets the framework of the story moving forward. But I'm not like, I know I'm nitpicking a bit here, so let's just keep seeing where he goes with this.
This good side to him. The only thing we know about this is that the man god tells us the wicked dragon god deals with summoning. And we know the dragon god is Orsted. It's a bit strange that Orsted then tries to kill Rudius when they meet, but I've not read ahead, so I can't explain this.
Yeah, so again, I'm not going to be too harsh on him for not knowing what happens, but we know that Orsted was not directly involved in Rudy's reincarnation. Orsted's actions trying to kill Rudy make a whole lot of sense when you know his motivations. And, oh, actually, now that I think about it, I should take down the spoiler warning I had on that, because that is no longer necessary. Sorry about that. Take that off, take that off, take that off. Okay, let's bring my chat back up so I can see what's going on. Sorry about that. Yeah, so... okay, so I have not seen the Mother's Basement videos on Mushoku Tensei, but knowing Mother's Basement, I do not hold a whole lot of hope for that. He tends to have some interesting takes, and that's all I will say on the matter.
And it's possible that the man god just lied about this piece of information in the first place. In terms of things that Rudius needs to be redeemed of, it's the ill effects of being a shut-in. At the end of his old life, these effects were his inability to leave the house and one-sidedly relying on his parents, and his perverted nature, which at the best of times is seen as creepy.
I do kind of agree with what he's saying here, but I think he's not giving it the full context it really needs. Because it's not that his issues are the result of him being a shut-in, it's more that he's a shut-in as the result of his issues and his inability to really rely on people to help him, where he pushes people away because he internalizes his hurt, and that eventually leads to him developing a safe space in multiple senses of the word, where physically his safe space is his room, where all of his comforts are, and he's afraid of the outside world because the outside world hurts him, and that's kind of where his agoraphobia comes from. But also he has like an emotional safe place where the only thing that makes him feel good is masturbation, where is sexual pleasure. So that's kind of that's why he becomes such a pervert, at least in the early parts of the story, where he filters everything through sex. He interprets positive emotions in a sexual way because that's just how he looks at things. And it's not until like much later on where he's able to kind of come to a healthy understanding of his sexuality, and where he's at the point where he understands that inappropriate sexual actions are not okay, but that sexuality is okay in the right circumstances. He has to come to that conclusion much later on. So again, I do agree with what this guy is saying, but not to the extent that he's saying it. I think he's leaving out a lot of important details that really frame the entire story of Rudy's character arc.
His negative traits aren't necessarily Rudius' fault. We are given an origin for his trauma, and I think the story does a largely good job on balancing the negative with the reasons behind it. A bit like a sympathetic villain, where they do bad things, but we understand why. Think about those dying flashbacks in Demon Slayer as the demons are redeemed by Tanjiro. Or Doofenshmirtz and all the traumatic stuff he went through. To get anywhere with helping someone, you need to deal with the source, not the symptoms. The source of Rudius' bad habits are from when he who was bullied in school, making him hide away from the world. His parents, seemingly out of love, left him to his own devices, most likely hoping one day he would overcome his trauma. Rudius' new parents took a much more active approach with their son. Once they learn he is proficient in magic, they immediately hire a magic tutor for him.
Okay, so I mean, it's interesting because again, I'm kind of have mixed feelings about this, where his parents in his old life weren't neglectful in a sense, but they weren't like he did have a relatively privileged life in the real world too, where his parents tried to give him what they thought he needed. Like, you know, they were willing to support him into his adulthood. They did all these things. And and then he, reincarnates into another privileged life where he has wealthy parents who can encourage him and set things up so that he can explore his talents. Where, again, I'm just not sure that the contrast he's highlighting there is something I can really agree with. And, maybe I'll look at the, Alan, maybe I'll look at the Mother's Basement video at some point, because I haven't watched that one. I know I stopped watching his stuff years ago just because I got annoyed by him.
Paul starts teaching him the sword so he doesn't fall behind on this front. They make sure they are involved and personalise according to Rudius' needs, as the initial plan was to just teach him to be a sword fighter. The training with Rock...
I don't quite agree with that. I don't think that they... I think Rudy's parents were, in his new life, are good parents. But I don't think they're as good as he's making them out to be. I think they both end up kind of stumbling a bit along the way, because let's not forget, both of them are in their early 20s at this point, and both of them have never had a kid before, so they're kind of fumbling their way through things. They're very loving parents, but I don't think they're as good parents as this guy's making them out to be.
He accumulated to a certain point, which I think is what got most people hooked on the show. No, not that bit, further on. Roxy takes Rudius out of his home for his...
Okay, and I will say, this guy, one thing about this guy is his comedic timing is pretty good. He occasionally throws a couple of jokes in there. I remember finding them funny.
Final exam with her in a hugely powerful sequence as we see all of the trauma and fear bubble up inside of Rudius, in which he then realizes it was all just in his head and that he remained safe outside of the confines of his home. Yep. It's almost a good enough sequence that it makes me not think about how little sense it makes that Rudius spent 5 years without Zenith or Paul ever taking him out for a walk around the village.
Okay, so I mean, somebody in his comments already addressed this issue. The idea that it's just, you don't usually take kids outside before 5 years old in the Mushoku Tensei's world. It's not something that's explained in the anime. It is in the books. So it's just a cultural thing where they protect kids during their most vulnerable years.
There's even a slight comparison to the bullies Rudius had when he meets the children throwing the mud at Sylphie, who he easily deals with, which...
I wouldn't say there's a slight comparison. I would say this is like... The reason he confronts them to protect Sylphie is because this is something that is so key to his own trauma. This is something that's so important to him. He viewed these kids as the same type of people who bullied him. In fact, he views them as worse because he thinks he somewhat deserved the bullying that happened to him. But he's like, no, this person doesn't deserve that. So it's more than just slightly connected. It's intrinsic to Rudy's character and why they formed this bond so early. So I don't agree with him there.
Could show how much he has grown since that time nearly 30 years ago. It's not a very strong comparison, as I think it's more to serve as an introduction to Sylphie, and that I think if there is going to be a contrast to his Earth bullies, it will be at the Magical University of Renoa. Either way.
Not really. I mean, there were bullies there, but they weren't like, the bullying wasn't the key part. It was to set up the rivalry between him and the two Beast Girls, that he would then eventually, they would overcome that and become friends. But nah, there wasn't really a huge bullying angle going on there, at least not long term. So, and not in a way that I think paralleled Rudy's journey, but...
The source of Rudius' growth here is love. If this show is about redemption, it is about redemption.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't talking about that person. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm not going to try. I was talking about Lilina and Persena. They were bullies in their introduction. And then Rudy beats overcomes them, and then they end up coming to an agreement.
Kindness. The second character flaw Rudius has is his perverted nature. Constantly,
Okay, that bonk was funny.
Throughout the series, he is caught leering, and the recipients of which are creeped out by this. The most common complaint about Rudius' character is this trait, and the go-to response has been, this is a show about redemption. You're not meant to like everything about him from the get-go.
Okay, so again, like, I don't disagree with that characterization of things, but I do think it's a little overly simplistic. It very reductionist, where, I mean, thing is, you're not supposed to like everything Rudy does at the start, because he is a total degenerate, and not in the fun way. Like, Rudy has these core issues that causes him to act as a bad person would. Even though he's not a bad person, he acts in the way a bad person would. And you're supposed to like Rudy, but not like the things he does. And I think the books do a better job at this particular angle, because they really get into his head, so you can see the thought processes and how they come together to convince him that the bad things he does are okay. And it's not really until he starts learning that he starts to realize that what he's doing is not okay, and he slowly adjusts his behavior. But when you can see into his head, you can see that he can do bad things for non-malicious reasons. And you're supposed to be sympathetic to him, but not like the things that he does. So I will agree that, it is a case of you're not supposed to like what he's doing, but the way he's describing it is a bit reductionist.
Implies Rudius will change from this nature by the end of the story. As a shut-in, Rudius became a lolicon.
And he's right about that.
The first
Rudy
real
does change.
showcase of this nature is when Rudius is reincarnated and he meets Roxy. He says she's her type. But Your Honor, Roxy is a 40-year-old demon. My client remains innocent.
Although, yeah, I will say, and again, he's being funny about this, but one thing is they did soften up that introduction from the light novels. In the light novels, he explicitly mentions that one of the things he likes about her is that, at the time he thinks she's underage. So it's like underage, scornful eyes. And then there was another element to her that I'm not remembering, but that's what he was attracted to. Because he was attracted to her as the stereotype of the lolly magician.
He then meets Sylphie, who he says he will mold her into his perfect woman.
That feels like a bit of a misrepresentation, because he mentions that one time, and then he kind of immediately backtracks on that. Because I don't remember exactly how the anime does it, but in the book specifically, he mentions, he's like, I'll mold her into my perfect woman, Hikaru Genji style. Nope, bad thoughts. Like, he literally says bad thoughts. So, again, I feel like this is a bit of a misrepresentation, but another part of what he was going through at this point is that he was really struggling with his own desires, because, again, Sylphie was someone he was growing to care about. He was his first friend, and it was somebody who he's really starting to care about, who he wants to be by her side, and he can't really process what that set of emotions means to him. And then, so part of him is he's kind of struggling with, I want to treat her right, and I want to be with her. And part of him is saying, and even in the books, he knows that he's saying, I'm too young to be actually in a relationship with her. She's too young to be in a relationship with me. This is something that's going to happen 10 years down the line. But part of him is struggling with the idea of making her his perfect woman versus actually doing what's good for her. Yeah, and he was trying to be an oblivious protagonist because he viewed the world through his otaku lens. He still viewed this as following all the isekai tropes. It's just how he processes things at this point in time. And his conflicted emotions are kind of pushing him in both bad directions and good directions.
Pretty clear case. Luckily, his father catches on and separates the two. Rudius himself agrees this is actually what is best for Sylphie, so she doesn't become dependent. Another win for my client. He then meets Eris. I can't defend this man anymore. 2 out of 3 isn't bad. I do want to put a quick trigger warning here. I presume everyone watching this video has...
I will say one thing is with Eris, he does act in a worse way in a vacuum. I will say, I think part of the reason he's as overt as he is and why the story isn't afraid to kind of go there with Eris is because she's like the only one who's able to really stand up to him in that capacity as a peer, where again he'll cross lines that aren't lines for Eris, and she'll just hit him instead of actually getting genuinely hurt and upset. And when he does cross those lines with her, that's when he really gets affected, and that's when he changes.
Seen season 1 of Mushoku Tensei, so knows that Rudeus and Eris have sex. This happens while Eris is 15 and while Rudeus is 12 physically. He has the mental age and maturity of a 46-year-old.
Okay, I don't quite agree with this. He does have the mental age of a 48-year-old. I would not agree that he has the maturity of a 48-year-old. So it's an interesting thing about that is that with Rudy, I do believe his emotional growth was very much stunted by his trauma in his past life, and I don't think he really ever emotionally aged past the 14, 15-year-old self that he was. And I think in many ways he also regressed a lot. And it's, of course, it's not going to be a one-to-one. It's not like he just paused in his mental development. It's just that it didn't move in a way that ended with him being any more mature. And in my experience, his emotional maturity, at least, when he reincarnates, tends to be about in line with his physical age. He still has an adult's intellect, but I don't think his emotional growth is that of an adult. I think that when he's 10 years old, he has about the emotional development of a 10-year-old. So I don't quite agree with his representation of things here. And I will also say, just to respond to Rish, I completely disagree that Sylvie was in any way groomed, because even just looking at the timeline of things, remember, they met at 5 years old, they were friends for 2 years old, and then got separated for another, 7 years after that. Yeah. And welcome, Koenig. Glad to see you. We're watching a video essay and talking about it, because I thought it was interesting.
Or a 34-year-old plus 12 years if you want to be pedantic. I'm going to discuss the mental state of both characters at this point in the story, and maybe you watch this scene just waiting for them to get past this and don't want to think too deeply about any.
Well, I will also say it's probably not super fair of him to discuss it, because he's kind of applying real-world morality onto Mushoku Tensei when, and again, you can have this debate, this moral debate, but when it comes to this sex scene, you gotta remember that 15 is the age of majority here. So yes, while it does sound very bad that he's, sleeping with a 15-year-old, in this world, that's normal. That she's an adult by their standards. And again, you can have that moral debate, but acting like it's exactly the same as sleeping with a 15-year-old in this world, especially considering Eris had to be essentially forcibly grow up. Yeah, and again, and that's also true. What is the reality of the people going through it in this moment? Again, I can get why you would be uncomfortable with the idea of him sleeping with a 15-year-old, but it's not the same.
Implications this sets up, but since this video is effectively a character study on Rudeus, I will.
And that's also another key example, is that when it comes to the morality of Mushoku Tensei, Rudy, while he doesn't necessarily agree with all the moral principles of this world, he for the most part is kind of at a point where he just wants to exist within the world. He doesn't try to go for these systemic changes just because he tends to have bigger things to deal with.
We'll be looking in detail at Rudeus's actions and thoughts prior, during, and after this part in relation to his sexual desires, and I fully understand if that's not for you. If so, I have 2 timestamps. The first skips over the more unsavory details and comes back in for the possible repercussions Rudeus will face because of his sexual desires and how that will affect his redemption arc, and the other timestamp skips the thing entirely.
Yeah, I'm not a coward, I'm not skipping shit.
The instance of Eris and Rudeus's sexual relationship is Rudeus's 10th birthday, when Eris waits for Rudius in his bedroom. At this point in the story, it is quite clear that there are no age of consent laws, as Eris's father Philip is very willing for the two to get together.
Well, okay, I will say that while I'm pretty sure that's true, there isn't like an actual age of consent in Mushoku Tensei. There's also the fact that in this context, he probably would have just ignored any that existed. So he's right, but I think there's a little bit more to it.
Context. In medieval history, age of consent laws, when first introduced in the 1200s, roughly coincided for when a girl reached puberty at about 12 years of age. Eris, during this scene, is 12 years old.
Okay, I think it's also applying a little bit too much real-world history to this, where I don't think Rifujin was actually looking at the nuances of medieval European age of consent laws, because even when those were established, they kind of were ignored whenever it was convenient, especially with the nobility and the aristocracy.
Consent at this point was less about mental maturity and more measured solely on willingness, or willingness by the family, as a family could consent on behalf of a family member. I'm not going to blame the story for following these rules in terms of consent, as it does make sense given the setting of the world they inhabit. I have the same viewpoint about the setting, including slavery. Anyway, back to Rudius.
I don't know, he says that, but he's kind of positioning things from the perspective of our real world morality. So I'm not entirely sure I agree with him when he says that.
Rudius decides to provoke Eris into leaving his room by saying he may try something with her if she stays. Eris at this point is well aware of Rudius's attraction to women, and Paul Greyrat's promiscuity is infamous.
Okay, it's more than just Paul's promiscuity. That's a Greyrat thing. All the Greyrats are horny in this story. So saying it's just, oh, he's Paul's son, Paul was just kind of took it to the nth degree. So I don't know, I think it goes a little bit deeper than he's saying there.
However, she has known Rudius for some years now, and throughout the light novel, each chapter closes on how Eris is progressing, which includes a stat of her affections. At some point between...
Yeah, I will. This is a part of the books that I really liked. I absolutely just... I thought this was a great way of introducing Eris's growth throughout this whole time.
Rudius's 9th and 10th birthdays, Eris fell in love with him. Because she was in love with him, she doesn't deny his advances, which Rudius then pursues, but pushes too far, so Eris does shut it down.
Okay, so I think he's not really exploring the full depth of what that scene meant. Because when Rudy tried to scare her away, basically, by saying he might do dirty things to her, that was him trying to use that as like a defensive mechanism to say, like, hey, I don't want to be hurting this person, so I'm going to try to explain that things are too extreme for her so that I'm not put in this position. And he had no idea how to handle it when he was in this position that he was trying to avoid. And that's another thing. Yeah, he doesn't understand boundaries. He just knows that doesn't want to be put in that position because he doesn't trust himself. And then Eris is more receptive than he thinks she would be. He doesn't know how to process that. So he's like, oh, do I have a green light? Oh, what's going on? And then he doesn't realize that he pushes too far, ends up hurting her. And that's when he ends up, for the most part, keeping his hands to himself after that.
Rudius does berate himself, realising that Eris just went to his room to comfort him as she wasn't able to get his parents to come to his birthday party, and fell for Rudius's earlier act of vulnerability, which he did to show he appreciated the birthday surprise. Eris purely went to Rudius to act as emotional support, and as such allowed a level of physical intimacy she wasn't used to provide this.
I completely disagree with that. I don't think she was trying to be his emotional support at that moment. I don't think that moment of him playing up his sadness was the thing that got him to make Eris want to be with him. I think it was a case of she wanted to make that day special for him. This was her way of expressing gratitude towards this person who she's grown to care about. And Rudy just unintentionally takes advantage of that, where Eris is in a relatively vulnerable state herself, where she cares about Rudy and has been uncomfortable expressing that at all. Doesn't really know how to deal with it. And again, she views his 10th birthday as how she's going to do that. Again, by making it special for him. That's what she wants for Rudy. Yeah, and that's also true. I think part of it is they were trying to sort of set Rudy up with Eris for the political reasons, and that seemed like something Eris would have found acceptable. So yeah, I think this guy is completely wrong about Eris's frame of mind in this scene.
When Rudius apologizes, Eris communicates her boundary that she will be willing when Rudius reaches 15 years of age, when people officially become adults on the Six-Face world. This doesn't go to plan. After being teleported to the other side of the world and spending 3 years to get back home to find her parents and grandfather have died, and under threat she may be married off, this time, Eris looks for emotional support from Rudius in the form of physical intimacy. I'm going to switch gears for a second because I've noticed a bias I have. I flip-flopped on this scene quite a bit. I've watched the show twice and both times I've thought this scene was badly done. Or at least...
That is very weird to me. Because, again, I read the books before I watched the anime. I thought the scene was done very well. So, like... I find it interesting that his first reaction and his second reaction was that the scene wasn't good. No, there's no new OVA that I know of. I was watching Eris the Goblin Slayer and season 2 episode 0. We're kind of working our way through Mushoku Tensei, and now we're just watching a video essay about it.
It's done in a way which does not paint Rudius in a good light. I've watched the scene independently as well to make this video, and actually I saw a lot more favourably that time. I think my issue goes into what is Rudius's intent. When Rudius realises Eris wants to sleep with him, he internally worries that if he does, he'd be taking advantage of her. Eris then manages to seduce him, so they have sex. I think the story wanted Rudius to be absolved of guilt by showing he considered that she was in a bad place emotionally, and since that Eris was the one who initiated, he wasn't the one who forced himself onto her.
I don't think I agree with that either. The way I kind of viewed this scene is I think I viewed the 5-year promise as way more impactful and way more important than I think this guy is viewing it. Because we have to remember, Rudy's entire frame of mind is he does not understand how people work, and he has to kind of grow up through fucking up. He fucks up, he learns from it, he hates that he makes someone feel bad, and he moves on from there. And we have to remember, the 5-year promise came right after he ended up hurting Eris, where he was put in a position where he was concerned that he might do something bad, and then he did do something bad and hurt somebody he cares about. And the 5-year promise was kind of how he he grabbed onto that point to where he's like, this is what I need to do to hold on to this 5-year promise. That is when my desires are going to be acceptable. That is how I can avoid hurting her. And of course, as they go through the demon continent stuff, he only grows to care about her more and more and more. And then he is put into this position where it's only been 3 years. So he still has it in his mind that he needs to wait 2 more years, or he's doing something bad to her, that he's hurting her. And the fact that she's coming on to him is just making him short circuit. So, like, I don't think it's a case of we're trying to make Rudy absolved of guilt. It's that Rudy is in a very difficult place emotionally, because at this point he is madly in love with her. He does have his desires for her, but he just has trouble accepting that she actually wants him. And so I think it's meant to be more like she pushes him into it because, I don't know. And there's also parts of Eris's personality too, where she's finally starting to really accept her feelings for Rudy at that moment, and that's been a slow build up to that point. And Rudy would he still felt like it was morally the right thing to not be with her, because he viewed that 5-year promise as such a quintessential part of his morality at this point and how he can avoid hurting her. And then she keeps pushing him and pushing him during this scene. and his emotions are starting to override his logic, where he's fighting himself for it. And then eventually she says the line, like, "Give me your kittens." And that's when his floodgates completely break and he loses all self-control. And, you know, he's kind of been brute forced into this highly emotional state of mind. So that's why it hurts him so badly when he thinks he's been rejected after that. Because he finally opened himself up to somebody, and not without some prying to it. She basically, she forced his walls down. He opened himself up to her, and then he felt like he was abandoned. That was the key idea of that scene right there. So I think he's completely wrong about how he's characterizing it.
That's a big improvement from his 10th birthday, but what irks me about this scene so much is they spend so much time making Rudius not the bad guy, but they forget to make him the good guy. The narrative ticks all the boxes of
that's a weird way
Rudius
of
being
putting it.
cognizant that Eris is vulnerable, and to have him be the one pushed into it by her. But when I watched this, Rudius questioning himself didn't feel like it came from a place of concern for what's best for Eris, but if it's okay for him to finally get his dick wet.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all. I think that, I don't think there is supposed to be like a good or bad guy in this scene. I think it's just meant to be that, you know, there's a complex emotions going on across the board. And it's just kind of watching them all clash together. So, like, and I don't think his whole thing was, I was thinking about if it's okay to get his dick wet. It's, again, he's latched on to that 5-year promise so much that his entire perspective is, this is what I need to do to not hurt this person that I care about. And now he's kind of being forced up against that, where she, in her emotional state of mind, he views her as kind of vulnerable at this moment, but she's trying to get him to break that promise he made, which he believes he's doing for her benefit. And doesn't realize that even, you know, without her emotional state, this is something that she genuinely wants from him. And also, I think just there's more going on with the fact that Rudy, sexuality is such a key part of his personality that's like, it's pervasive. It would be too much to go through it all right now, but like, I don't think it's a mistake that every sexual partner Rudy has, the woman initiates, like, the first time. Like, that is something important. And so I think the fact that Eris initiated is a lot more significant than he's making it out to be.
Rudius lived in the Boreas Grey Rat mansion for 3 years. He's finally confronted with the truth that his village has been destroyed. That's more than enough reason for him to want to look for comfort in Eris, the same way she did him. But the scene focuses its attention on Rudius' adult self and finally getting to lose his virginity, and it makes me think that's all this was to him, or at least it was his primary objective.
Oh no, it's not the act of sex that this scene was all about. It was him fully opening up to another person, being at his most vulnerable. Because, you know, he is a pervert. Like, that was his character up to this point. But you got to remember, it's not just that he likes sexual pleasure. You know, the fact that he was a virgin meant he had never really been with somebody in that capacity. He's never opened up to somebody in that capacity. And Eris is somebody he genuinely loves at this point. And he's willing to bare his entire soul to her, to open up to her in his most vulnerable moment. So it's not the sex itself, it's the connection that comes along with the sex. Like, and it's one of the things is again, so I listened to this video while I was at work, and this guy is not stupid. Like, he is very well spoken, he's clearly very thoughtful, he's got a lot going on, and I'm just gonna really quickly share the link to the video again for those of you who may have missed it. But, so it does kind of baffle me that he is having this interpretation of this scene. Welcome, Jeremiah's. It's just, I think he missed the point so hard here that it's kind of surprising. Because I just think he is a lot smarter than that.
And not that this scene is one where two people who clearly love each other
No, I do not
comfort
speak
from one
Spanish.
another after finding out they have lost family members and the place they once called home. I think that would have been a better way to handle this scene, and reminding the audience that Rudius views himself as an adult now in his 40s, detached from the world around him, rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, I'm not sure I agree with that either. I don't think I agree that Rudy really views himself as a 40-year-old. I think he views himself as kind of in between, where he feels like his old mistakes are clinging to him, but that he's trying to really forge a new path in this new world. So yeah, I don't really agree with him there. I don't really agree with him that he views himself as an adult sleeping with a 15-year-old. I think he views himself as a new person weighed down by his past. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I know he hasn't read past season 2 at this point, but at the same time, I feel like you can still come to the conclusions I'm coming to without the context of the wider story. Although I will fully admit that it's hard to completely separate myself from that mindset.
Like I've said, I have softened from this position. I don't think the intention was this, but the way it was handled left me with this subtext, when I think the scene could have just been handled differently and avoided this situation altogether.
Yeah, I completely
disagree. Of course, this could just mean that his redemption is incomplete. After Rudius loses his virginity, Eris leaves him, which results in a depressive episode and erectile dysfunction. I can't wait for people to be like, oh. You're catching on Mushoku Tensei? What arc are you on? I'm currently on the Dragon God arc. Oh, I'm currently on the I'm currently on the erectile dysfunction arc.
Okay, so that kind of rubs me the wrong way. So here's the thing: is that when it comes to so the fact that he's laughing about the erectile dysfunction. So like on the one hand, I do understand that out of context, it's a funny thing to say. Is like, oh, this fantasy isekai has an ED arc. That is kind of funny, but at the same time, I feel like you can't really laugh at it if you understand just how significant this section of Rudy's journey is. Because if you remember, like again, I think that comes with the idea of how he kind of missed the emotional aspect of the story that was represented by the sex. Because again, it's not that Rudy just got his dick wet, it's what that sex meant to him emotionally. And again, the fact that he feels like he was abandoned in his most vulnerable moment, like he's never been hurt as badly as this before. The fact that he's dealing with this sexual trauma for like, yeah, he deals with this for like a couple years. And the only way he ever deals with it is the way he actually finally heals is he goes through a bunch of things where he has a couple of failed sexual encounters where, again, he ends up hurting people because of how bitter he feels about himself. And the way he ends up getting better is when he reunites with Sylphie. And of course, they use the aphrodisiac to fix the mechanical issues. And then, he sleeps with a loving partner who wakes up next to him, who doesn't leave him. He is able to be emotional and open himself up again, putting himself in that risky position, and then somebody doesn't leave him. That is what allows him to finally heal from this. It's like a physical representation of his emotional state. I feel like, again, out of context, it's funny to talk about the impotence arc. But in context, it rubs me the wrong way to just laugh about it because it's so important.
You could argue this is just a part of his redemption arc. Rudy has made a mistake here and was punished for it, so now has to start to actually face and overcome this issue.
I don't think he's being punished for a mistake here. He keeps viewing the sex as something bad that Rudy does. And again, I just don't think that's what this scene was going for. And a lot of times Rudy doesn't get explicitly punished for his actions, but he ends up being his own worst critic. He ends up punishing himself and we're talking about Sylphie here. A good example is with the bath scene from season 1 or volume 1, where he pulls down Sylphie's underwear and he feels really bad about it. he doesn't really get punished for that at all. It's, Sylphie is upset with him, but forgives him quickly enough. Then you realize that much later on, when they're reunited in Renoa, Sylphie kind of tries to orchestrate a scenario where they're going to kind of reenact that bath scene because she thought it was just a funny memory from when she was a kid, where Rudy still felt very bad about that. So, he was he punished himself for that moment, more so than he really deserved, if you really think about it, because Sylphie had forgiven him within a month. And yeah, I completely agree with that, where, hey, again, the aphrodisiac is what kind of got him over that initial hurdle, and the love and emotional connection is what kept him there, essentially.
Makes a lot of sense, but I want to make a counter argument. I think for someone going through redemption, they first have to be wrong, and the one to judge if Rudius is wrong or not isn't me, it's not you, it's the author. What?
I don't... Well, I don't think I disagree with the core point, but I think his example is not very good here. Because again, he seems to kind of really want to think that it's Rudy sleeping with Eris is kind of the thing he needs to be redeemed for in this moment, when I don't think so. I think it was just Rudy acts... I think it's less about redeeming a particular action and more about redeeming your entire state of existence. Because the way Rudy was at the start, you could point to a number of things, but there's no one thing he was wrong for. It was an amalgamation of everything he was. And I think his redemption, because again, calling it redemption is a bit reductive, but his redemption was more about becoming a better person in its entirety. And again, I think the fact that he had 3 love interests, each of whom teach him something else that he has to learn. Again, he's not just redeeming himself in one way. It's every aspect of himself that needs to improve. It's not just, oh, he's a pervert. He needs to learn to respect people's boundaries and all this stuff. It's he needs to learn boundaries and stuff and all that stuff. He needs to learn how to take action when it's necessary and not hide away. He needs to learn to develop some respect for himself and understand that he can rely on the people around him. Again, it's not just this one thing. And yeah, I also kind of agree and disagree about talking about the author, because I think authorial intent can be very important to properly understanding what a story is going for. Because a lot of times authors will try to deliberately tell these specific types of themes and messages. But I do agree that also some people can lean on it a bit too heavily to say anything I don't like is the author's fault.
While Rudius is living with repercussions after sleeping with Eris, the story is not enforcing any ideas that Rudius is in the wrong. His depressive state begins once he realises Eris has left him, and Rudius concludes it's because he wasn't good enough, both in and out of bed. We, the viewer, know this is not the case, and it's because Eris feels she is lagging behind Rudius and that she'll keep relying on him if they continue to travel together, an allusion to Rudius's and Sylphie's separation early in the series, but this...
I mean, I think that there is a similarity between their separations, but I don't think it's really a parallel the way he thinks it is. But also, I think he almost hit the idea that, Rudy feels like Eris left him because he's not good enough, or that in some way his feelings were not truly reciprocated. Whereas Eris left because she felt she's not good enough for him. So they're both kind of operating under these internal conceptions of one another, where they both put the other on a pedestal, and it's ultimately a miscommunication that kind of causes this whole thing. And it's I don't know. Rudy and Sylphie's separation was different.
Time instigated by one of the parties involved. Unfortunately, her letter didn't convey this well enough to Rudius. However, this is a misunderstanding, not a lesson for Rudius to learn from. This is not...
I don't think it needs to be a lesson. That's the issue with this. I think the fact that it's not a lesson for him to learn, the fact that his broken mindset, he ends up causing a problem for himself. He ends up hurting emotionally, and this is not the reaction to a problem that needs to be fixed. This is what the problem that needs to be fixed currently is all about. So again, I think he's just kind of hung up on the idea that the sex scene is supposed to be this indictment of Rudy, and that's something he needs to overcome. When I think that's just it was a core emotional component of Eris, of Rudy, and of their collective mindsets and dynamics up to this point. Okay, so I think it feels like his entire argument is kind of centered around that misconception.
Eris being...
But like, the thing is, as much as he is, I think, completely wrong in a lot of what he's saying in this video, I do actually really like the way he's exploring his ideas. He may not be hitting the mark, in my opinion, but I do like the way he's approaching it. I like the way he's thinking about things. I like the way he's doing his best to be as fair as possible. Because, again, just because I disagree with him doesn't mean I think this guy is not a decent person. And not a decent creator. Because, again, I think this video is actually very good. I just happen to disagree with a lot of what he says.
Morally right about something, and punishing Rudius for him to gain some introspection on in respect to his actions and viewpoints. In every instance of Rudius's leering and sexual interest, the characters around him dismiss it either due to his age or because he is Paul Greyrat's son, who was well known for his promiscuity. I've read the first few volumes of the light novel, and the amount of times the other characters mention Paul's sex drive and how Rudius inherited it makes me think the only reason they included that character trait in Paul is to excuse Rudius's behaviour down the line. But
I don't agree with that. Cause I think part of it is, the thing is, people do kind of give Rudy a pass for his creepiness because of his perceived age. And I think that's part of the issue, is that a lot of times we see Rudy tends to punish himself more than anybody punishes him. So when he does something that he feels is wrong, he really leans in on that. He really internalizes that. Everything he views negatively about himself goes like just exponentially greater than how the other people view him. So I think it's actually very important that Rudy is not... I think it's important that Rudy is his own worst critic. So I think it actually makes sense that people will give him a pass for things that he doesn't necessarily give himself a pass for long term. Because eventually he does... And I will say the anime doesn't do as good a job of this, but there are times when he starts to get uncomfortable with his own idea of how things are. And also, I don't agree that Paul, his horniness is meant to excuse Rudy's behavior. I think that's completely incorrect. I think part of it is that Paul had to go through a lot of the same... Again, I believe the whole Mushoku Tensei, so many characters are meant to be direct parallels to Rudy, where they start out in a degenerate way and then they kind of grow up into their own thing. And I think Paul's journey into fatherhood was a big example of that for him, where he started out as a complete degenerate, narcissistic asshole. He raped Lilia. He did whatever he wanted. He tried to use Zenith for sex, till he eventually gets her pregnant. He completely falls for her, and he completely turns his life around because he doesn't want to be a shitty father like his own father was. So I think that's what Paul's existence is supposed to be, where he is a horny person, where and that does get him into trouble. The idea is that he's struggling with some of the same types of things that Rudy struggles with. And he grew out of it in his own way. Not entirely, because of course he does cheat on Zenith with Lilia, and that causes its own world of problems. But because he had his own journey, it just happened a little bit before the story started. And yeah, and then there is there is an aspect of the metaphysical side of things where his soul happened to find the original Rudy's body, and it also just kind of worked out just because the original child would have been stillborn, and Rudy just kind of took over empty real estate basically. And of course, that was somebody who was being born at around the same time Rudy's soul was transferred. So there are a bunch of extra technical elements that go into his reincarnation, but there's also it's not entirely relevant to this video here.
We, the viewer, know it's not from Paul, but it's actually from his previous life. The other characters have decided that this is not a problem, and while they may not know Rudius is actually much older than he seems, this general attitude is not going to challenge Rudius enough for introspection to change his mindset.
Again, I don't think he needs to have people externally challenge him. I think the fact that he grows through internal suffering, the fact that, again, his biggest moments of growth early on in the series, where he learns the most basic lessons such as, hey, boundaries are important, keep my hands to myself, that level of thing. It's when he fucks up, he hurts somebody he cares about, he internalizes that and says, I need to adjust myself so that I don't hurt them the same way ever again. And that's one of the reasons he clings to his 5-year promise. Because his whole thing was, hey, I touched Eris and I went too far. I crossed a line that I didn't know existed and I hurt her. We're drawing that line at 5 years. That's what I'm going to hold on to. And again, it's not that Eris hitting him, that's not like what made him grow in that moment. It's the fact that he took it upon himself and it's like, this is really terrible. I feel terrible because I made someone else feel terrible. I never want that to happen again. So it's his own internal mechanisms that are making him this way. So, and I think that's so much more important. Like it doesn't matter that other people aren't correcting him because he's correcting himself.
A common saying in book writing is that authors are sadists. They must challenge and push against the protagonist so the hero can grow and experience a character arc. Some stories do this by putting obstacles in the way of the hero to overcome, and while these characters may judge and punish the main character, we the viewer know this is unjust and that the main character is actually correct and their viewpoints are not being challenged, and all we have to do is wait for the hero to dish out his just desserts to the antagonists.
Okay, and there's also, I mean, he's not incorrect when he says this, but at the same time, he's kind of framing things as, you know, the hero is right and the villain is wrong, when I think Mushoku Tensei is a lot more nuanced than that, where Rudy is kind of an amalgamation of right and wrong, and a lot of his opponents are an amalgamation of right and wrong, with Orsted being a prime example of that, which, for those of you who were watching earlier in the stream when we were looking at the fan animation, you'll know what I'm talking about there. I'm once again not going to spoil that, but Rudy, I think the big issue with him is Rudy is not universally all good. He's not always right. And, you know, the fact that he is wrong is something that he needs to reconcile with himself.
In scenarios like this, the main character and the writer are not actually at odds, as clearly they hold the same values and morals. This is not the basis of a redemption story.
Okay, I also don't quite agree. I think not having a character face consequences for a wrong action doesn't necessarily mean that the author is saying that's a good thing. It could just be they're writing a story where somebody does bad things and doesn't have to face any kind of punishment for it. That's just a thing that happens in the real world, and it's something that can happen in stories. You know, sometimes bad things happen and there is no karma to it.
Ignore what's on the screen, by the way, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. A lot of good stories have the author craft their characters, put them in a set of circumstances, and then let them rip. In these scenarios, the author will only try to affect the story by acting as a type of god, by causing natural events and circumstances for their characters to react in. In Mushoku Tensei, these are the turning points. The teleportation incident was clearly caused by something which will be revealed later in the story, but at the time...
Okay, just little side note. It's not important to his core point. He is kind of right and kind of wrong. I'm not going to say what it is, but in the books, it is eventually revealed what caused the teleportation incident, but it literally doesn't matter to the core plot of the story. It's like just a thing that happens, and the cause is not even directly connected to the main plot. So he couldn't have known that. I'm not going to fault him for that.
Happened, it is treated like some kind of natural catastrophe, such as a tsunami or earthquake. Rudius meeting Orsted in the mountains was happenstance. The author put the two groups together and let the characters do the rest, which led to the beatdown. You could even argue Orsted himself is the phenomenon, considering he is so overpowered. Everything else...
he's actually more right about that than he thinks. I can't explain in detail without spoilers, but he accidentally hit the nail on the head with that one.
In the story has been character driven. There has been a clear motivation for every other driving force in the story, which is why the story is slow but feels so well fleshed out. I also really like the idea that the turning points are the only real interjections the author has on the world, since they're also catastrophic in nature and all clearly signpost as every turning point is labelled turning point. I think it's a great way to build hype when you see it, when you know one's coming, and you know what effect they could have on Rudius and the other characters. Probably one of my favourite parts of the story.
I don't disagree with him here. I think the effect of the turning point is very well done overall. I wouldn't say they're the only time the author has some sort of impact on things, but for his core point, I do kind of agree with him here. And again, it's moments like this is why I actually really do like this video. Again, as much as I spent most of this time disagreeing with it and arguing with his points, but it's moments like this that really were like, oh, this is actually like a really thoughtful observation, really interesting way of looking at things. I do like this video, and I was actually very surprised to see that this guy has under 2,000 subscribers, even though this video went kind of viral. Well, not super viral. It got about 200k views, which is a lot for a channel of that size, but I don't know. I feel like I got about that many subscribers off of my first big breakout video.
As authors effectively act like gods of the worlds they write, their moral system is usually the one imposed on the world. What is considered good or bad in the narrative is decided by the author. Is the world one where all good deeds are rewarded and bad deeds are punished somewhere down the line by some seemingly all-powerful karmic system, and then what is considered good or bad in the first place? Do the smart characters win? Do the strong characters dominate? What usually wins in the long run is what the author themselves believes in, or is part of the message they want to convey.
Okay, well that is true broadly. I don't think it's true for Mushoku Tensei. I think, especially when you consider the idea that I talked about where Rudy is not actually the protagonist of the wider world. He really is a side character in the grand scheme of things. Again, I don't think Rudy Fujin made this as a thing where the things he likes or the things he finds good are what succeed in the end. Because, yeah, that's true. Showing Kishiniko when mentioning smart characters, that's a good point. But, I mean, the thing is, you know, throughout the course of Mushoku Tensei, you know, people make their own fuck-ups. The bad guys have their successes. And it's not always a case of, you know, good wins over evil, necessarily. I think there are a lot of issues. Like, I think one thing is, with Rudy and Sarah, I don't know how the anime handles it because I have not watched that part of the anime yet. But when Rudy is dealing with his impotence and, you know, Sarah kind of doesn't fall for him really, but develops an interest in him. They kind of frame it as, you know, things could have progressed from there. They could have developed something with the two of them. But of course, Rudy, you know, he fucks up. He is still bitter about his own scenario, and then he feels self-conscious about the fact that he can't get it up. And he ends up rejecting her and hurting her very deeply. And, you know, completely kills any chance at them developing anything emotionally or romantically past that point, even though they do make up and find peace with one another later on. Again, in that case, you know, that was a bad thing that had permanent consequences, and Rudy lost a potential love because of it. So, like, I don't know. I thought that was an example of just something that, again, it's not always that Rifujin's desires end up winning out.
I think a good litmus test on if Mushoku Tensei is about redemption is to compare it to another show that is also about redemption, preferably an isekai. Oh, here's one I made earlier. After collecting...
Okay, I will say also, I'm not as knowledgeable about Re:Zero as I am about Mushoku Tensei, because I have not read the source material for Re:Zero, and I've only seen the first 2 seasons of the anime, so I'm probably not going to have a whole lot to say about this, but we'll see. I don't remember exactly what he says in this part of the video.
His first couple of W's in Lagunica, Subaru gets himself a bit of a god complex. He starts to see himself as the always perfectly correct hero, and the world is for him to climb to the top of with waifus in tow.
Okay, I will say one thing in particular is there's a big contrast between Subaru and Rudy. We got to remember that Rudy's big issue is his self-esteem. He views himself as so much worse than his reality, where he whenever he does something impressive, he downplays it. If you in the first volume, one of the things he does is he's reading it in the magic textbook and he mentions, "Wow, Saint Tier is this crazy thing. It would be really cool if I could get to Saint Tier someday. That's so that's so insane. That's something to aspire to." Then when he becomes Saint Tier, like 2 years later, he views it as just another thing, as normal, because he has this low self-esteem. He always knocks himself down. Whereas Subaru, at least in the early parts of his story, the fact that his power is so strong, even though he can't really control it, he puffs himself up, he builds himself up, and he gets knocked down because of it. So they have conflicting issues there, conflicting motivations. And so I think trying to draw too much of a connection between them is tough, just because they have different things they need to learn. And let's also not forget, while both of them were hikikomori, they were also just dealing with different issues. Rudy's issue was one that kind of born from trauma, whereas Subaru's was just kind of a generalized just set of emotional issues continuously weighing him down, until they became too much for him. So again, I think these are while these characters have some superficial similarities, they are fundamentally different at their core, and it's really hard to compare the two of them from that. And also, I mean, I like ReZero too. I'm not talking shit about ReZero. At least of what I've seen so far, I liked it, but I need to read the source material at some point. And I do agree Saint Tier does kind of become a bit of a laughingstock, but that's just because of Rudy's perspective of having to just casually interact with some of the strongest people in the world. That kind of fucks with the power scaling.
Sound familiar? Part of this is rooted in the belief that the suffering he goes through earns him this reward and lifestyle. When he goes to the capital, however, Subaru gets the mother of all reality checks. He takes a moral standpoint to defend his waifu against the evil government around him, an outburst which is completely unwelcome by Emilia, who tried to avoid the scenario leading up to it. This outburst led to an argument between the two, which resulted in Subaru becoming estranged by the Emilia faction. Subaru still thinks he was right after this point, and learning that Emilia died without him there to save her strengthens this belief. The more he tries to save her, however, the more Subaru realizes this is not the case. Everyone around him questions his intentions, that he no longer wishes to improve himself, that he is hiding his selfish desires behind a thin veneer of heroism, that he is acting out of rage from being wronged, not out of wanting to save a person.
So I will say, I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying about ReZero here. It's been a while since I've watched it, so I'm not confident saying like 100% that I agree, but this seems like a pretty reasonable take on Subaru's character and how people are viewing him. But again, I still maintain that he has a fundamentally different lesson to learn as Rudy. Whereas Rudy, like in a sense, his suffering is something he views as deserved in a sense. Like he believes that he's worthless and that when he hurts, it's just the universe righting itself. With Subaru, it was more a case of he has this weird sense of righteousness that's a little skewed, but then the fact that he can kind of redo things when he fucks up, if he dies, he can just try again, even though he does suffer from his death. He kind of gets this complex of, I gotta really fight for the right thing, and it'll be okay as long as I keep trying and don't give up. So that he ends up developing a sense of, hey, all this suffering, I'm entitled to something good as a result of this suffering. Which, again, I think is in direct contrast to Rudy's, I deserve this suffering.
Emilia. The only one truly on his side throughout this is Rem. Stand up for Rem, boys, she's a real one. And when
yeah, I'm 100% with him there. Rem is best girl.
Subaru finally realizes he is in the wrong and breaks down in front of her about his own powerlessness, wanting to give up. She wishes him not to, because he's her hero. This isn't a blind trust like other romantic interests having a self-inserted, overpowered protagonist in other shows.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's... You're right, Viking. Like, it is a bit of a clickbaity title, sort of. Not entirely, because that is his core point, is that it's not a redemption story, but that is how he kind of engages with things. And again, you got to play the YouTube game with your titles. I'm not hating it. Yeah, I will say Ferris is also pretty great.
Again, ignore the footage, completely unrelated. Rem has an expectation of Subaru, an expectation she wants him to meet no matter what. This is shown in Season 2 when Subaru's once again at its breaking point and an apparition of Rem appears to soothe him.
Yes, I actually completely agree with that. What she does for Rudy, for Subaru, is very similar to what Roxy does for Rudy. Of course, the scenario is a little bit different, and of course, they're not operating at... Rudy and Roxy were not operating as peers. But yeah, they do have that same kind of thing of pushing the main character to be better, as opposed to just being supportive, which they are supportive, but, giving them a supportive push out of the nest. And I will say, Viking, that this in this video, what this guy did is at this point, it was just, I believe he watched the first 2 seasons of Mushoku Tensei and read up to that point in the books. So he didn't read the entire source material, but he read part of it. So, and he's kind of operating based on what his thoughts were at this point. So I'm trying to give him some leeway, just because, again, I don't think you have to necessarily consume the source material to have an opinion about an adaptation. But yeah, there is context he is missing. But I also think he's just as much, and I will say I do actually like this video. I do think he has some interesting ideas to talk about. But yeah, he does get some things that I feel he misses certain points pretty substantially.
Subaru figures out this is not his Rem because she tells him it's okay to rest. His Rem would never tell him this. She would support him to get Subaru back to his feet so they can face the enemy again. The breakdown Subaru has in front of Rem in Season 1 is a moment of introspection, which once resolved allowed Subaru to move on and combat against the White Whale and Betelgeuse. Up until this point of this arc, Subaru is in the wrong. The characters around him aren't. At this point, Subaru is...
I mean, I don't know if I would say, again, it's been a while since I've watched ReZero, so I'm not, the details are very, very fuzzy for me. But I wouldn't say Subaru was entirely in the wrong about everything. But, that was just one lesson he needed to learn, where he, no matter what hardships he's facing in front of him, he needs to pick himself up again and keep fighting. He can't give in to his weaknesses. But, I mean, overall, I think a lot of his goals were very noble. And, yeah, again, it was just... this one element of his selfishness was wrong, but I don't think he did. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think it's a perfect comparison, but I don't hate it.
Is morally a completely different entity to the author and is challenged in a meaningful way because of it and grows as a person. I mean the bad bitch I scored by growing and changing as a person. I said earlier that if Mushoku Tensei is about redemption, it's about redemption through kindness. ReZero is about redemption through cruelty. Funnily enough,
that's an interesting way of putting it. I mean, there is some truth to that. I think a lot of times when Rudy experiences his growth, a lot of it is through him willing to connect with another person and to kind of open up emotionally. And of course, we've seen sometimes, at the end of Season 1, sometimes that really bites him and ends up hurting him because of that. But, Rudy learning to rely on the people around him and to, have people he loves, to protect them, to work for them, to sacrifice for them, but also to let them support him. Like, I think that's kind of how Rudy does most of his growth. It's not from being knocked down. It's from building himself up with the people he can rely on. Whereas, again, with Subaru, a lot of it is he has to get knocked down. Again, I just think the core difference between Rudy and Subaru is Subaru needs to get knocked down, Rudy needs to be built up.
The main complaint of ReZero is that Subaru is unlikable, and to that I look at this arc and respond, that's the point. Back to Mushoku Tensei. The main reason I don't think the other characters are going to challenge Rudius' mentality on this front is because of a previous example. When Rudius, Eris, and Ruijerd, I don't know how to say his name,
Yeah, Ruijerd, that's pretty close. He pronounces it pretty good.
make it to the holy country of Millis, Rudius reunites with Paul, but it doesn't go smoothly. Paul accuses Rudius of not doing enough since the teleportation incident, that he was negligent in finding out information regarding the outcome of being teleported, as he made the assumption it was just himself, Eris, and Ghislaine that were transported, that he didn't bother to get in contact with his family in that entire time, as Rudius did just want to focus on going on an adventure. Paul eventually cools down from this position after being talked to where he was told he expected too much from a child who was put in this situation. Because of this, Rudius is let off scot-free. Hot take incoming. Paul was right.
Okay, so I think Paul was... I don't agree that Paul was necessarily right. I think he was just wrong for the wrong reasons. And that, like, Geese was right for the wrong reasons. Where he's saying, it's not that Rudy is... Oh, no, he's just a child. Children can't be expected to take on this responsibility. But it is true that Rudy was completely overwhelmed by his circumstances. And it was, again, because remember, while he had been able to leave the house for several years at that point, he was doing a lot of growth as a person. He was thrust into this unfamiliar situation, teleported across the world into one of the most dangerous places in the world, and he had to kind of fight his way back home. Like, I don't know, I think it's kind of understandable that his mindset was so laser focused on that and about protecting Eris that anything coming across to the side kind of lost its importance, where he had his one goal and he was pushing forward on that. And I do think it was unfair of Paul to say, hey, you were put in a very difficult position. You should have done more. When, Paul was put in a less difficult position where he was able to kind of regain his feet and get into a position where he could get back to Fatoa and get things started, where he didn't have to go on this same kind of long journey. I mean, not to say he didn't go on a big journey, but it wasn't quite the same as Rudy's scenario. And of course, Paul's an experienced adventurer, Rudy was not. So, again, while Rudy could have done more, I don't think it's right to say he definitely is wrong for not doing more.
One of the first thoughts Rudius has when talking with the man god is if he, Eris, and Ghislaine were the only casualties of the teleportation incident. He just never picks up this thought again.
Okay. Again, I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier, where Rudy has his severe self-esteem issues, and he punishes himself for everything. Where he, Rudy hears a criticism of himself, even if I think it's not justified, he doesn't view that as unjustified. He views it as, oh, there is something I could have done. And he just internalizes it. That's why he feels really bad about what he does. And in some ways, as much as it's not a good thing he needs to learn at the moment, he does end up kind of taking it upon himself where he uses that mindset to say, there's still more I can do. I can't just focus on myself. And that's, I think, is a big reason he gets up out of his spiral at the end of season 1 and says, I'm going to find Zenith. And yeah, Viking, you have a point there too, where his priorities were elsewhere, understandably. Although there is, to be perfectly fair, there are instances where he was under less immediate threat, where he could have thought of exterior things, but I do, at its core, I do agree with your point.
Could have finished that train of thought at any point, discussed it with Eris, and they could have just added a throwaway line about keeping an eye out for any more teleport victims, which they clearly didn't find, so were never able to confirm if there were any more casualties. When he finally discusses this with Eris...
And I will say, you do meet some people who had their lives kind of thrown out of whack from teleportation much later in the story. I don't know. It's a complicated question, and also, even besides that, Rudy has kind of always had another more pressing goal in front of him, even if it was a case of not just finding survivors in general, it's finding specific survivors, because, finding Zenith became a major part of what's going on.
After they go to Millis, she already says that she has considered the possibility, so why hadn't Rudius? Oh, I know, it's because Eris is best girl. Fight me, Roxy stands.
Okay, well, again, I'm not gonna advocate for Roxy over Eris, but as I said earlier, I am a Sylphie supremacist, so I think but Eris is great too. I can understand where the Eris people are coming from.
The first time he considers sending a letter to his family is when they reach the Holy City of Millis. A year and a half after the teleportation, he had multiple opportunities for both of these points.
Okay, I will say also, in this instance, again, we're just kind of talking about some of the weeds of the world building, as opposed to anything approaching the core point. I think we got to acknowledge that it would be very hard to get a message from the Demon Continent to Fatoa. And I think it's much more likely for him to be able to get one from Millis to Asura, because they are allied. But yeah, I mean, again, the fact that getting stuff to and from the Demon Continent, they're so separated, both by distance, by an ocean, but also the fact that there's that historic prejudice between the two of them. Yeah, I don't think it's fair to expect him to send a message from the Demon Continent, because it would be expensive and likely would not reach its destination.
Good village? Maybe not the first town, because they did make it a point that saving money was an issue. However, they still seem to have enough money to travel across the entire continent for when they abruptly had to leave, which makes me think they did have some time to send out a letter. Rudius definitely had the opportunity over the days in the second town of the Demon Continent when spending time looking for a vessel. And it's not like sending out a letter would make a difference. It would go to the village where there would be no one to receive it, or never make it there in the first place. And Rudius wouldn't be the one to blame anymore, as he did actually think about making contact and made the effort to do so.
Okay, but I also think that would kind of destroy what the emotional moment between him and Paul was trying to do. Because I think the fact that there is this one thing that Rudy didn't do, whether it was right or wrong to expect him to have done that, we got to remember that, Rudy beats himself up over not coming to that conclusion himself. He is upset at himself for not sending the letter. Well, maybe he could have sent a letter or tried to send a letter, even if it didn't make it, but wouldn't, like, why would you want to do that and strip away this moment of Rudy being so self-critical? I feel like that wouldn't have actually improved anything. I feel like it would have made things worse. And it may have been explained in the books that the mail was not reliable, but I also think that's just a logical conclusion to come to.
Yeah, I've now fixed both of Paul's arguments against Rudius, so Rudius is clearly in the right. Oh.
And also, he's also, once again, kind of harping on the idea of, the hero needs to be in the right, where, I don't think either of them were in the right in this scenario. I think both of them, during this conflict, they both acted like assholes to one another. They both tried to frame things in a way that was convenient to them and ended up completely... I mean, I mentioned it when we were going over this episode on stream, is that they were both talking past each other, both pushing buttons they didn't know the others had, and that's what led to their confrontation kind of exploding. So yeah, exactly. They were both wrong, both apologized. That was... Yeah, I think he's missing that. He's kind of stuck on the traditional notion of the hero being right at his core, or the hero or the protagonist being completely wrong at his core. Like, when Mushoku Tensei is just a little bit more nuanced than that. A lot of people have it. There's very few all good or all bad characters.
But he was near his breaking point, dealing with all the stress of a potentially dangerous Superd and protecting Eris. Well, he didn't seem anywhere near his breaking point after he dismissed Rujed being dangerous on their first meeting and believed the rumours to be naysay.
Well, okay, so I will also mention that Geese was not necessarily being 100% truthful when talking to Paul. He was definitely advocating for Rudy, and he was being truthful in terms of what his emotional state was likely going to be. But the details were kind of ones he made up for Paul's sake, because Geese was being very transparently manipulative during that scene, because he was trying to get Paul to shake off his own worldview and try to consider things from Rudy's perspective. And in doing so, he allowed Paul to think of, hey, maybe I should actually like listen to my son, hear where his state of mind is, and see if we can figure something out. And so, it's not that when he's talking about, oh, there's a super that could kill us at any moment. Yeah, we all know that Rudy didn't put any stock in the rumors. But he had his other various stresses going on at the same time. And yeah, it's true that Rudiger did almost fuck with Rudy a lot, but it was the circumstances were a little bit different. But again, I think it was Geese not necessarily giving an accurate recounting of what Rudy went through, but trying to make him just, again, see that his perspective could be different and make Paul open to the idea that, Rudy's point of view could be different than his.
You know who was near their breaking point? Paul. The 3.5 minute opening sequence following Paul's perspective gave me a much better showcase of a man reaching his breaking point than 8 episodes following Rudius.
Okay, so, and I will also say that opening segment with Paul was absolutely brilliant. I'm with him on that. But I also don't think at this moment Rudy was pushed towards his breaking point. I think it's more accurate to say he had a lot on his plate. He was constantly being challenged. He had his own difficulties. And really, actually, his breaking point came when Eris leaves him. So, like, or there's other moments, like after the teleportation labyrinth. He's also kind of at his breaking point there. And turning point 4. But let's not go into details with that one just yet. But I mean, because I think a big thing about Rudy is that during this time, he had a lot of growth. He really had to, much like Eris, he was pushed into this circumstance where he had to do a lot of growing up very quickly in order to survive, in order to function in his new environment. So I think, the fact that he was not necessarily pushed to the point of breaking like Paul was, he still had a lot of emotional weight that he had to carry. It's just that overall, it ended up being a positive experience for him because he had a positive outcome from it.
Maybe you could argue Rudy is getting closer to his breaking point and looks very different, but after seeing him at the start of Season 2, I disagree. And there are 3 distinct times he gets close to his breaking point in Season 1. Each time a person dies.
I wouldn't say that people dying is what pushes him to his breaking point. Now, Rudy's aversion to killing is an important thing that the anime has not gotten to yet. That's something that it gets explored in much more depth, like in part in the Sharon arc, but there's also some other stuff going on as well. But yeah, I don't agree that just because Rudy was visibly affected by this, by the deaths that he witnessed, I don't think that pushed him towards his breaking point. That's just something that really just messes with him. He really hates the idea of people dying, and that's just how he kind of processes things, and that sets up a future character moment. But yeah, I don't agree that it's pushing him to his breaking point in the same way that Paul's was.
First in the alley, when Ghislaine saves his life from the kidnappers, when Ruijerd kills a demon, and when Rudius fails to save a child because he thinks he has to wait for the...
I will say also, this moment, I think, is closer to pushing him to his breaking point, just because it's not just somebody died, it's that an innocent person died and it's my fault.
Opportune moment, when at this point in the story, he should be completely aware that people can die fucking quickly. Rudius keeps this level of disconnect to everything in the world as he still views himself as a man from a different one. Death.
Okay, there's also another factor, is that a key part of Rudy's issues, especially with self-esteem, is one thing is that every time he does build himself up, like even a little bit, he gets immediately knocked down, whether rightfully or wrongfully. So like in this moment, he was leading the party and they were doing pretty well. So he was trying to orchestrate these things to be perfect. And he's like, I'm going to optimize these rescues, do it perfectly. We're doing great. And then of course he tries to do that, immediately causes somebody to die. He gets knocked down. It just, throughout all sorts of times, it keeps happening. And, even when he loses his virginity, he builds himself up. He's like, I've finally been able to feel the touch of a woman, immediately feels abandoned, gets knocked down. That's a consistent pattern. So, I don't know. I think he kind of missed that. Although, Granted, there's a lot of elements of that happen after the point the anime gets, so he wouldn't necessarily know about that.
Is not a real concept to him until it's staring him in the face and he realizes that was life, and if he did something differently, that person wouldn't have died. A lesson which takes him 3 times to learn. He absolutely treated going.
I don't agree with that. I don't think the other 2 deaths are contributing to that lesson at all. Because let's not forget, the first death was a villain, a kidnapper, somebody who was trying to kidnap Eris for presumably Darius. And, Ghislaine kills him, and he's upset, but it was the right thing to do. The second time, it's with somebody who probably didn't deserve death at that moment, because all his punishment was stealing pets and kicking Rudy. But, he's still not like a great guy. But he, again, it's not a case, but it's not teaching him the lesson that was the third one, where an innocent kid died, and it was Rudy's inaction that caused it, and not just his inaction, but his preventing of Ruijerd's action that caused this kid to die. And again, that was the case. He built himself up a little bit, only to get knocked down, and that was the lesson he needed to learn, is that, he can't be showing off and puffing himself up like that.
Across the Demon Continent as a game, so when Paul pointed out these flaws, I was all for Rudy is about to have his breakdown moment to realize he's not.
I'll say, I don't agree that this guy's a grifter. One thing I mentioned, you may not have been here for the start of it, is, he's a very small YouTuber, and I think the video actually, while I think he's wrong in a lot of ways, I do think he actually was being genuine. He was actually trying to be thoughtful, and he was doing his best to be fair. I just think he completely missed the mark in a lot of his core ideas of what Mushoku Tensei is. So again, for me, when I call somebody a grifter, that's a very loaded term to me. I don't like to use it unless I'm really sure that I think somebody is making shit up. I don't think that's the case here, and so I'm not comfortable calling him a grifter at all. I think he's being genuine here.
Not treating his second chance with enough responsibility, that he is not earning his redemption, and then the world around Rudius backs down. The reasoning is sound. Paul was absolutely being too harsh on an 11-year-old, and it was a great bit of growth for his character, but Rudius isn't an 11-year-old, and the story has made that very clear. He is an adult man who we are meant to view as such, and he himself views himself as such.
Again, I think there's more nuance to what he's saying here. It's not that Rudy views himself as the 40-something-year-old from his past life, or that he views himself as the child from this life. I think it's kind of a bit in the middle. A grifter is somebody who takes a position, an opinionated position, not out of a true belief in that position, but because they can make money off of that position. Essentially, if you look like, I'm not going to give any examples, but a lot of political channels on YouTube from all political positions, they don't necessarily agree with the politics that they hold. They know they can garner an audience and they can reap financial rewards because of it. So that's what a grifter is.
We are constantly reminded of this. When Rudius reconciles with Paul, his inner monologue isn't one of a child wanting his father to comfort him, or someone he needs emotional support from.
Yeah, well, I also think that's, in this instance, again, Rudy kind of views himself as in between, and one thing you learn that in a point way past where the anime has gotten to, Rudy's kind of identity is marked as the symbol of the Migard pendant that he had. That's kind of how he identifies himself, because he doesn't view himself as his old self. He doesn't view himself as his new self. And he kind of views himself as kind of an amalgamation of the two. So it's not as clear as what he's saying, but also I think it's reasonable to not know about that at this point where this guy has seen to. And I will say I don't know about the web novels because I haven't read the web novels. I've only read the light novels, but Rudy had some questions as to whether his new brain affected his thought process at all. It was a question he had several times that never really got an answer.
But it's of an adult older than Paul.
But I will say it's my theory is that the weird combination of his emotional regression his emotional stunting and his new experiences in his new life, I do view him as emotionally maturing roughly in line with his physical age. So while he does retain his adult intellect, certain adult proclivities, I do think his actual maturity is generally about what we see his physical age being.
Analysing his performance as a father. Rudius has no close connection with his family in the same way an actual child would, or a connection with children his own age. The reason I keep harping on how Rudius views himself is because there are two ways reincarnation stories can be done. Either someone is reincarnated and views themselves as their previous self, but their life has effectively continued on, or they view themselves fully as this new person, but have memories of their previous life.
That is broadly, I think it's a bit more of a spectrum than that, but that is broadly how reincarnation stories do go.
This subtle shift can change a lot. Rudius is definitely in the prior category. He is not written as a child who just has memories of his past life. I
don't know. Again, I think it's that's why I'm saying it's a spectrum. I think it's a lot more nuanced than this guy is making it seem. Where again, it's not that he views himself as his old self or as his new self. He's kind of he's conflicted about it. He feels like he's kind of a mix of the two, where the current self is what he's trying to build, but his old self is what he feels like he's being continually dragged down by. So again, I think there's a lot more nuance to it than this guy is saying, but I think a lot of that nuance comes out in places after the point he's stopped watching. So because the anime just hasn't gotten to those points where he really explores that yet.
He still views himself as his previous incarnation. That's fine, but I think the story should take that into account on how to treat his actions and what standard to put them to.
Well, there's also the fact that we can't expect the people around him to behave in that framework because, I mean, I think also it's, as I was saying earlier, a key idea is that not that Rudy gets punished for his actions, but that Rudy punishes himself, oftentimes excessively. And I think that's the crux of where his growth comes from. And the fact that he internalizes stuff so much that, again, like you're pointing out, Amir, that this can cause negative outcomes for him, where he can actually push himself too far and not take himself into consideration for things. And and again, so yeah, I think you can't really operate on that kind of framework when talking about Rudy's actions.
I admit might be difficult because you can't use the majority of characters to force those standards in the majority of situations without them looking like assholes. But the writer is the one who put himself in this position, and the fact the whole scenario is resolved with Rudius being the one seen as the morally correct one and not.
I also disagree with that. I don't think that when he's talking about the Paul situation, I don't think Rudy was viewed as the morally correct one. I think it was probably viewed as more correct than Paul was, but I think it pretty definitively showed that they were both in the wrong.
Paul infuriates me. The Demon Continent would have been a perfect place to force these higher standards onto Rudius in a way that wouldn't make it seem unfair for treating a child like an adult. Characters around Rudius should view him as a child, so don't hold him up to certain standards, but the world what the author controls shouldn't. The way this exchange between Rudius and Paul was handled coloured my view on how the rest of the story will play out, that the characters will not evaluate and judge Rudius to the standards he should be because they do not know his true self and continue.
Well, I will also say, I think a lot of where Rudy really kind of comes into himself, where he's really has these expectations put on him, is after turning point 4. Because at that point, he does have his family that is in the process of being made. He starts to get a broader purpose. He needs to start to take on certain risks and sacrifices in order to achieve a greater good and to protect the ones he loves. I think this idea he wants is going to happen later on in the story.
Continue making excuses such as he's a child, or that since he's pervy he's always going to make sexual advances. Also, Rudius isn't pushed on certain aspects of his personality. I don't see a show like that being a...
I mean, I will also say, I think Rudy's sexuality is also a lot more important than this guy seems to make it, because again, this is the way I view things, is that Rudy takes things where he kind of interprets a lot of emotions, a lot of his positive emotions early on in a sexual way, because for about 20 years, he only ever felt happiness when he was getting sexual pleasure. So coming to grips with his sexuality is a key moment of how he needs to grow. Not just in the case of, I need to not act inappropriately in a sexual manner, because again, the fact that he lusts after like everyone, the fact that he crosses lines, he sexually harasses and gropes people, like this is a big problem for him. Not only does he need to learn that that's not an okay way to be, he also later on needs to kind of accept that, you know what, it's not that sexuality is bad, because then he realizes that sex is a way he can express love between himself and his wives, people he does care about, and he comes to a healthy understanding of his sexuality. So again, I think it's wrong to just kind of gloss over Rudy's perviness, even though I think the anime does play it off as comedy more than the books do. Or at least when the books do it, they come alongside the context of how sex just encompasses everything in Rudy's mind. Because that's, again, it's hard to overstate just how much sex shapes his entire perspective.
About redemption. So then, what is the show about? There is definitely a change happening in Rudius, from being the fat NEET, leeching off his parents, to the capable, strong, good-looking Rudius. I think this will be perfectly exemplified when Rudius views himself as such at some point when he goes to the astral plane to talk to the man god, but this change is not an external set of values.
Okay, so I will say, Rudy, I mean, I know he's just kind of speculating here, Rudy never actually fully comes to accept himself. His self-image improves greatly over the course of the story, but he always internalizes his issues. Even without going into spoilers, even towards the end of his life, he still punishes himself for perceived wrongdoings. So again, while I think his growth is a little bit different than that, but that is a part of it. But he never actually really overcomes that in its entirety.
And what's right and wrong. It's all Rudius' choice. At the beginning of the show, Rudius vows not to waste this new lease of life he was gifted with, and will do everything in his power to live the most fulfilling life he can and learn from his mistakes. But there is a bias here. Rudius is the one who chooses his mistakes. He sees living in a room for 20 years, not working towards any goals, a mistake, so decides to work his ass off to learn magic.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what this guy's life experience is, but, Rudy, while he was kind of in the throes of his depression, he was also experiencing, like, severe executive dysfunction as a result of that, which is a very common symptom of depression. It's also a symptom of other stuff like, ADHD, and autism, and all sorts of things can cause it to be difficult to function in the in the real world, where and that's one thing is Rudy, he knew that something was wrong. He knew that he does theoretically have the power to change it, but he finds himself incapable of drawing up the motivation to change that. And I mean, I completely understand where he's coming from with that, because, as I've mentioned in the past, I have like really, really bad ADHD. And one thing is, it makes it difficult for me to just do the daily things that I need to function. Like, I'm lucky that going to work has never been an issue for me. Otherwise, I'd be fucked. But, even things like, doing my dishes, cleaning up the apartment, things like that. Having executive dysfunction makes it difficult to summon the effort needed to actually do that, even though I know that I'm fully physically capable of doing that. And in the end, the thing that ended up helping me was I needed meds to help remove some of those hurdles that are in front of me, to make it a lot easier for me to focus on what I need to do and to attack my issues. So so again, Rudy is dealing with the same thing, just turned up to 11. Of course, his stems from trauma and not ADHD, but it's the same kind of thing. And once Rudy is kind of forced into a new environment, it forces a mindset change. And then, of course, the fact that he realizes magic is a thing and that excites him, that is enough of a catalyst to get him to start taking action and kind of break out of his initial executive dysfunction. So that is, I think, I can't necessarily blame him for not knowing that, because I think it's really hard to understand executive dysfunction if you've never been through it. But I do think that's kind of the perspective he's missing a bit here. And yeah, and it's also true that Rudy not ever having any kind of meaningful companionship, whether sexual or even platonic ones, like he didn't really have anyone he could confide in. Again, I don't quite think it's as on par with Food and Shelter, but again, the fact that he was essentially isolated, not just physically, but emotionally, is a key component to why he was so damaged.
To learn as many languages as possible, he sees straining his parents for decades a mistake, so makes a concerted effort to be more amicable to Zenith and Paul.
I will say also, I don't. Early on, one of the things that was going through Rudy's mind was not just I want to do right where I did wrong. It's a case of I want to use my intellect to try to mold things to be in my favor. Because again, in the early parts of the story, he's still a severely damaged person who doesn't understand people. He doesn't even really view them as real in the early stages of the show and the books. So, and the reason he is good to his parents is not because he cared about them. It's not because he thought that was the right thing to do. It was because he figured, if I was better to my parents, I might not have been kicked out like I was. So he's still in a very hyper-logical way of thinking, where he's still reeling from his old traumas and his recent traumas. And that's kind of how he's trying to navigate through things. He eventually does grow to care for his family. He does start to do things just because they're the right thing to do. But that's not where he is at that point in the story. I will say, Viking, I don't find that unlikely. I do not know nearly enough to be able to feel comfortable even saying that sounds right. So I don't know, but yeah. Well, also, I will say also, to be fair, it is a social thing in this new world that you don't really go out until you're 5. Everybody keeps the kids at home until they're 5 years old, doesn't really let anyone see them, and that's when they're allowed to kind of start exploring the world. So there are actual reasons beyond just his emotional issues that Roxy needs to push him through. There's also societal stuff that would keep him inside regardless.
He does not see viewing women through a pornographic lens a problem, so I do not think this mindset will get fixed in the future. He is treating the six-faced world as a second chance, but he hasn't reached the point where he sees the people in it as people.
Okay, so I mean, I will say that is a core issue that Rudy does have. I think it slowly starts to improve, and I think it's actually like his a lot of that particular mindset is long and truly gone by the time season 1 ends. So I think. Let's see. So he starts. I think it starts out with just a couple of individual people that he starts to grow attached to. That he starts to realize that things are not just surrounding me. These people are all their own people, and he has these little moments of realization here and there. And it's, I think, through developing a connection with Eris and Ruijerd through their journey in the Demon Continent, that's when he starts to realize that people are really people. And again, by the time the party splits up, I think he's pretty much gotten over that particular hurdle. But he is right that that is a hurdle that Rudy has to face. That is an astute observation. He's correct about that moment. I think I just think he got over it when this guy clearly doesn't think. And also, he is wrong about Rudy not viewing people sexually in the future, because he does. I will say around. I'm trying to think, because again, that's another issue that just slowly improve over time. Where I think even as early as the Beast, the Doldaya arc, where he is, where Rudy is, what do you call it? When Rudy is helping the enslaved Beast children, where they don't really explain it in the anime, but in the books, he gets aroused by the little girls clinging on him, and he gets really uncomfortable by the idea that he's aroused at that moment. He's like, this is not the time for this. This is not appropriate. I shouldn't find this arousing. And it makes him really uncomfortable because he's still kind of in that middle section where he's realizing that, viewing people sexually is not really the right thing to do, but he hasn't quite broken out of that conditioning yet. So again, I think it's something that he does kind of fix overall. And then again, once he develops his families and he is able to come to a healthy understanding of his own sexuality, he's able to kind of orient himself that way. So he is wrong at that much.
Set of characters to immerse himself in the fantasy. Because this is a story all about Rudius deciding to live his best life by his terms. All my previous arguments rooted in the idea of redemption disappear like dust. I'm not saying I'm expecting this show to be morally perfect. Mushoku Tensei is famously known as the progenitor of the isekai genre, good and bad.
I'm not quite sure that's accurate. I don't know the history of isekai, so I can't say for sure. But the way I kind of viewed it is that Rudy, it plays off a lot of the isekai tropes, where it, especially early on in the show, where it's kind of doing kind of double duty. On one hand, it's kind of a soft parody of isekai very early on. It moves past that. But also, a lot of times, it's Rudy's expectations of things is kind of viewing things in this isekai video gamey way. And that's kind of how he just processes things early on. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable on isekai in general, so I couldn't really say. I've only seen a handful of stuff personally.
Trashy isekai have taken concept from Mushoku Tensei and made them worse, or blander. Mushoku Tensei's world is incredibly immersive as they take their time to follow Rudius' life in this character-driven plot. Other isekai don't. The self-insert protagonists in other isekai are given everything he dreams of from the get-go. They are about people with little personality thrown into a new world which realizes how much of a special snowflake they really are, and that they are essentially the perfect being, can do no wrong. So every choice they make is the correct one for the world, and in turn earns them incredible power and a harem.
Okay, I mean, I will say he's not wrong about a lot of isekai doing that. Although I think it's just a core issue of a lot of isekai are designed kind of as a power fantasy for teenage boys, where that's kind of the target audience. Where I think Mushoku Tensei is meant for, I think it touches on a lot of ideas that are more appropriate for an adult than for a teenager. So that's kind of the way I view Mushoku Tensei. Because again, I think a lot of what Mushoku Tensei does, I wouldn't have appreciated as a teenager, and that's because it tackles these ideas but does it in a certain way, whereas as opposed to the pure fun factor of a lot of other trashy isekai.
Mushoku Tensei has the beginnings of this. The self-insert in this case is not a blank slate who the viewer can project onto.
Okay, and I will also say, I don't think he really is a self-insert. I mean, also, self-insert kind of implies blank slate, I would say. Not 100% of the time, but I don't know. What he's trying to say is that Rudy is like a real character with his own issues and stuff, but yeah.
But Rudius is a reflection of us at our worst points, showing us that if we still have some good in us, all we need is that second go. We've all told ourselves at some.
Well, I will also say I don't think Rudy is meant to be like a directly relatable person. Maybe he would relate to some people in Japan, because I know the hikikomori lifestyle is like an actual like problem that's been growing over there. So it may be more relatable to a Japanese audience, but again, I don't think it's meant to be like we see ourselves in Rudy. It's more like Rudy has a specific set of circumstances that molded him in a certain way, and he's kind of having to navigate that.
Point. Oh, if only I could do this again, or if only I knew this at the time, that if we were given a second chance from the beginning, we could prove to everyone, to ourselves, that we would do things perfectly. We wouldn't grumble on having to study hard.
I mean, I will also say, I think the idea is not necessarily that you need to be given a second chance. And I think it's more like Rudy always had the power within him to become better. It's just this kind of pushed him to actually realize that, because a lot of his issues, especially shown in season 1 of the show, is that, he thinks of his parents and his friends, how they tried to reach out to him and comfort him, and he pushed them away. He realized, you know what, that was a mistake. That just made my situation worse. I should not have done that. So that when he has people who care about him in this world, he opens up and lets them in as opposed to necessarily just pushing them away. And you got like I don't see New Rudy as fundamentally different than excuse me for 1 second. Yeah. I don't view that as I just don't see like that's how the things I completely lost my train of thought, but yeah, I don't think that's how that really works for Rudy's, at least.
Work hard. If we could try from the beginning again, because we'd appreciate what a gift life is. That our mistakes weren't really our fault. That we could do things right if we got the chance to try again. That's what Rudius represents. Mushoku Tensei is absolutely an escape, but it's one about fixing your mistakes, not one where people realize you have no mistakes.
Okay, so I mean, his closing thoughts right there, I do kind of agree with that, where he's talking about how, again, it's not about you having no mistakes, it's about you fixing the mistakes you made in the past. So, like, he does have a point there. I'm just not sure it really connects to his arguments up to that point. But, yeah. Overall, I mean, the reason I decided to watch this on stream is because, again, I was at work. I happened to, this had been in my recommendations a bunch, so I decided to finally just give it a listen while I was working, and I did. I remember I found it very interesting because I don't dislike this guy. I found it very, again, I found it thought-provoking at times, but I also disagreed with a lot of the core elements, and once again, I'm going to just quickly throw the link in chat, just so you guys can support the original creator, because that's always the thing you should be doing. You should be checking them out, supporting them. Anybody watching on the VOD, I will be putting it in the description below. If I forgot to do that, please yell at me in the comments, but I should be remembering to do that. But yeah, overall, I thought this was an interesting video. It gave us a lot to talk about, and I do appreciate that, even if I don't necessarily agree with everything the guy said. I think he missed a lot of core elements, but I thought that I did genuinely enjoy this video, even though I thought it was wrong. So that was cool. So, well, with that all being said, this was a bit of a longer stream than usual, which I kind of knew that was going to happen when I started watching this 2 hours ago, this particular video 2 hours ago. So I'm going to call it for this week. That's going to be what we got through. We got through the 2 OVAs, the fan animation, and this video essay. Next week we're going to get started with Season 2. We're going to go watch the first 3 episodes of Season 2. That'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait for that. I can't wait to see where they go with that arc. And yeah, and that was the thing. I may very well do next Mushoku Tensei stream next Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern. I've been doing those. That's my standard start time every week, 9 a.m. Eastern. That's how I try to do things. And of course, the VODs will be up on YouTube. I usually do have to do a little bit of editing for copyright reasons and for thank you for the subscription, by the way. But yeah, I do usually have to do a few edits for copyright reasons, and I've lately been trying to cut out the long starting soon section just for convenience purpose. But yeah, the VOD will be up on YouTube. This part of the section, this review of this video, the video essay, I'm not sure if I'm going to just cut down the VOD and upload that by itself, or if I'm going to actually do a full scripted response to it, because, I don't know, either way, I'm probably going to wait until I upload something else. I don't want my entire YouTube channel to just be Mushoku Tensei, but yeah. So, yep, next week we will, again, be back. We'll start watching Season 2, and yeah, I think these streams have been going great. They've been a lot of fun for me. Thank you all guys for showing up, and I will see you next week.